Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the George W. Norris Legislative Chamber. The afternoon session is about to reconvene. Senators, please record your presence. Roll call. Mr. Clerk, please record.
There's a quorum present, Mr. President.
Thank you. Do you have any items for the record?
I have no items at this time.
Please proceed to the first item on this afternoon's agenda.
Mr. President, when the legislature left LB 727, pending was a reconsideration motion from Senator Michaela Cavanaugh.
Senator, seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to close on your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, so this is the reconsider on the indefinitely postponed motion. And I encourage you to vote your heart. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Cavanaugh. Members, the question is the motion to reconsider. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
0 ayes, 24 nays, Mr. President, on the motion to reconsider.
The motion fails. Mr. Clerk, for items.
Mr. President, Legislative Bill 727, introduced by Senator Linehan. It's a bill for an act relating to revenue and taxation, amends section 77270415, change provisions relating to sales and use tax exemptions for purchases by the state, schools, and governmental units, provides an operative date, and repeals the original section. The bill was read for the first time on January 18th of this year and referred to the Revenue Committee. That committee placed the bill on general file with committee amendments, Mr. President.
Senator Linehan, you're recognized to open on the committee amendment.
I think the committee amendment is what we've been talking about all morning. And I'm waiting for Senator Bostar. Can I yield time to Brad Von Gillering, Senator Brad Von Gillering?
Senator Von Gilleren, you have 9 minutes and 35 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the committee amendment AM 1152 of 727 includes a number of additional bills that were rolled up into it, and I'm looking for my notes right now, so forgive me. 1152 includes LB 74, which would, hang on. Talking about the 1152 right now. So this is a committee amendment, 1152. This includes 74, 96, 100. These are the bills that, as Senator Linehan said, we've been talking about all morning. I think everybody's had a chance to speak to the bills. I'm sorry, I got confused because we got another floor amendment that's coming. Wanted to make sure we weren't on that floor amendment. So I think everybody's had a chance to speak on those bills, and they've had a chance to respond to them, and there have been lots of opportunities for questions to be asked. So I think I'll defer any other comment until we get to the next amendment, which is 1152. I'm sorry. Yeah, we've talked about LB 74 and LB 96, 100, 118, 165, 180, 300, 344, 384, 407, 447, 491. We talked in length about 692. We've got 580 and 584. And 623. Then we've got another floor amendment coming up. So if anyone has any questions about any of those, we'd be happy to address them individually. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Von Gilleren. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh has guests here this afternoon under the south balcony and in the north balcony. Fourth graders from Christ the King in Omaha. Please be recognized by your Nebraska Legislature. Mr. Clerk, for items.
Mr. President, first of all, Senator Linehan, I have AM 1217 with a note to withdraw. In that case, Mr. President, next amendment, Senator Linehan would move to amend with AM 1396.
Senator Linehan, you're recognized to open on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And again, this basically includes things we've already talked about today. We have a couple other amendments that are basically technical changes, but unless anyone has any questions, I don't think there's a reason to keep beating on this, but I'd appreciate a green vote on 1396, 1152, and 727.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, I've got MO 808 and 807, both from Senator Conrad, with note she wishes to withdraw.
They are withdrawn.
Nothing further this time, Mr. President.
Turning to the queue, no one in the queue. Senator Linehan, you're recognized to close on AM 1396.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I will waive my closing, but I would like to call the House
Thank you.
and regular order roll call vote.
There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
23 ayes, 3 nays, place House under call.
The House is under call. Please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senator Hardin, please return to the floor, to the chamber, and record your presence. The House is under call. All unexcused members are now present. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 1396. There has been a request for a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar, voting yes. Senator Albright. Senator Arch, voting yes. Senator Armendariz, voting yes. Senator Ballard, voting yes. Senator Blood, voting yes. Senator Boston. Senator Bostar, voting yes. Senator Bostelman, voting yes. Senator Brandt, voting yes. Senator Brewer, voting yes. Senator Breezy, voting yes. Senator John Kavanaugh, voting yes. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, not voting. Senator Clements, voting yes. Senator Conrad, voting yes. Senator Day, voting yes. Senator DeBoer, Senator DeKay, voting yes. Senator Dorn, voting yes. Senator Dover, voting yes. Senator Dungan, voting yes. Senator Erdman, voting yes. Senator Frederickson, voting yes. Senator Holleran, Senator Holleran, voting yes. Senator Hansen, voting yes. Senator Hardin, voting yes. Senator Holdcroft, voting yes. Senator Hughes, voting yes. Senator Hunt, not voting. Senator Ibaugh, voting yes. Senator Jacobson, voting yes. Senator Kauth, voting yes. Senator Linehan, voting yes. Senator Lippincott, voting yes. Senator Lowe, voting yes. Senator McDonald, voting yes. Senator McKinney, not voting. Senator Mosier, voting yes. Senator Merman, voting yes. Senator Raybold, voting yes. Senator Reapy, voting yes. Senator Sanders, voting yes. Senator Slama, Senator Vargas, voting yes. Senator Von Gillern, voting yes. Senator Walls, voting yes. Senator Wayne, Senator Wishart. Vote is 40 yeas, no nays, Mr. President, on adoption of the amendment.
AM 1396 is adopted. I raise the call. No one else in the queue. Senator Linehan, you're recognized to close on AM 1152 and waived. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 1152. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
37 nays, no nays on adoption of the committee amendment.
The amendment is adopted. Mr. Clerk for items.
Mr. President, Senator Blood would move to amend with AM 1570.
Senator Blood, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow Senators, friends all, I've spoken on this amendment, and it is my hope that between general and select, we can readdress the issues that Sarpy County is concerned about. Again, we would like to see some sort of performance indicator that is public information to make sure that indeed the money is spent wisely, or excuse me, the money is not exactly what I mean. What I mean is giving them some corporate welfare is actually something that is to the benefit of all Nebraskans. We want to make sure that they do pay a good living wage compared to what other businesses are doing here in Nebraska. And we want to make sure that we consider new retail, that they may perhaps receive the same tax exemption and maybe consider a 30% benchmark over 20%. Now, I know about half of those things are doable and half are clearly not doable. And I'm realistic, but my job and the job of several other senators on this floor is to be the voice of Sarpy County. And so that is what we are doing with this amendment. And I've already talked about it multiple times. So with that, I'm going to leave it with this and yield my time back.
Thank you, Senator Blood. Senator Linehan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Blood. And Senator Blood did talk to me about this earlier today. And yes, between general and select, we'll have more conversations. And if there's things we can do that make the bill better, I'd be happy to engage in that conversation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Senator Kauth, you're recognized to speak.
Very much. Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Blood yield to a couple questions?
Senator Blood, would you yield to some questions?
Yes, I'd be happy to yield.
I wasn't able to hear you talk to Senator Linehan this morning. Would you explain to me what, I'm starting to read through the amendment. Can you explain in detail? Because I wasn't aware there were problems with SARPI.
I didn't hear the last part of your sentence. I'm sorry, what?
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize that there were questions from the SARPI community or SARPI County about this bill. Can you explain what the difference is and what it is that they're looking for?
Sure, and I did talk about it several times this morning, and then you also received a letter from the Revenue Committee in reference to it. So the concerns are that we are giving a special offer to one community for basically one project. And the concern is that although we have helped businesses in Sarpy County, that this is not an even playing field. And so what they'd like to see, if the 692 portion of the bill passes, which it of course will, is that we have at the very least a performance indicator. Performance indicator being that did we spend our money wisely? They want to make sure that we match the minimum wage across the state. And to be really frank, Senator Linehan said, well, with the workforce shortage, that's probably a given, but they'd actually like to see language in there that if they're going to receive benefits from the state of Nebraska, that one of the things that they can promise us is that they're going to pay a fair wage. And then it does address gambling, but that's really not something that I know we can push for. I think it was more to get your attention. And that maybe they consider that new retail everywhere receive the same tax exemption and not just Gretna. Again, even playing field. And one of the benchmarks that was suggested to me was 30%, but the bill does have a 20% benchmark. So it's not realistic to believe that everything in this amendment can happen, and I've said that from the very beginning. But it is realistic to hear the voices of Sarpy County and know that at least half of these things have potential, regardless of what the fiscal note says, because they won't pertain to the fiscal note, such as the minimum wage and the performance indicator. And I would hope that those things would be doable.
Thank you. And so when you talk about fair wage, is that minimum wage or is that a different wage that you're
I mean,
thinking
match
for?
the
Is it
average minimum wage across the state.
Okay, across. And then the 30% you're talking about, how many people are coming from outside the state?
Right.
To increase that up
And
to
right now, the bill
30%.
says 20%,
Right.
which actually is fair.
You think
Yeah.
that's good. Okay. All right. And then the concern is that it won't be an even playing field. Are you concerned with the dollar amounts? So for a city of a certain size needs to have $1 billion investment. Different size cities, smaller investments.
I want to make this clear. I'm speaking on behalf of Sarpy County. I've been asked, so I want to be really careful and not say this is my personal thing. There are often times I have to stand up and talk about things that are uncomfortable because I represent the fastest growing county in the state of Nebraska. And so their concern is that all new retail should receive the same tax exemption and not just Gretna.
Okay. So they're not really concerned with the size of the project. It's just any new retail that comes in.
Even playing field, because there's a lot of communities that are struggling to bring in people. And the more tools that they have in their toolbox for economic development, the better they can do,
Okay.
which we know that.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
It's my pleasure.
I
Thank you.
yield my time.
Thank you, Senators. Senator Linehan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I really appreciate that Senator Blood came to me this morning. So when I got up, I said I would talk to her, but I failed to say this is not in our parlance of terms here, a friendly amendment. I would like you to vote red on Senator Blood's amendment. But with that request, I'm also saying that we will work between now and select on some of her concerns and some of Sarpy County's concerns. But the other thing this came up this morning on the turnback tax, all the things that go to smaller communities. I'm going to hand it out, but just to give you an idea, it starts back in 2005. It's 4 single space pages. In 21, Scottsbluff got a ball field, Cozad, Rec Center, Blair Community Event Center, Sports Complex. These were grants to these cities: Binkelman, Imperial, Kimball, McCook, Spalding, Malcolm, Nebraska City, Walt Hill, Murray, Staplehurst, Gretna, Ponca, Wisner, Callaway, Bellevue, Lexington, Pawnee City. I'm sure there's something in here for North Platte. I can read the whole list, since we're burning time here. Start at the beginning, it's Kimball's. You know what? I'm not seeing anything for North Platte. You need to talk to Glenn Rex. Yeah. Anyway, there's significant sums of the turnback tax, and this is clearly, we all know this, we're in the legislature. You have to negotiate. So clearly when Omaha and Lincoln were getting turnback taxes, people in the rest of the state wanted their share. And would Senator Ibach pause her question?
Senator Ibach, will you yield to some questions?
Yes, I will.
Senator Ibach, you mentioned this morning in the briefing that you were familiar with this program.
Yes, I am.
Have you seen it used in your community?
I have. Imperial got a nice grant last year, and a lot of the smaller communities in District 44 have been recipients of these grant funds, and they're very helpful for rural communities to help with recreational projects, community projects, and they've been very beneficial.
Thank you very much, Senator Ibach. So again, I'm here if you have questions. I will have the pages hand this list out. I'm not going to have the pages hand this out because it's a little booklet, but if anybody's interested, I have the proposal for the addition to the CHI Center in Omaha that's also part of this bill. It's really lovely, and I'm very excited about it. So if anybody, I'll have the pages, if they would come and do this. And then if anybody else wants to look at this, it's on my desk. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Senator Von Gilleren, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was wondering if Senator Blood would yield to a few questions.
Senator Blood, would you yield to some questions?
Senator Linehan, I'm trying to wrap it up. They keep talking to me. Yes, Mr. President, I've had
Thank you,
yield.
Senator Blood. Thank you for pronouncing my name properly earlier. Thank you. Appreciate that. You mentioned performance indicators, and in the bill, there are some requirements for reports to the Department of Revenue in order to ensure that the proper amount of sales tax is being collected and forwarded. What other kind of performance indicators might you be interested in seeing?
Thank you for that question. It would, again, not me personally, but the folks from Sarpy County would like to see a public hearing.
I'm sorry, say that again, please. I've got a conversation going on.
All right, you guys, quiet down over there. So it's not me personally that wants the indicator. It is the folks in Sarpy County, and they would like to see a public hearing. They want to make sure that we're very transparent. And not everybody would know to go to the Department of Revenue to look for a report like that. So they would like to have a public hearing where communities could come in and testify and compare notes.
And how would that be different than the public hearing that the Revenue Committee held several months ago?
Well, because your public hearing was on the actual bill, not on the performance of the bill.
Okay. Even though that bill had some performance requirements within it. So I'm following your question. Thank you.
Fair enough.
Additional question. You seem to express some concern, or at least on behalf of Sarpy County, about the minimum wage or fair wage. I'm not sure where that concern comes from. I mean, obviously, we have a new minimum wage statute that is in progress, and fair wages, as we've talked about, the market is driving fair wages. Is there a concern there that I'm not understanding, or could you add some color to that, please?
Well, actually, Senator, that's a really good question. As you know, if you followed the legislature over the last decade, that it's not uncommon when we impose economic development types of legislation that we also put in markers for fair wages. We want to make sure that if indeed we are giving out corporate welfare, that our citizens benefit financially from it within reason. And so by comparing what the average minimum wage is in Nebraska, as opposed to going to the ultimate minimum wage amount, we may be able to help lift up several more Nebraskans, or hundreds of thousands of more Nebraskans that choose to work in that area.
Is there another bill or a model program that you wanted to follow for that, or would we be starting that progress from scratch?
I'm sorry, I don't understand that question. Can you
Would
repeat that?
is there another bill or another program that's in place that would help define fair wage means something different to everyone? Is there another process that's in place that could be adopted in order to ensure that?
No, I mean that you can just tweak the language and make it happen in this bill.
To define what qualifies as a fair wage?
Right. You can do make it comparative. That's what we've done in other economic development bills. I'm sure I could find actual instances where we've done that in the past and share that with you.
Okay, thank you. And then lastly, and I don't mean this to be smart aleck, Gretna is in Sarpy County.
It is. But
And,
Gretna's not come to me. It's been the other mayors of Sarpy County.
okay, and then is the Sarpy Chamber involved in this conversation at all? Where do they land on this?
To be really frank, the Sarpy Chamber is not very active in Nebraska politics and haven't been for as long as I've been connected with them, which is decades.
Okay, thank you so much for answering those questions.
My
Appreciate it.
pleasure.
I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you, Senators. Senator DeKay announces some guests in the North Balcony. Fourth graders from Bloomfield Elementary, Bloomfield, Nebraska, please stand and be recognized by your Nebraska Legislature. Senator Lippincott, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, sir. I was wondering if I could ask a question to Senator Van Gilleren.
Senator Von Gilleren, will you yield to a question?
Yes.
Yes, just to piggyback on your discussion with Senator Blood, do you have additional information for that?
Sure.
I yield my time.
I didn't know if you had a specific question that you wanted to ask about. Yeah, no, some of the things that were just spoken of with Senator Blood, I appreciate her concern, her interest. I really appreciate her speaking on behalf of her constituency, and it does sound like it's a little bit, I don't not necessarily say fractured, but she has multiple entities that she's trying to represent, and I think all of us can appreciate that. We all represent multiple entities in our districts. So as far as the performance indicators, I'd spoken before within the bill that there are reporting requirements for the Department of Revenue. The fact that this is a new program and it's a little bit unusual. In fact, it's even commented to in the fiscal note that they said that a half of a clerk's time would be required in order to review those reports on an ongoing basis. So the developer, the owner of the project would have to submit those reports on a regular basis in order to qualify and continue the program. And again, a comment that I shared earlier, and I think it's really important, is this comes at no cost to the state of Nebraska. If this development doesn't happen, it's at no cost. If it does happen, it's at no cost. If it doesn't happen, there's also no potential revenue associated with 692. If it does happen, there's substantial revenue for the state of Nebraska. The fact that the sales tax is discounted for a number of years until the project infrastructure is paid for certainly is the state of Nebraska's chip in the game and an incentive in order to make a project happen that by all of our best knowledge would not happen otherwise. So it's important that we recognize the fact that there are performance metrics within the project that would require the developer to live within the constraints of the bill. Senator Blood we had some conversation about fair wage, and in my previous life as a contractor, I've seen that language in multiple contracts and multiple project specifications, and I can tell you it's a very tricky thing to deal with, particularly when you're dealing with different entities. One of the bases that is often used, particularly in federally funded projects, is Davis-Bacon wages. And that's a conglomeration of wages that are compiled from around an area that are considered to be the wage that represents the trade, different trades in that area. And they're typically higher than the wage that is that is paid within the area, but again, it's a conglomeration of a number of different wages. We've seen other cities, Omaha has experimented with, and I'm not sure right now if they have a fair wage standard. They had a living wage standard. I've seen other districts and other entities impose healthcare requirements and other things to be mandated by an employer in order to be qualified as a fair wage. And then to my point about Gretna being in Sarpy County, that's obviously that's stating the obvious, but certainly the county will benefit in many respects by having Gretna, by this project being successful in the city or around the city of Gretna.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just as other entities benefit when cities within their counties do well. So sales tax isn't the only tax. I mean, there's nothing in this bill about property tax. So these entities will pay an increased property tax, which will help the school districts and the local entities in Sarpy County. So I think it's a win-win-win, and Sarpy County certainly will benefit. Whether the cities of Bellevue and Papillion and La Vista benefit directly, they'll benefit indirectly through the county performing at a higher level. So thank you, Senator, for your question.
Thank you, Senators. Senator Holdcroft, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will Senator Blood yield to a question?
Senator Blood, would you yield to a question?
I don't know what else I could say, but sure.
Thank you, Senator Blood. I assume you're responding to the letter from the mayors of Bellevue, Papillion, and La Vista in your statements here.
No, that would be incorrect assumption. It was based on conversations I had with the mayors.
Okay, conversations with those three mayors.
Mm-hmm.
So nothing from Gretna or Springfield.
I have not talked to them, and I've not said that I've talked to them.
And also from the county board, from any members of the county board concerning this issue?
I don't think so, not in the last 30 days.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator Blood. I would just like to add a few other things. This will mostly benefit my district, which is West and South Sarpy County. So this is really it's a benefit for Gretna, for of course Nebraska Crossing, and for Springfield. But I would also point out that I have another bill in which actually it's in the governor's budget for wastewater treatment, which is going to greatly benefit Bellevue and Papillion primarily, and not Gretna. So I'm not sure why we are trying to single out certain cities and saying we're not supporting them and we need to do something because we're passing bills that benefit other parts of the county. So with that, I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Senators. Senator Blood, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow Senators, friends all, I want to immediately respond to that. Not once did I say that this was a bill that should not pass. Not once did I say that it's not important that this happens for Gretna. What I said is I want to talk to Senator Linehan and make a few tweaks, and I think she's open to those tweaks because when we've talked one-on-one, we have an understanding that the things that I'm truly asking for are quite reasonable. And yes, the wastewater treatment should be passed because in order for Sarpy County to continue to be the fastest growing county in Nebraska and to support the infrastructure that we have to have that happen. So we are very thrilled that indeed is going to be moving forward. And thank you to the governor for when he signs that. So I just want to make it really clear, just because somebody says something on the mic doesn't make it so, and there's an example. I'm not trying to sink this bill. I'm not trying to say that Gretna doesn't deserve to have this pass. I'm just saying I want a few tweaks. And in reference to the reporting requirements, reporting requirements are not performance indicators and not public. They're available to the public, but is not a public hearing. And in reference to the living wage, by the way, there's a living wage calculator that any monkey could use. It's livingwage.mit.edu. If you wanted to know what the average and fair living wage would be when we're talking about Nebraskans. So we talk about things, and I know when we love something to death, or when I'm asked the same questions over and over again, that we're trying to kill time, and I respect that. because we want to make sure that when we try and move bills forward, we have enough votes. So good on you. But had you actually listened to what I was trying to do, it was to start a conversation, not to try and sink a bill, not to try and add grandiose amendments onto it that would ruin the bill or be a poison pill. It was to start a conversation with Senator Linehan and to make sure I didn't make her angry in the process, because I do have respect. And with that, had you not asked so many questions, I would have done this sooner. I would like to withdraw my amendment.
It is withdrawn.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator Blood would move to amend with AM 1785.
Senator Blood, you're recognized to open on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Excuse me. Fellow senators, friends all, full transparency, I have not had an opportunity to discuss this amendment with Senator Linehan. So Senator Jacobson's talking to her right now, so I hope she's listening, that I just told her that I was aware that we hadn't had a chance to discuss this amendment. So to be really frank, I had not planned on bringing this amendment forward until I heard that we were giving a tax break on twine. And I understand the use of it and the purpose of it and why it's important that we do give a tax break on that. But what many of you don't know is that years ago when we didn't have the funds, I had a bill in reference to breastfeeding. And we had a great hearing, and it was a really good bill and revenue. But because there was a fiscal note attached to it, we decided to only take out the part where you couldn't be cited for breastfeeding in public, which at that time in Nebraska, had someone been offended by the curve of your breast while you were breastfeeding your child, you could have been cited. They could have called law enforcement. So we got half of the bill through, but the half that was really important was sales and use taxes on the gross receipts for the sale, lease, or rental of, and the storage, use, or other consumption of breast pumps and breast pads or nursing pads, and storage supplies. So we have not had a hearing this year, but we have had a hearing on this. And I feel that we talk so much, and we're going to talk about it tonight, about how we're a pro-life state and it's about the babies. You can't get much more about the babies than providing nourishment and love, the love that they get through breastfeeding. And so last minute decision, and I'm sorry, Senator Linehan, I didn't get a chance to talk to you about this. I don't have high hopes because people are making it clear that like we're stepping on their territory anytime we try and make amendments like this. But I want you to like actually listen to what I'm saying. You know, if children are important to you, we know we've gone through the process on this. The fiscal note was small when we had it the first time. Why would you not want to make breast pads and breast pumps? You know, we know more married couples here in Nebraska work than any other state in Nebraska. So we have a lot of breastfeeding moms that have to go to work, but want to keep providing that nourishment for their children. We also know that we have a lot of moms that are breastfeeding moms that also provide milk to preemies here in Nebraska and kids with really serious issues when their own moms can't provide that type of nourishment. And so this is my feel-good amendment. And Senator Linehan, I have no more amendments after this. I hate that she's my roommate when I'm in trouble. Otherwise, it's kind of cool. So, you know, if you're going to ask me questions about the bill. I know that this is kind of out of order. And you can stand up and say, this is out of order, whatever. But I'm serious about this. This is a drop in the bucket. If we truly embrace mothers and children, why the heck are we taxing things like breast pumps and nursing pads? It's ridiculous. And so with that, Mr. President, I just ask that everybody vote green on this amendment, and if not, no hard feelings.
Thank you, Senator Blood. Senator Moser, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. This morning, we had a discussion, kind of back to the main bill, about the constitutionality of bonding to build highways. And so I have some information that is kind of enlightening along that way. From Article 8, Section 1, the bonding is possible provided that the legislature determines by a 3/5 vote of its members elected thereto that the need for construction of highways in the state requires such action. It may authorize the issuance of bonds for such construction, and for the payment of the interest and the retirement of such bonds, it may pledge any tolls received from such highways, or it may irrevocably pledge for the term of the bonds all or part of any state revenue closely related to the use of such highways, such as motor vehicle fuel taxes or motor vehicle license fees. And then it goes on to talk about some issues with flood control that are also bondable. So that's the section of the Constitution that we're referring to with the letter that I got from the legal department at the Department of Roads. So the Build Nebraska Act currently funds the Highway Capital Improvement Fund with sales tax revenue, and the legislature can use sales tax revenue to build highways. The Constitution limits the revenue that the state can pledge to pay highway bonds. These bonds must be paid from revenue that is derived from sources closely related to the use of such highways, such as motor vehicle tax or motor vehicle license fees. There are no current sources of law that determine whether sales tax revenue is closely enough related to the use of highways. The amendment avoids the constitutional question by exchanging the source of funding for the state Highway Capital Improvement Fund from sales tax to motor vehicle fuel taxes, motor vehicle license fees, and other revenue sources that are closely related to highways use. The sales tax currently funding the State Highway Capital Improvement Fund is then credited to another Department of Transportation account, which is used to build highways, but not used to pay the bonds. In all other ways, the Build Nebraska Act remains unchanged and will continue to be an effective tool for expediting the completion of the Nebraska Expressway system. The section of Highway 30 that was built from Schuyler to Fremont was built in sections 5, 6, 7 miles at a time, and it's been done over a long number of years. I don't know, 10, 12 years, maybe more or less. And this is a case where they could have issued bonds and built that all in one section, and it would be done. We'd be driving on it. It would address safety in that area of Highway 30. There have been numerous crashes of both local citizens and just people traveling through the state. It would it would have been built at a lower cost. You'd only have one mobilization. For the contractor, you'd only have to deal with one contractor. The contractor could lease his equipment for longer periods of time, knowing that he's guaranteed to get all that work to connect Fremont to Schuyler.
1 minute.
Just a lot of advantages to being able to build that in larger sections rather than so many small segments. So that's kind of the rationale behind the bill, and then the explanation of the Constitution was just so that those who ask those questions could be assured that we've considered those limitations and we're addressing those. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Moser. Senator Hughes has some guests in the north balcony, 14 fourth graders from Emmanuel Faith Lutheran in York. Please stand and be recognized by your Nebraska Legislature. Senator Linehan, you're recognized to speak.
I do remember Senator Blood's work on this issue, and actually talking about sales tax exemptions brings back so many bad memories. So it's not actually about Senator Blood or Herbold, it's just that hearings that go to midnight and But we can, do research on this. I don't think, because this, Senator Blood, I know I didn't give you a heads up, but could you yield to a question? It's not a hard one, I don't think. It's not a gotcha.
Senator Blood, would you yield to a question?
Yes.
This wasn't a bill you brought this year. This was a year ago or 2 years ago? 3 years ago.
2 or 3 years ago, to be very honest. And I said that at the beginning, this was not a bill from this year.
Okay.
And the only reason I even thought of it was because of Senator Slama hitching a ride with the twine thing.
Okay, thank you very much. So I would ask for you not to support Senator Blood's amendment, not that it's not a good idea. Here's the situation, Senator Blood. There's already things in this package that are it's going to be over the price tag the way it is. So when we get to select, we're going to be taking things out instead of adding things in. So it's not because your idea is not a great idea. We just didn't have it in the committee this year. And I would ask that we don't add it because at this point, I'm almost certain it would have to come out, even if they're really little fiscal mode. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Senators. Senator Bostoman, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to speak a little bit about DOT. Senator Moser, what he just spoke about, which caught my ear pretty heavily here, which brings back my comments on the County Bridge Match Program. Basically, what Senator Moser was saying is that any sales tax, fuel tax or otherwise, DOT can sweep it, and take it, and use it for bonding. That's what basically I think the conversation with the director and myself was that they weren't going to fund County Bridge Match anymore because they were going to take the funds. So that concerns me a great deal because I've had a significant number of county highway superintendents from across the state email me thanking us, thanking you, thanking me for the amendment that we put on the County Bridge Match Program. This is critical. I can't emphasize that enough to our counties. This is a significant part of what they do and how they're able to repair or replace bridges across the state and our counties. Either they work together to purchase culverts, box culverts and stuff to work together so they can do multiple projects across county lines at a time or otherwise. It's a critical item for them. And I'm not willing, and I hope you're not willing, to allow them to continue to sweep those funds. So one thing I would like to talk with Senator Linehan on between now and select is ensuring that our fuel tax funding is a portion of it remains with our County Bridge Match Program. That needs to continue to happen. Those funds can't be swept. Those funds also go to community development. So my concern is, and DOT better be listening loud and clear, is if your thought is you're going to go sweep all these tax dollars in all these areas and forget about the programs that are highly successful, like the County Bridge Match Program in the state, we got a problem. We got a problem. So I would like to work with Senator Moser, Senator Linehan between now and select specifically to figure this out. Because that's just not something that I feel we as a state should do, because every county in the state can benefit from this, and they do benefit from it. This is, once again, a very significant part of what our counties do. And we all pay fuel taxes in our counties, right? We all buy fuel and pay fuel taxes. Part of those funds should come back to our counties in this form to pay for it, to help us repair or replace those bridges. This is a great program. I think the late Steve Mika was a county supervisor, highway supervisor, and Saunders County is one of those helped start this program, or at least a significant influence in the program. He talked to me about it quite a bit, about the importance of this and how it worked. This can't go away. This won't go away. I will continue to work on this, and I'll ask others to continue to help me to work on this. We do have it. The amendment does help that we had in 818. It does help with about $11 million, I believe,
1 minute.
for the next 6 years or so. But we need to be able to, we need to be able to ensure portion of those fuel taxes rightfully need to come into that county bridge match program to make it viable, successful, and continue, because we have hundreds of bridges that are closed or need repair. We need to make that happen. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bostelman. Senator Clemens, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also was interested in the bonding. I was concerned about the bonding issue and see in the fiscal note that there is a limit of $30 million on the payments. Would Senator Mosier yield to a question?
Senator Mosier, would you yield to a question?
Yes, of course.
Senator Mosier, is there a limit of $30 million on the payment in the amendment that you have?
I believe there's another amendment that increases that to 35 million. The total of 45 million is large enough that it may require more than 30 million to retire those bonds. And so I think that's why they arrived at 35.
You mean the total of 450 million?
Yes, should they find it advantageous to issue bonds? That question has to be answered first, but yes, then they need they could need up to 35 million to pay those bonds off, but that's going to be paid out of revenue from the sales tax, which goes into a different fund, and then the bonds would be paid from the motor vehicle tax, and so it's kind of an account shuffle to make.
And how about the 19-year limit? Is that fixed in your amendment?
It's up to 19 years. That is correct.
That's the maximum. All right.
But
Well,
and then there's an extension of the Build Nebraska Act too. The Build Nebraska Act currently expires in 2033, so you couldn't have a 19-year bond with a 10-year revenue stream supporting the Department of Transportation. You'd have to have 20 years to match a 20-year bond. But all that bonding is dependent on it making sense for the Department of Roads to do that. The construction inflation would have to be higher than the current bond rate. They would have to have projects that would benefit from being built in bigger segments. They wouldn't necessarily want to connect, or wouldn't want to try to join projects that are far flung. It's all in the name of efficiency, and if it doesn't improve efficiency, then they're not going to do it.
but the amendment we're voting on for the bill today is $35 million limit on debt service payments.
I'm not sure which amendment that
Okay.
correction is in. We have one other amendment.
That's going to be proposed. Okay.
Yeah, we may not get to it
I was
today.
noticing that $30 million a year for 19 years on 450 million, you can only have a 2.5% rate to be able to service that. If you get to 4%, you're down to 394 million. But yes, 35 million a year, as long as the rate is 4.25% or less, it would service that in 19 years. Is there a concern that we may run out of some highway funds if we spend them all on debt in the future?
Well, first of all, I commend you for being the only person that thought to do the math and see whether it all worked out, because that was contemplated in the construction of the bill in the first place. And so I'm glad that somebody's paying attention to what's going on. And second of all, it does have to make sense. Again, it has to be more efficient and save the state money. It's not to rush to build roads at bad prices and get us behind the eight ball. It's supposed to be done to complete the Build Nebraska Act and to complete the expressway system. I think there is language in there that would allow it to be used in other places.
1 minute.
But 450 million is a drop in the bucket compared to the total construction budget. it couldn't fund everything the Department of Transportation needs to do.
Is there a sunset on this in 19 years or just? is it
Yes, the
perpetual?
Build Nebraska Act would expire in 2042, 2043. I'd have to look at the.
About 20 years, okay. Thank you, Senator Mosier. And as long as we can keep those limits of spending, I'd like to keep current year's money for current year projects rather than getting into debt where we're needing to use our budget for past spending. And I've appreciated Nebraska being a state that doesn't get into debt. And
That's your time, senators. Thank you.
thank you.
Senator Blood, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow senators, friends all. Senator Boslin was nice enough to come up and chat with me a little bit about this amendment. And she is right that since I first brought this notion forward, that the ACA now considers breast pumps as durable medical equipment. And so there are certain breast pumps that they will recommend, and most will cover a personal use pump. But I remember during the hearing, one of the concerns was when the insurance did cover it, is they only cover specific types. And so it might be manual, it might be electric. And as women know in this room that have breastfed, the manual ones can cause permanent damage to your breast tissue and can be really painful. And maybe I'm real old school and maybe nobody that's younger than me knows about that. But in my days, but they don't cover the nursing pads. They don't cover the storage supplies. And that's really a drop in the bucket compared to some of the money we've given out to big corporations this year. And so I think there's room for negotiation because clearly we're killing time. But I don't know. We eliminate taxes on things that I don't always understand. I think we should never again tax groceries, and I think it's great that we haven't done so. I think we've had, Senator McKinney's had his bill in reference to period poverty supplies. I think that we've made it accessible in the prisons, or at least we've had a bill on that for women. It's expensive to be a woman. There are a lot of expectations, especially when it comes to motherhood, that we should be embracing. We talk about it all the time on this floor. Here's an opportunity for us to put our money where our mouth is. And granted, as Senator Linehan said, this is an old bill. I'm not pretending, and I was very transparent at the beginning. But we did have a public hearing, and it was a very positive public hearing. And I can tell you that bringing it back next year isn't going to change the fact that it needs to happen. And so am I living dangerously, throwing amendments here and there? Probably. But they're all, although not a friendly amendment, they are a friendly amendment in the way that I'm proposing them. And yeah, this bill has a lot of moving parts. So with all those moving parts, would you even notice this teeny tiny amendment in that great big bill? I don't think so. I think we could get away with it. I want you to kind of like calm your minds, get yourself in a good place, and think about all the mommies and babies that we're going to help with this little teeny amendment. That's pretty spectacular. We can decide today that we're going to be good supporters of our mommies and our babies, and we're going to say, we know, especially with inflation right now, that you're living paycheck to paycheck, and you shouldn't have to use old washcloths in your bra because your breast milk is leaking out and you need to go to work. You shouldn't have to use sanitary napkins. I know a lot of the mommies have to do that because they can't afford breast pads. Let's do something nice today. Let's put some good energy out into the world. Because I have a feeling when we get to tonight, there's going to be some harsh energy going on. So maybe we'll put some good karma out and make a difference. So let's not call this a hostile amendment. Let's call this a friendly, mommy, baby-oriented amendment. And let's do something good for the mommies of Nebraska.
1 minute.
The fiscal note is going to be a drop in the bucket, especially since we know that insurance companies pay for the vast majority of breast pumps. So really, when it comes down to it, we're talking about storage and nursing pads. And should a tube or something break and you had to buy a new tube. I don't have high hopes, but you can't blame a senator for trying. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Blood. Senator Albright has a guest under the south balcony, her husband, Mike. Please stand and be recognized by your Nebraska Legislature. Senator Wayne, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will tell you that if what happens out in the Gretna area is pulled off, it'll be one of the greatest economic developments areas that we've seen, at least in my lifetime, and maybe many of you who are a little more seasoned. We'll have a nice lake. We'll have a huge youth sports complex, and we'll have all your local shopping needs right there at a retail development. I am all in favor of that kind of development. In fact, when Star Wars was first mentioned, I kept saying we have so many people who leave Omaha to go to Okoboji and to Missouri to fish, boat. We need something like this on the eastern side of the state. And for Lake McConaughey, wow, that's so great. I can drive to the Ozarks just as far as I can drive there. So people are picking down south where the weather's a little better and little different activities. So I support this, but I also can't support this at the expense of North and South Omaha, to be blunt about it. This would, again, devastate the youth sports that are already being devastated. So I'm going to tell you a little history here about North Omaha. North Omaha used to have the premier basketball league in the Midwest. How people currently drive to play soccer in Kansas City every weekend, yes, there are a lot of families who drive down there in my district and across everybody's district, at least in Omaha, at least once a month for the weekend, maybe a couple times a month, to play youth soccer down there. That same kind of atmosphere was on 24th and Cummings. It was called Kellum. Kellum Elementary School was the premier sports league. Kellum Elementary School had the likes of Andre Woolridge, who maybe you are an Iowa fan, Kenya Crandall, if you're a Kearney fan, and many NBA players dating back to the 60s. I can name them all, but we would be here forever. Only mention those two is because those two taught me how to play when I was in second grade. So I actually learned how to play from some of the best. And Kenya is now a UNO coach, and Andre is still playing, well, he's not playing anymore overseas, but he is coaching youth development out in Sacramento. He was all big at the time, Big 8 for Iowa, if you recall who Andre Woolridge was. I can talk about Terrence Badgett at Nebraska. I could talk about Ron Boone, who played in the NBA, all of them at the Kellum League. Why is that important? Because the Kellum League became decimated and disappeared about 12 years ago when OSA opened up on 120th and Maple. Great basketball league, have nothing against how OSA was ran, but the number of courts has never been done before in Omaha. So when you wanted to hold a basketball tournament, you wanted to hold a basketball league, it's easier to run, it's more efficient underneath 4 to 6 courts. The side effect of that was the East Omaha leagues disappeared. And you had people who had to travel. It took away the culture. So let me tell you how it used to be on 24th and Cummings. There was a little place called Little Vietnam. It was the projects on 24th and Hamilton, right next to Kellum Elementary School, where there was a shooting there almost every night, except for on Saturday. Saturday is when the league played. Saturday started at 8 o'clock in the morning. You spent all day down there if you weren't running to get your hair cut and coming back. And you used to walk down to the McDonald's right off of 24th and Cumming. It was a staple in the community. And when that disappeared, part of that community disappeared. And so when I see the articles come out on this development and I see people from outside of Omaha who want to build a youth complex. I go back to that story and that thing that I lived where we no longer played at Kellum, where the kids I coached didn't have that history of where they came from, and that community lost part of that pride. I bring that up because there are many, many schools, and I'm trying to explain how important sports are, and maybe people don't understand that. There are many schools right now who refuse to merge in Western Nebraska because they don't want to take away that local pride of their local sports. And I see many rural senators nodding their head. Sports are ingrained in our culture. They are ingrained in our education.
Senator, but you're next in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. President. That same sports is ingrained in East Omaha. And I can tell you that when COVID shut down, and then Omaha Public Schools wouldn't allow people to participate or practice in their facilities, you saw a direct correlation in the juvenile violence that increased in East Omaha. These kids had nothing to do. And if we can't figure out how to offset, we have fields right now in East Omaha that have holes that you could fall in and not come out of, Senator Erdman. True, not that deep. That was wrong, Senator Harlan. Hollering. But my point is, that's part of our culture. So I'm trying to work from general to select to make sure we don't lose that East Omaha feel. We don't have baseball. Black baseball in Omaha is almost gone. There used to be a Martin Luther King League that is no longer existent because it moved to Country Club and then the Benson Little League. I played for both Benson and Country Club. Country Club right now was Emmanuel Hospital's old land. Emmanuel Hospital sold that. Now that is a quality living center, QLC. I might say their name wrong. That's in my district. Devastated that community. I was a part of that community. We had nowhere to play until Benson Little League picked us up. That's why it's so important. Yes, it is $1 billion industry. Yes, it'll be great to the Gretna area. And if it pulls off between a lake and the retail and the youth, it's going to be booming, but not at the expense of all the kids in East Omaha. So we have to find balance. And that's what we're trying to do. So I won't vote negative on this bill, or no. I will be what my good friend Senator Erdman hates me to do, is present not voting, because I hope to work out an amendment to make sure we save youth sports in East Omaha. And again, to put that in perspective, you have a 12-court facility going up on a 214th and 204th and Dodge. You have new soccer fields that were just done in Ralston. You have Tranquility Park in the city of Omaha, who have been trying to get that updated for years. But when people are building new facilities around them, it's hard to get that done. Also, you have Elkhorn Sports Association, who is looking at building more soccer fields and more and another facility. Papillion, their high schools literally are facilities, and same as Gretna. My daughter played out at a Gretna tournament, and I walked in, I thought I was on a college campus. They have weights and more gyms. I mean, it almost looked at like KU when I went there. If I would have had those facilities when I was growing up, I'm telling you, Senator Decay, I'll be playing in the NBA right now. But I had the 9.5-foot rim down the street that I had to learn to adjust my jump shot on. So it took me a couple shots to get back to where it was supposed to be on a 10-foot rim when I went to high school. Sports are important. They're not the be-all, end-all. In fact, I wish many in my community wouldn't look for sports as a way out. But the reality is, if we don't provide them with that option, I can give you the data where our juvenile violence has increased. If you don't believe me, there's another good friend. She might be in the balcony, might be outside. Jill Johnson. We were the only two freshmen who played at Northwest on varsity. And the culture that we had at that school because of sports is a game changer. This is the first time last year that no OPS team was in the state finals, not even state finals, state tournament in basketball. I can point to you that was a direct correlation to not having anywhere to play outside of school during COVID.
1 minute.
So that's why this is important. I can give you all the data in the world to support it. But at the end of the day, I want you to think about your small towns you represent. And every time there's been a talk about merging You go back to that Friday night lights, that Saturday volleyball game, of why you don't want to give up that pride in your community. Some of you are so frustrated that they build new gyms just for that school who has 60 kids, because that's how important for that community youth sports is, and that's how important it is for Omaha. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Senator Lippincott announces some guests in the north balcony, 3rd and 4th graders from Palmer Elementary, Palmer, Nebraska. Please stand and be recognized by your Nebraska Legislature. Seeing no one in the queue, Senator Blood, you are recognized to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, fellow senators, friends all. I'm going to ask you to live dangerously. AM 1785 is a small, teeny, tiny amendment with a small, teeny, tiny fiscal note. Sometimes, now I've hung out with you guys. I know you get group messages about whether you should vote green or red. So like, don't pretend that doesn't happen. I also know one person in particular who orchestrates that quite often. What's the worst that could happen if you vote green on this amendment? When I brought the bill forward the first time, and it had both the public indecency and the elimination of sales tax, one of the quotes that I remembered using was one from Pope Francis. And I know not every Catholic agrees with me, but he's my favorite pope, because he's like the people's pope. And he always said, if they're hungry, breastfeed them without fear. Feed them because that is a language of love. And the reason that he kept bringing this up in different arenas was because women were actually embarrassed to breastfeed in the Sistine Chapel. And their children would cry and they would feel the need to have to leave Mass to go and feed their children. I think about that every time I'm in Mass and I see a young woman feeding their infant during Mass. And it's like, I think that's a beautiful thing that she's sharing Mass with her infant and that she's not embarrassed and should not be embarrassed because she's not the one that sexualized her breasts. It was who God knows who, but it was not that mother. A breast isn't any different than an arm or a leg. It's so vital to newborns, especially our preemies, especially those that have specific health issues. And this is an opportunity. Someone turn off your cell phone, please. If the Pope can support public breastfeeding, why can't we? If every organization we talk to when it comes to the health of infants says that breast is best when a mom is able to or able to gain access to breast milk, why aren't we doing everything we possibly can to move it forward? And to be really frank, we may have had some bills that would have helped that, but because it's such a circus this year, both my breastfeeding bills are still stuck in committee. Are there 25 people in here who want to live dangerously and take an unfriendly amendment and make it friendly and help the mommies and the babies here in Nebraska? I want to know. And so it's an opportunity for you to not be present, not voting, but to be green and say, you know what, I know this is a drop in the bucket, especially since insurance covers most breast pumps. And this is the very least thing that I can do today to support mommies and babies. And granted, this came out of nowhere. But when we did have the public hearing on this bill several years ago, it was met with great reception. And the only reason this part of the bill did not move forward was because that was when we had death by fiscal note. And that was every fiscal note. It could have been $20 and it wouldn't have gotten passed. And so I challenge you to put some green light
1 minute.
into our universe today Ignore your group text message that says to vote red, and show me that you can think on your own and that you agree that this is what's best for the mommies and the babies of Nebraska. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Blood. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 1785. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
14 ayes, 25 nays on adoption of the amendment.
The amendment is not adopted. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Linehan, you're recognized to close on LB 727.
I'd like to thank everybody that worked on this bill, all the sponsors. I'd like to thank the Revenue Committee. It's been very helpful, and we'll see you on select. I ask for a green vote on 727, call the House, regular order. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
30 ayes, 2 nays to place House under call.
House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. All unexcused members are present. Excuse me, waiting on one. Senator Aguilar, please return to the chamber. The House is under call. All unexcused members are present. Members, the question is the advancement of LB 727 to E&R initial. There's been a request for a roll call vote, regular order. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar, voting yes. Senator Albright, voting yes. Senator Arch, voting yes. Senator Armendariz, voting yes. Senator Ballard, voting yes. Senator Blood, voting yes. Senator Boston, voting yes. Senator Bostar, voting yes. Senator Bostelman, voting yes. Senator Brandt, voting yes. Senator Brewer, voting yes. Senator Breezy, voting yes. Senator John Kavanaugh, voting yes. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, not voting. Senator Clements, voting yes. Senator Conrad, voting yes. Senator Day, voting yes. Senator DeBoer, voting yes. Senator DeKay, voting yes. Senator Dorn, voting yes. Senator Dover, voting yes. Senator Dungan, voting yes. Senator Erdman, voting yes. Senator Frederickson, voting yes. Senator Holleran, voting yes. Senator Hansen, voting yes. Senator Hardin, voting yes. Senator Holcroft, voting yes. Senator Hughes, voting yes. Senator Hunt, not voting. Senator Ibach, voting yes. Senator Jacobson, voting yes. Senator Kauth, voting yes. Senator Linehan, voting yes. Senator Lippincott, voting yes. Senator Lowe, voting yes. Senator McDonald, voting yes. Senator McKinney, not voting. Senator Mosier, voting yes. Senator Merman, voting yes. Senator Raybold, voting yes. Senator Reapy, voting yes. Senator Sanders, voting yes. Senator Slama, voting yes. Senator Vargas, voting yes. Senator Von Gillern, voting yes. Senator Walls, voting yes. Senator Wayne, not voting. Senator Wishart. Vote is 44 ayes, no nays, Mr. President, on advancement of the bill.
LB 727 is advanced to E&R initial. Mr. Clerk for items.
Mr. President, amendments to be printed. Senator Conrad to LB 531, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh to LB 727, Senator Hunt to LB 810, new LR 178 from Senator Brewer. That'll be referred to the executive board. That's all I have this time, Mr. President.
Speaker Arch, you are recognized for a message.
Thank you, Mr. President. Excuse me. I was asked to provide an overview of the process now for LB 574, which is the next item on the agenda. And so I wanted to just run over that. I think there could be some confusion in language and so forth, and I just wanted to clarify that. You will notice that the agenda item reads, final reading motion to return to select file for a specific amendment. So what we're about to do is we're about to go to final reading. So we need to be in our seats as we do with all final readings. It is a very specific motion to return to select for a specific amendment. The specific amendment is AM 1658. And we will be on final reading for the entire process. And this is where it might get a little confusing because of select file, the mention of select file. We were on final reading for the entire process. And so what that means is that this is a 2 hours maximum for if it goes to cloture, it would be a 2 hour. Does not trigger another 4 hours debate on select. The amendment is not amendable. It is a specific amendment, and so that is what will be considered. If the motion is successful to return to select for a specific amendment and the amendment is adopted, then it will be re-advanced to final for final reading. It needs to lay over for at least a day at that point. And when it gets to final, there is an additional amendment on file, so it would be in order for another motion return to consider that specific amendment on its next final reading. All votes today will be 25 votes with the exception if a cloture vote is required, which of course is 33. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senators, I raise the call, but please remain in your seats as we proceed to a final reading. Mr. Clerk, for the agenda.
Mr. Clerk, Mr. President, final reading, LB 574. First of all, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh moved to recommit with MO 85.
Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. It's critical for us to acknowledge the detrimental impacts of anti-gender affirming care legislation and take a firm stance against it. LB 574 raises significant concerns regarding parental rights and the fundamental role of parents as primary caregivers and decision makers for their children's health and well-being, the economic development of our state, healthcare access for Nebraskans, a complete rebuke of the legislative process, a negative impact on our rural communities that are already struggling with healthcare access, and finally, but certainly not last, the potential for legal and financial implications this will have for the state. I'd like to start with parental rights. As parents, we are uniquely qualified to make informed choices for our children. In fact, members of this very body have argued the importance of upholding and protecting parental rights as the bedrock of a strong and stable society. They've gone so far as to call parental rights fundamental rights. In another bill presented this session, Senator Merman wrote, "Every parent of a child in the state shall have a fundamental right to direct the upbringing, education, care, and mental health of the parent's child." Those of us who are parents or caregivers know that directing our children's upbringing, education, care, and mental health is a tough job, but arguably the most important and most rewarding one. By preserving parental autonomy, we recognize the deep connections and knowledge parents possess of their children and celebrate that unconditional love, empowering families to navigate the complex landscape of healthcare decisions while safeguarding the best interests of their children. Throughout history, we have entrusted parents with the autonomy to choose medical treatments and interventions that align with their religious, moral, and cultural beliefs. Each family holds its own set of values and principles that guide their decision-making process. These beliefs often stem from deep-rooted faith and traditions. It is critical that they are respected and protected by our legal system. A vote for LB 574 sends a clear message to the parents of Nebraska. They cannot be entrusted to make important decisions for their children. I don't believe that any of us here today want to send that message, but a vote for this bill inadvertently does just that. Colleagues, today we choose to recognize the unwavering commitment of a parent to their child. Parents are profoundly invested in their child's well-being and are committed to seeking the most appropriate and beneficial health care options available. So let's choose to acknowledge and respect that. I'd next like to discuss the dangerous economic impacts this kind of legislation have. It is so dangerous that the business community chose to make its strong and vocal opposition to anti-LGBTQ legislation and rhetoric known. Numerous companies understand the vital importance of diversity, inclusion, and equity. Hundreds, including dozens of major Nebraska-based corporations or organizations with large Nebraska footprints, have made their opposition to these bills clear. They know that discrimination against transgender folks not only harms the individual and their loved ones, but also tarnishes Nebraska's reputation as a welcoming and business-friendly state, making it more difficult to hire and retain great employees, recruit companies and event organizers, and even to fill our universities and colleges. Colleagues, I'm not naive enough to think that this opposition is purely altruistic. There's a reason corporations spend millions on DEI training, sponsorships, and marketing to diverse communities and more. They understand that inclusion isn't just the right thing to do, it's the smart thing to do for their businesses. Inclusion is the smart thing to do for Nebraska as well. It is essential that we listen to these voices and carefully consider the long-term consequences for our business community and for economic growth and viability of our state. The medical community has consistently stood united in opposition to LB 574. Nebraska physicians and healthcare organizations recognize the critical significance of affirming care for transgendered individuals. Dozens of doctors came to this building multiple times to share their concerns. to share stories, and to urge us not to strip away physicians' rights to make educated decisions for their most vulnerable patients. Healthcare providers understand more deeply than most that access to appropriate medical interventions such as talk therapy or hormone therapy is indispensable for the mental and physical well-being of transgendered individuals. Ignoring their expertise and denying access to necessary healthcare is both unethical and perilous. The Nebraska Medical Association and countless national medical associations, including the American Academy of Pediatrics and the American Medical Association, also actively oppose these types of bills. As legislators, it is our job to listen to these experts, to the individuals who have to deal with the repercussions of the decisions we make in this building, and our experts are telling us loud and clear to vote no on LB 574. Negotiations surrounding this bill have had a total lack of transparency and genuine dialogue. When creating legislation that directly impacts people's lives, it is essential to foster an environment of openness and inclusivity. Even our local media has reported that the work on potential changes to the underlying bill have proven to be in bad faith and disingenuous. It has been particularly disheartening to hear the comment calling negotiations a listening exercise. Listening without taking into account anything you've heard is a hollow and empty gesture. It's hearing, not listening. Our constituents deserve better than that. Nebraska deserves legislation that is firmly rooted in empathy, understanding, and a genuine concern for the well-being of all individuals. Nebraska deserves legislation informed by experts, created with integrity, and run through the filter of multiple perspectives. This is how we create a state that works well for everyone, not just a lucky few. LB 574 will also have a detrimental impact on the health of rural communities. Those of you who serve our rural districts know that your healthcare systems are already strained. Access to specialized medical care for transgendered individuals is already limited in many rural areas. By further restricting access to affirming care, we are isolating and endangering transgendered individuals living in these communities. Their well-being should not be compromised based on their geographical location. We must ensure that everyone, regardless of where they live, has access to the healthcare they need. In addition, with the dangerous and very real shortage of healthcare providers in our rural communities, legislation that strips away a physician's ability to provide standard of care medicine to a patient makes it even harder to keep doctors engaged and working in greater Nebraska. And lastly, there are the legal implications of such a ban. Enforcing and defending anti-transgender affirming care legislation will inevitably cost the state time and money. Legal challenges are going to arise and have arisen in 7 states, including Montana, Tennessee, Arkansas, and Texas. The inevitable lawsuits will divert valuable resources that could be better utilized to address pressing issues such as tax cuts, infrastructure, and education. As one of our colleagues said to the Nebraska Examiner, I came here to do property taxes and broadband. Colleagues, there are very real issues impacting the people of our state, and we've been tasked with the enormous responsibility to help. We must consider the potential financial burden imposed by this legislation and its impact on our ability to accomplish the things our constituents really need. We must ask ourselves if it is a wise allocation of our resources, both human and financial. The harm of anti-transgender affirming care legislation cannot be understated. It infringes on parental rights, disregards the opposition from the business community, contradicts the medical consensus, lacks transparency, threatens the health of rural communities, and burdens the state legally and financially. Today, I'm going to ask you to listen, not just hear. I'm not even asking you to understand. Perhaps you have a hard time understanding why someone would seek this care. Perhaps you think parents should find a different solution for their children's suffering. I know that for a lot of us, these conversations are deeply rooted in personal conviction and moral convictions. I understand that. But today I am asking you to listen and to vote for good and loving parents, vote for economic development for our state, vote for educated healthcare providers, vote for healthcare in our rural communities, vote for vulnerable children, and please do not vote for LB 574. There is a handout that I have given to everyone coming from the pages that outlines many of the things that I stated today. I hope you take some time to read it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Dungan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I do rise today in favor of the motion to recommit and firmly opposed to LB 574. Simply put, colleagues, LB 574 is wrong. I think sometimes we beat around the bush with how we talk about things, and I think sometimes we try to make things sound a little bit more ambiguous than they actually are, but LB 574 is wrong. It is bad policy, it is bad law, and it will actually have the opposite effect as to what the people who are supporting it believe it will be, which is that it's going to harm children. LB 574 has already had a direct effect on children. LB 574 has already had a direct effect on the families of transgender youth. And LB 574 has already caused harm to the very individuals that the proponents of this bill say they're protecting. I don't say that to fearmonger, and I don't say that to try to make anybody here feel bad, but I think it's important that we make it very clear. LB 574 is going to cause people irreparable damage, both emotionally, mentally, and physically. To the people who are at home watching LB 574's discussion, who have been there since the very beginning, I want to say thank you. You've put immense amounts of effort into this. And for those who have continued to be able to do the emotional heavy lifting, I think it's worth saying thank you, because this is deeply personal. And Senator Kavanaugh is absolutely correct that there's different motivations for people to be for this and different motivations for people to be against this. This is an incredibly personal bill to a number of people, but at the heart of it, it's just wrong. There's a number of reasons that I am opposed to LB 574, but the reason that I want to first start talking about here today, as I'm sure we're going to have many others talk about it, is exactly what Senator Kavanaugh started with talking about, which is that LB 574 is the most blatant example of the government stepping into people's personal lives that I think we've seen this entire legislative session. It's the government telling people what they can and can't do with their bodies, and it's a great example of governmental overreach with regards to parents' rights for their families. The 14th Amendment specifically says that we can't pass any laws that deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. I've talked about this at great length during discussions previously, but I want to highlight it again because I think it's important for us to understand that this isn't just a sense that we have that it's invading on parental rights, but in fact, LB 574 unconstitutionally violates the substantive due process that parents have to raise their kids. Our courts have long acknowledged that there are, in fact, fundamental rights to parenting children, whether that is the care of your children, how to raise your children, or even what kind of medical care to get your children. That is a fundamental right that parents have. And what 574 does is it seeks to violate the fundamental right of parenting. It seeks to tell parents what they can and can't do with their children, and it seeks to have the government step in and presume to know what's best for youth. And I have a problem with that, colleagues, I do. I think that what is clear is that there have been other laws that have been passed, and we've talked about this at great length as well, such as the Arkansas law. And the Arkansas law, which was 626, their resolution 626, is nearly identical to LB 574. And the district court, the federal district court in Arkansas, stopped that from going into effect because it said that it violated both Equal Protection Clause, First Amendment, and Due Process Clause of the Constitution. And specifically what it hit on was exactly what we've already started talking about, which is that parents have that fundamental right to parent their children. And this violates that without an actual reason to do so.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I know that there's going to be a lot that's talked about here today, but I just wanted to urge you again to take stock of where we've come from and where we are. I was listening to a pastor speak a couple of weeks ago, and he talked about doubt. And he encouraged everybody in the congregation to have more doubt. He encouraged everyone to doubt the things they're told, doubt the things they believe, because without doubt, you can't think critically. And so I know we've had a lot of conversations around 574 as time has gone on, but I would encourage everybody as we sit here and actually listen for 2 hours to have doubt and think about where we are today and where we got to where we are and what your beliefs are. And question where those come from and question whether or not you really believe the government can step in and tell parents what's best for their children. So colleagues, I would urge a yes vote on the motion to recommit to committee, and I stand firmly opposed to LB 574. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Dungan. Senator Blood, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow senators, friends all, I stand in support of the recommitment and against LB 574. And I ask for those of you that are just staring forward to please follow along on Uninet, because I want to talk about what I've talked about since day one, and that this bill is a mess. Other people are going to talk about why it's ethically and morally wrong. I want to talk to you about why it's technically wrong. So let's start with page 5, line 14, starting with or other mechanisms to promote the development of feminizing or masculinizing features as an opposite biological sex or genital or non-genital altering surgery performed to alter gender. So the question that I have is that without invading somebody's medical privacy, how do you know what these procedures are for? Last I checked, you were not the genital police, although this bill makes me think otherwise. If you look at page 6, line 21, there's data that shows that 1 in 5 teens know at least one teen athlete who are using performance-enhancing drugs. If you look at the top 3 PEDs, which are human growth hormones, testosterone, and anabolic supplements, what you've created in the narrative of this bill mirrors why this is problematic language in your bill. For example, a female athlete using androgenic steroids will cause her to have masculine qualities. Breast size and body fat decrease, skin becomes coarse, the voice deepens, many experience excessive body hair, and lose scalp hair. So if they use it too long, it's actually irreversible. Now, the part of the bill says, with the purpose of assisting with gender alteration. So what happens is, this is hyperandrogenism, which means the body is in a state where it produces excessive production of male hormones. So based on your description of male and female and what justifies purposeful transitioning, this is one of the many gray areas that you guys have created with this bill. And frankly, again, who's going to police it? Will you take drug manufacturers to court, the sports doctors that prescribe these drugs? And by the way, it is 100% legal to buy testosterone on online websites like honehealth.com. Will you now be the testosterone police? Page 5, line 19, you say there are only boys or girls when speaking on the mic, and you've said it over and over again. Yet in this section, you admit children can be born with medically verifiable disorders and can have both ovarian and testicular genitalia, which pretty much blows your theory for this bill completely out of the water. Page 5, line 30, gender-altering procedures do not include the acting chronic treatment of any infection, injury, disorder, etc., caused or made worse by gender-altering procedures. So what? What the heck does this mean? We don't want the surgery, but if there are medical issues when you have the surgery, we're not sure who's going to be held liable, but we want to make sure we give you a pass. So does this have a look back component? Page 6, line 9, gender altering surgery procedures performed for the purpose of assisting an individual with gender alteration, including without limitation hysterectomy or ovaryectomy for biologically female patients. So who are you guys going to be, which one of you are going to be in the office of the OBGYN? And whether you get to decide whether this is going to alter someone's gender or not. Do you belong in that office? Is our medical history not our personal history and not privy to you deciding what we can and cannot have? I don't think you can do that legally. Page 6, line 21, you allow cisgender children to utilize these medications, but not trans kids. So the right to health includes entitlements and freedoms. Entitlements include the right to a system of health protection that gives everyone an equal opportunity to enjoy the highest attainable level of health. Page 7, line 1, no facial feminization surgery. It's a good thing that Michael Jackson never lived here. Like it or not, we have a lot of privileged children in Nebraska who may very well choose to do many of these things, and you don't get to decide if making themselves more feminine or masculine or the reasoning behind it is something that you get to do. It's actually kind of creepy that I think that you believe you should be able to do that. 1.6% of our population identifies as trans or non-binary. Out of that small percentage of population, you guys are trying to create a boogeyman to rile your base. If you want to help our kids, let's address the fentanyl crisis. Let's make sure that every child never goes hungry. But what you've done is you crafted a bill and you created a false narrative that hundreds of children in Nebraska are lining up for these types of surgeries. And the average age for the surgery, by the way, is 29.5 years of age. First it was CRT, then it was election fraud. This year it's book banning, anti-trans bills,
That's your
and drag
time,
queens.
Senator. Thank you, Senator Blood. Senator Wayne, for what purpose do you rise?
Yes, I filed an amendment to recommit the bill to the correct committee, which would be judiciary, since there's a criminal penalty now.
Senator Wayne, would you please approach? Speaker Arch, could you come forward, please? Senator Wayne, the ruling of the chair is that you can't amend a recommit due to past precedent. So, and that's the ruling of the chair. There's been a motion to overrule the chair. All members may speak once. No member may yield time. Senator Wayne, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, so here's what happened. I'm gonna give you the full picture here, and I'm gonna be very crystal clear here. For those who have a Mason manual, it's section 387, number 2. For those who don't, you can look that up, section 87, section 2, section 87, sub 2. Our rule on motion to reconsider is on page 49, and all it says is here's the priority motions. Now, when we started this debate, everyone, months ago, we passed, and some might call it a knee-jerk reaction to amend our rules to only have one recommitment per day. Well, when we did that, if something like this happens on a recommit where we're actually recommitting now to the wrong committee, there's no way to fix that. So since our rule is completely silent on this issue, you have to determine what other priority motions are amendable. So you go to Mason manual when it's not in our rule. So in our rule, section 387, number 2, the motion to refer to committee may not be amendable except as to the committee or as to the instructions to the committee. That is clearly in the Mason manual, 387. I hope we can get some passed around so you understand that. Now, the past precedent that the chair is relying on is incorrect. And I'm trying to say this nicely and politically because we had a frank conversation up there, and I think this is okay where we're at. But I want the floor to understand, Senator Larson came down here and tried to file, my freshman year, a motion to recommit to a different committee. It was either a committee, it came out of natural resources, or he wanted to recommit it to natural resources. No, it was before I got here. No, it was here, my first year. Lieutenant Governor Foley ruled that was out of order and had no priority because he was making it to another committee. That's not what I'm doing. I am re-referencing this to the Judiciary Committee because this now has a criminal penalty. And colleagues, this is very important because my colleagues who are on the exec board specifically overturned my request to bring this bill to Judiciary because at the time it did not have a penalty. And if you don't believe me, ask Senator Breezy, Slama, anybody on the exec board. I wanted both of these bills dealing with this issue in Judiciary. And the argument was, and in fact, I got one bill that dealt with a similar issue, Senator Hunt's issue, because it associated with the criminal penalty. But these two in particular bill, this one in particular, was at HHS because there was no criminal penalty attached. That is the jurisdiction of the judiciary. If there is a penalty attached like this, particularly a criminal penalty, it is in judiciary. That was the exact basis of why this went to HHS. Now in this amendment, there is a criminal penalty. Well, in order to I understand that, but if you recommit this bill with the language, it will be a criminal penalty attached. Yes. The amendment, okay, now we're having a sidebar conversation. The amendment is not on the floor. I agree with you, but if you're recommitting it to a committee and you want to add a penalty, which would be the first line item on this bill, it's a criminal penalty. And because, and to Senator Clemens' point, the reason I can't change the committee is because we passed a new rule, not thinking through the new rule. In a normal state of affairs, I would withdraw I say, Senator Kavanaugh, will you withdraw this amendment? If they're going to try to add a penalty, we should send it back to judiciary. But because we struck the language and said you can only offer motions to recommit one time, I have no other way to make sure this goes to the right committee. There is no other way to make this go to the right committee. I appreciate that, Senator Clemens, but when you're on the mic, I don't talk to you and chat with you while you're doing it. So give me that same respect. There's no other way for me to get this recommitted to the right committee. Whether we like that or not, that's what we sat up there and talked about. Because of the rule change, there's no other way for a recommitment this entire day, whether another amendment gets attached or not, for it to go to the right committee today. That's all it comes down to. Now, the question before this body, if we want to get technical on what is on the board, what is on the board is my reading of the Mason manual correct or not? Can I amend a motion to recommit? That is what is on the board right now, Senator Clemens. It's not whether it's a penalty or not. Do I have the authority under our rules and under Mason manual to amend the motion to recommit? And I would submit, if we're going to take a hard line on that amendment is not up, particularly Senator Clemens, then take a hard line on the plain meaning of the rule when you read it. And that rule specifically says, and I quote, "The motion to refer to a committee may not be amended except as to the committee or as to the instructions to the committee." That is what the rule says. Either we want to follow the language of the rule or we don't. The question right now before the body isn't whether the amendment's getting adopted, whether the penalty is actually on the bill. The question right now before the body is, does a member of this body have the ability and the authority to amend a recommit motion? That's it. The rest of the arguments don't matter right now. Does a member of this body, per our rules and per the Mason manual, have the ability to to amend a recommitment motion? And the answer is yes. But the question is, so let's follow the logic here for Senator Clemens, because he is right. I'm not saying he's wrong, he's right. But he was talking and I was trying to think at the same time, and I'm only good at like one thing at a time. What would happen here is we would overrule the chair. Then my amendment would be up. And that maybe is when his argument comes in. But don't tell me I don't have the authority to do so when it's plainly in the language. That's all I'm saying. And so I would invite anybody who wants to follow the rules to look at it and say, here are priority motions. Go to Mason manual and it says in 387, the motion to refer to committee may not be amended except as to the committee or as to the instructions to the committee. I am allowable to do this, and everybody should have the same right to do this as this body. The precedent he is speaking of, if you don't believe me, you can ask him or ask the speaker or ask our clerk, was a motion to recommit to a different committee. That's not the same motion before us. The motion before us today, right now in this moment, is, does anybody in this body have the ability to amend a recommit motion based off the change of the committee or the instructions to the committee? And the answer is the plain language is yes. So who's going to stand up and actually agree with this based off of our language that is clear, plain, and concise and simple to read? Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Senator Hansen, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was wondering if Speaker Arch would yield to a question.
Speaker Arch, would you yield to a question?
Yes, I will.
Speaker Arch, do you have anything further to mention on this topic?
Yes, I do. Further consideration after our conversation up front here. The use of the Mason's Manual in Rule 2, Section 1B the use of the Mason's manual follows, and it reads in this way: in the absence of a controlling rule to cover a specific situation, and in the absence of controlling custom usage and/or precedent, the presiding officer may utilize Mason's manual of legislative procedure as authority. My argument would be that we do have precedent because we have never allowed an amendment to a recommit motion in the past. So with that, I would say that yes, Mason's manual could follow, but it is the precedent that we have not allowed this in the past that should rule, not Mason's
Speaker
manual.
Arch, could I pause for just a moment? Senator Hunt, the understanding has been that during this overrule the chair, each senator cannot yield time to another, but may ask another to yield to a question. Could you come forward, Senator Hunt? Senator Hunt, there was an understanding last time this issue came up that precedent allowed a senator to yield to a question and ask another to yield to a question during a recommit, during a motion to overrule the chair, but that a senator may not yield time. So the ruling is there is no ruling. Your point of order is out of order at this time. Senator Hansen, you're recognized to continue on your time.
Wave. Thank you, Mr. President. For now, I will yield my time back to the. I'll yield my time back to the chair. Actually, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I rise in support of Senator Wayne's interpretation of the amendment. And for those of you who haven't taken the opportunity to look at it, it is as clear as anything is written in any of these rules. He's right. It's section 387 of Mason's, subsection 2. The motion to refer to committee may not be amended except as to the committee or as to the instructions to the committee. And as Senator Wayne distinguished previous motions to recommit from this amendment, it certainly seems like the amendment is in order under Mason's. And again, we've talked about in our rules, the rule clearly states that when our rules are silent, we go to Mason's. That is Rule 2, subsection 1. In the absence of a controlling rule to cover a specific situation and in the absence of a controlling custom, usage, or precedent, the presiding officer may utilize Mason's Manual of Legislative Procedure and its authority. And this body, this chair, clearly relied heavily on Mason's when we were having a debate about whether or not we can amend the journal just a week ago. And in that debate, I think is where the confusion is here, Mr. Chair, that Senator Conrad attempted to ask Senator Wayne a question, and I believe he was ruled out of order. I guess I could be corrected if I could find that in the journal, but then Senator Wayne did raise a point of order to that ruling and ultimately withdrew it, if I remember correctly. And I guess I could ask Senator Wayne to yield to a question to see if he remembers it that way, but I'm not going to at this moment. But as Senator Wayne correctly pointed out, this is a question about whether this amendment is in order, not whether or not you should vote for the amended motion to recommit. We can have a whole conversation about whether you should vote to amend the motion to recommit. This is a question about what it is the rules say and whether or not we're allowed to amend a motion to recommit to change which is the appropriate committee of jurisdiction. And we've had this entire session has been where the rules have been contorted by those who sit in the chair and those who have authority over committee referencing, committee assignments, to put their thumb on the scale and get the outcome that they want. There's a constant changing of what is the observed precedent, what rules are we going to follow when it's convenient, and to move things in the direction that the majority is choosing to. And so this is a pretty clear one. Again, you don't have to vote for the amendment itself if you don't want to. But the rule says that we use Masons when there is not a clear rule on point. And our rules do not specify whether or not or in what fashion we can amend a rule to commit. So when Mason says that it is an amendable rule, as Senator Wayne read, he's correct. And so we should stick to our rules. You can get the outcome you want. I would guess if you don't want it to be recommitted to judiciary, that you could probably whip the votes to vote down that specific amendment. But we should have that vote under the rules as the rules are written and meant to be interpreted. So I would suggest that you vote in favor of the motion to overrule the chair. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Erdman, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me correct what Senator John Kavanaugh just said. Rule 2, Section 1B says, in the absence of a controlling rule to cover a specific situation, in the absence of a controlling custom, usage, or procedure, the presiding officer, you ready for this? The presiding officer may utilize Mason's Manual of Legislative Procedure and Authority, may use. Senator Kavanaugh said we shall use, we have to use, we always use. It says we may use it. Doesn't say we have to. It also says in Rule 1, Section 1 of Rule 2, in all matters not covered herein, the legislature shall decide as to the procedure to be followed by 25 votes. So we can decide whatever we want to do with 25 votes. And it doesn't say we need to use Mason's rules. But we've interpreted the rules to say it says shall. It doesn't say that. If you want to look at it, it's on page 9. Rule 2, Section 1B says may. So we spend all this time arguing about Mason's rules when in fact we don't even have to use Mason's rules. If 25 of us agree to do something, that's exactly what the procedure is. So we get all bogged down by people who use Mason's rules to confuse us and think that we have to do whatever they say we have to do according to the Mason's rules. It's not true. This is a dilatory procedure to stop the advancement of 574. That's what this is, plain and simple. Vote no on this, recommit, vote no on overruling the chair, and let's move on. I don't know how much more plain I can make it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Senator Bostoman, you're recognized to speak.
I would agree with Senator Erdman and the comments that Speaker Hart's made on overrule the chair. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Senator Bostoman. Senator Linehan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would urge your vote against the recommit to committee and also to support the presiding chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Senator Frederickson, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support to overrule the chair. I remember when we were going through bill referencing early on in the session, and we had a number of conversations during that time about what was happening with referencing, specifically as it related to bills related to the topic of abortion. And I remember having conversations on the mic about historically whether or not these bills were referenced to HHS or judiciary. And I explicitly recall repeatedly being told on the mic that the reason that LB 626 was referenced to the HHS committee was that it explicitly did not have criminal penalties in there. And so, as I understand it, the function of what we're doing today on the final reading of LB 574 is to return this bill to select for a specific amendment. And the specific amendment, as I understand it, does include criminal penalties. So Senator Wayne is making a very important and valid point here. If that is the goal, then this does need to be referenced to the proper committee. Unless something has dramatically changed between January and today with how we reference bills. But this is a drastic shift in how we're doing things in here. So I rise in support of this motion, and I think if we are going to be amending this bill with an amendment that specifically has criminal penalties in it, it is judicious of us to be doing this in the Judiciary Committee. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Frederickson. Senator DeBoer, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this is one of the concerns that I've had throughout this session, that when we do not apply the rules consistently, when we change them, when we have the point of order on whether or not to allow a question on an overrule the chair motion, and first we go one way, then we go another, then we go another, then we say we're going to go another way, but we don't actually rule the other way. This is the problem with that. We end up in this kind of procedural chaos. The question of whether or not to recommit it to committee, the criminal penalties suggest that this should go to judiciary. There is no way for Senator Wayne to make a motion to recommit to committee to Judiciary Committee unless he does it this way because of the rule that we passed that said only one per day of recommit to committee. The long and short of it is this: there are consequences even when we don't always see them at the beginning when we're making these rules. We just think, okay, we'll change the rules now, it'll be fine. But then we find, oh, look, here's a wrinkle we hadn't thought of. And that's the problem with this kind of on-the-fly changing of the rules, is that there are all of these wrinkles. These rules that we have been tested, and the kids would say beta tested. They have been tested and retested over the years to get to a point where there are not these kinds of little wrinkles where suddenly we're in a mess and we don't know what to do. I have never on the floor of this legislature heard so many references to what do we do if our rules don't answer the question. And part of that is because we've had custom in the past. We have had rules that were not changed, not according to the rules about how to change rules. We're headed down a path where none of us are going to even know what the right thing to do is anymore. So in this case, we need a process for sending it to the correct committee. So I will vote to overrule the chair. I would encourage all of you to do so as well. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator DeBoer. Senator Breezy, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not going to support the motion to overrule the chair. Referencing has been brought up like it has numerous times this session or in the past 70-some days. And this bill was referenced correctly. It deals with health care, deals with medical services, gestational age, pregnancies. It was referenced correctly. So, but some folks talk about criminal penalties. There's precedence for sending a bill such as this containing some reference to criminal penalties to the HHS committee. Back in 2017, we had LB 716. That was a measure to expand the category of abortion providers, essentially attempting to expand abortion access in Nebraska. It would have amended 24 criminal statutes and a handful of health and insurance statutes. It was referenced to the HHS committee. There is precedence for what we're talking about here. It was referenced correctly, and I'll stand by that. And I support LB 574, and I support the amendment that we're trying to get to here. And we can spin this any way we want. We can phrase this any way we want. We can call it anything we want. But at the end of the day, it's about protecting innocent life, and it's about protecting kids, period. Nothing more, nothing less. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Breezy. Senator Raybould, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of overruling the chair. You know, this is really, really sad. My colleagues intentionally choose to ignore parents and their rights, ignore their medical advisors. My colleagues choose not to interact or listen to families with trans children, not to listen to healthcare professionals, especially our OBGYN physicians, and to all the accredited medical associations, business leaders, and businesses in our state on how detrimental both bills are to families, our fellow Nebraskans, businesses, and medical practices we risk losing. We should be doing everything we can to retain and attract young families and professionals. This morning, we heard Senator Linehan speak directly to that in our discussion about the revenue bills. These two bills do so much harm in our state's effort to attract and retain our young professionals. And all the revenue bills and the corporate tax cuts and individual tax cuts we have just passed and are moving forward are for naught if we don't become a more welcoming state that embraces the diversities of each and every one.
And why is this even a priority bill? Since when is gender-affirming care more of a threat to children than firearms? If my colleagues were truly, genuinely concerned about protecting the lives of children, they would support any and all measures to protect children from firearm injuries. Furthermore, there are two separate topics, bills, and the combination is a violation of our state constitution. Really, the only common denominator is criminalizing health care for women, minorities, and LGBTQ, or worse yet, revoking licenses of these professionals we need to keep in our state. So well done, colleagues, well done. And I know during the committee hearings, there was not enough time. So many of our physicians were not able to speak and to tell you exactly how hurtful and impactful these bills are. One physician said both LB 574 and LB 626 are not good for Nebraska. They are harmful to the populations they target. They represent attacks on dedicated physicians who are providing the standard of care in line with our Hippocratic oaths to our patients. They are very injurious to physicians' training, recruitment, and retention. They contradict conservative principles, including limited government and a parent-family's sacred responsibility to direct the medical and moral upbringing of their child. They are discriminatory. Bills like this banning healthcare disproportionately impact Black, brown, and other minority people. There is no disentangling their effects from the racial disparities that our best values call us to strive against. They are contrary to the positions of major medical societies and the best practices of care. They are a violation of human rights. Thank you, Mr. President. They remove a patient and family autonomy, which is a core principle of medical ethics. Another physician writes, the amendments of a 12-week abortion ban, which is a 10-week ban, still threatens physicians with the loss of their licensure, creates a cesspool, a bill that broadly criminalizes healthcare. This mutated LB 574 with its abortion ban amendment single-handedly has the overwhelming opposition from the majority of every legitimate professional medical organization in the country. Do you know how rare it is for this many doctors to agree on anything? This legislation puts doctors at risk, puts hospitals at risk. Please, they say, see the recent lawsuit against hospitals that denied abortion care, and most obviously puts patients at risk.
That's your time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Raybold. Senator Day, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I want to point everyone in the direction of page 804 in the journal, the general file debate of this bill, LB 574. There was a series of questions. It appears that Senator Slama called the question. Senator Slama challenged the ruling of the chair because he ruled that there had not been full and fair debate. Shall the chair be overruled? Senator Hunt raised a point of order on whether a member may ask another member to yield to a question during debate on a motion to overrule the chair pursuant to Rule 1, Section 12. The chair ruled that members may not yield to questions during debate on a motion to overrule the chair. The chair called Senator Hunt to order for engaging in debate when recognized to raise a point of order. I want to draw everyone's attention to the fact that at every stage of debate this session, the rules surrounding debate have changed. We are no longer governing based on best public policy, based on norms of the institution, based on long-standing established rules. We are governing in a win at all costs atmosphere. Our bill fails, we're going to bring back a similar bill as an amendment on another bill. And then when the opposition attempts to do their work, we're going to change the rules so that they can't, because we don't care anymore. What are the rules today? I don't know. What are they going to be tomorrow? What were they a week ago? What were they 6 weeks ago? They're different. That is a huge problem. And I hope everyone at home understands the long-term implications of this for this institution long after you and I are gone. I have said it many times on the floor this session. This place is not about me. It's not about you. It's going to be here for a long time after we have all left the earth. And we continue to attempt to change the rules because we don't like what's happening on the floor, so we can get our bills passed. I just want everybody to see what's going on. At one stage of the debate, the chair says this. At another stage of debate, the chair says the opposite. You can file this, but you can't file this. You can file it on general file, but you can't file it on final reading. And I would also mention, we had a clarifying speaker's announcement on this bill today that no other bill has gotten. What are we doing? If you can't win or get your bill passed and keep your hands clean, then you don't belong here. You're not doing your job. Your job is not only about passing legislation, it's about upholding the institution so that the government in Nebraska can function long after we're gone.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Senator Day. Senator Lowe, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. I stand today in support of our children, both born and unborn. And with that, I support LB 574 and the underlying amendment we're trying to get to, 1658. I'm opposed to motion 85 and overruling the chair. With that, I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Senator Lowe. Senator Boslin, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in support of LB 574, oppose the motion by Senator Kavanaugh and the motion to overrule the chair. In looking at the amendment that's been filed in this case, I have noted there are 2 lines where the word penalty is found, none of them referring to a criminal penalty. One of them is on page 5, line 22. This references an administrative penalty dealing with discretionary measures. In other words, if you fail to pay an administrative penalty, you could be subject to discipline. That's not a criminal penalty. Second place where the word penalty is located in this amendment is on page 9, line 10. This refers to a civil penalty, allowing the director to dismiss the action or impose a, quote, civil penalty. The word criminal is found in one place in this entire amendment. That's on page 6, line 26. That refers to a criminal abortion. This section refers to examples of unprofessional conduct, which does include criminal abortions and has included criminal abortions for years. This does not include a criminal penalty and is, as I mentioned, not new language to the statute. Civil penalties do not necessarily go to the Judiciary Committee. Criminal penalties do. For those reasons, I would ask you to vote red on the motion to overrule the chair. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Senator Boslin. Senator Lippincott, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, sir. I support LB 574. I was reading in our rules book, Rule 7, Section 11, which talks about dilatory purposes. It says, motions and amendments for dilatory purposes. Motions and amendments shall not be filed for dilatory purposes. If more than 2 amendments or more motions are offered to a bill or resolution, the principal introducer of the bill or resolution may raise a point of order stating that he or she believes the amendments and or motions are being used for dilatory purposes. I would submit to you that recommit to the committee is such an act. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Lippincott. Senator Brewer has guests in the South Balcony, 41 sixth graders from Valentine Middle School in Valentine, Nebraska. Please stand and be recognized by your Nebraska Legislature. Senator Conrad, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I rise in support of the motion to overrule the chair, according to Rule 1, Section 12. I also truly and sincerely appreciate the speaker utilizing his presiding privilege under Rule 1, Section 15 to provide a roadmap in terms of process because there is significant confusion. And I believe he was acting in good faith to help the body get acclimated to the parameters of the debate, which we all know is going to be incredibly challenging and emotional and intense. I know in conversations with many members, some new members, some returning members, that there was a significant amount of confusion about how this afternoon was going to work, how subsequent procedural efforts in the wake of today's debate might work, and I am deeply grateful for the speaker for providing that roadmap. I think it was helpful. I'm also rising in support of the motion to overrule the chair under Rule 2, Section 1, subsection B, because I think it's really important to note that we don't actually have a controlling rule specifically on point. We do not have a controlling custom, usage, or tradition specifically on point, and thus we may utilize Masons, and we don't have another hierarchy of authority to rely upon. And so while permissive, it has always been our practice to utilize Masons as a complementary authority in addition to our own rules, customs, tradition, and usage. And I'm grateful that Senator Wayne brought this forward. Colleagues, let me go back for a minute, though, to reaffirm the broader point. The reason we don't specifically have a controlling rule or a controlling custom is because we've tried our best under challenging circumstances to chart a path together each day to advance the work of the people of Nebraska to protect this institution, but let's not also divorce ourselves from reality. This session has been unprecedented, chaotic, and challenging because of the toxicity and the divisiveness present in LB 574, 575, and LB 626. I want to also be clear, this debate is not and should not be about the speaker. It is not and should not be about Senator Kauth. It is not or should not be about Senator Kavanaugh. And it is not or should not be about the governor or lieutenant governor. Colleagues, this debate is about us. It's about us. The 49 of us who are here that sacrifice to be here, that worked hard to get here, that took an oath to serve in a nonpartisan institution, to truly, in our hearts of hearts, want to do the good work on behalf of the people, and have been prevented from doing such because of the divisiveness and toxicity in our politics that's on full display in LB 574.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, if you read the headlines, if you scroll social media, if you talk to your friends, families, and neighbors, and you're sick of the toxic politics, and they're sick of the toxic politics, the only way to stop it is to stop it. Hold ourselves up, as we always have, as Nebraskans, with an exceptional place in this country, that say we will not be drawn in to the passions, the prejudices, the partisanship that cripples our sister states in our nation. Let's not do it now. We have resisted that over the course of our history, and we have a responsibility standing on the shoulders of giants for generations to carry that forward.
That's your time.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Senator Merman, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do stand favoring LB 574 and against the motion to recommit to committee and to overrule the chair. I was quoted in the motion to recommit to committee, and that was a little bit out of context. I would like to add to that a little bit. There are exceptions of when parents have the ultimate authority to control the lives of their children, have the ultimate responsibility for the lives of their children. And some of those are in purchasing driver's licenses, joining the military, purchasing alcohol, cigarettes, and firearms, and voting. Parents do not have the authority over their children on allowing them to do those things. And I think that it should be added to that list. Abortion and harmful life-altering surgeries and drugs should not be something that parents can allow their children to do. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the rest of my time.
Thanks, Senator Merman. Senator Vargas, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you very much. I rise in opposition to LB 574, and in support of motion 85, and in support of overruling the chair to recommit to committee. I want to specifically speak to this overruling the chair because we've had many of these. Actually, I haven't had this many overruling the chairs in my entire tenure in the legislature. And I think that's really indicative of some of the things that Senator Conrad was saying, which is the place that we are currently in terms of more the divisive side of politics. That doesn't mean that we haven't disagreed. We disagree all the time on different issues. And honestly, I think that is a healthy component of what we do here. My concern is that we have gotten to this point where we're overruling the chair largely because it's our prerogative within the rules. I say "our" because whatever group is overruling the chair. And it's happening more often largely because of it is the only process that we have to be able to move forward and set some things right, or to set the record straight, or to apply consistency as much as possible. I think we've heard from different senators on when we apply that consistency from the ruling from the chair. It's extremely difficult to hear that because there's just a lot of questions around what we are or are not doing to uphold this institution. Even right now, getting questions from constituents via text on what is happening is feeding into people's confusion on how we actually abide by our rules and also have consistency with what we're doing. You know, there are questions around our timing, on whether or not this is counting towards time, which my understanding is that this is not counting towards the time to cloture for the underlying bill, but we are just using time outside of that. The question is that a consistency that we've been applied to everything during this session when we've had an overruling of the chair in this instance? I'm still unsure. But the reason why I support the recommit to committee is because when we are in the absence of clarity within our rules, we often do look to Masons to dictate, to provide us guidance on how we can move forward. And I do confess that, Senator Erdman is right. If we have 25 votes, there's a lot of things that can happen. Just because we have 25 votes and it can happen, to what he said, doesn't mean it always should. In this instance, we're debating whether or not it should be recommitted to the committee, given the amendment that is upcoming, which I think it should. I think there's a valid point that's made. But I am very much concerned on the sanctity of this building and institution and what it looks like when we're using these motions to overrule and what it really is telling us about the current state of our legislature. And I'm hearing it outside. I'm the closest to the door. I can hear the pain and anguish from people on both sides. And it is extremely difficult for me as a senator that is looking for how we can build some consensus and have civility in this world. But the part that is really hard for me to stomach is we're debating something that is inherently more divisive, and it has been seen so this entire session. These motions that we have been employing are in our rules, and I support the ability to use the things within our rules, but it is very telling to the fabric of what is happening in the state right now. It's very telling to our relationships and how seriously we take these. I remember my first couple of years when we'd have overruling the chair or on germaneness or on dividing the question on many other things, and we would take it so seriously because we knew that the minute that we would take a decision, that it would set precedent for how we operate. And I'm not entirely sure I feel that same sense of when we make a decision that that's precedent that we can't break. And that it is inherently confusing even the public on what standards we are upholding. And when we change the rules of the game for a bill, not for the sanctity of our session or the body, or each other, but for a bill, or these set of bills. So I express this concern because, well, quite honestly—
That's your time, Senator.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Vargas. Members, for clarification, you are free while on final reading here to move within the chamber. You just prohibited by rules from going out the glass doors. Senator Walls, you're recognized to speak.
Really? Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Vargas, for those words, and thank you, Senator Conrad, for your words. I have to admit the divisiveness is very disheartening. Not only is this is not only about one person, and it's not about one party. This is about us. This is about our duty to preserve the institution. And it's about our duty to represent people in Nebraska to the best of our ability. That is why I do stand in favor to recommit to committee. Simply, colleagues, because like Senator DeBoer, I am concerned about times when we are not consistent with our rules, times when we change our rules to benefit some but not others. That legislation— and I would agree that the legislation that we're talking about today involving criminal penalties does belong in judiciary, not in HHS. It wasn't referred to HHS. It should have been, or it was referred to HHS, but it's changed, and it belongs in judiciary. I also stand in opposition of LB 574 as written, and I hope that later on in debate I can explain my reasons why. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Walls. Senator Clemens, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I oppose the overruling of the chair. I believe our precedent is being followed. I don't recall this is my 7th year having this previously been accepted as a motion. And the correct committee was referenced in this bill, and even the amendment to recommit to judiciary is in error. There's no criminal penalty in AM 1658. And the penalties are, I see on page 3 and 8, page 3, line 25, a credential to practice a profession may be denied. That's a credential. That's not a criminal penalty. That's a license penalty. And on page 8, there's the director shall enter an order revoking the licensee's credentials. So credentials are an authority of the Health and Human Services Committee, and this was referenced correctly. And the precedent of the chair, I believe, ruling is correct. So I oppose overruling the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Clemens. Senator Halloran, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I stand in full support of LB 574 because I'm opposed to allowing children to make decisions that would mutilate their bodies either surgically or chemically. I'm opposed to the recommit to the committee and overrule the chair. Just a side comment here about some of the my colleagues who have stood up and very sanctimoniously talked about the institution and how we are abusing the institution, and the fingers are pointing back at themselves. We've had an onslaught almost from the very start in this session of motions to indefinitely postpone, motions to return to committee, motions to reconsider. And for what purposes? Just dilatory purposes. Senator Conrad has put in probably half of those motions that I just mentioned on 700 some bills long before they came to the floor, just to make sure that it was in the queue for stalling the session. So if you want to talk about respecting the institution, it should come from other people, but these people that have done these recommit to committee and reconsider motions and indefinitely postpone. So yes, Senator Conrad, Senator Walz, Senator Vargas, let's respect the institution. I yield the balance of my time.
Thank you, Senator Halloran. Senator Mosier, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. If our precedent is that we have not allowed amendments of recommit motions, then we don't need to consult Mason's manual. I support 574. I oppose overruling the chair. I oppose recommitting it to committee. As far as toxicity in the chamber, I think we all need to kind of look at our behavior here and see whether it's helpful to the process or whether we're stretching the issue to another level that is not correct. I've always tried to be calm and reasoned in my approach to what we're deliberating here, and I think we all should. I don't think we should be yelling and calling people names, and I don't think that's helpful to the process. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Mosier. Senator Kay, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today in support of 574, opposing the motion to recommit and to override the chair. We've already started to talk about 574s and AM 1658. So that's where I'm going to go with my talk this afternoon. It is said that a good compromise is when both parties are dissatisfied. And I think that's exactly what we have here. There have been some concessions made that have brought us here today. Neither side is getting all of what they wanted, and it is not everything either side had hoped for. I would like to take some time to speak on the Preborn Child Protection Act. At 12 weeks of gestation, we are getting into the time period when some of the most critical development takes place. At this point in a pregnancy, each child in the womb has most of their organs and structure developed. Facial features have started to emerge, and the body shape takes on more of a human appearance. The heart has already beat over 10 million times. I want to reiterate again that we can spend hours debating when human life begins, but at some point a determination needs to be made. According to the DHHS in 2021, there were approximately 309 abortions performed at 12 weeks of gestation and beyond. This compares to the total number of abortions performed in Nebraska that year, which was 2,360. As I see it, Preborn Child Protection Act would reduce the number of abortions in Nebraska by about 13% and potentially save the lives of between 300 and 400 more children each year. A quote that has resonated with me is one by Pope John Paul II. A society will be judged on the basis of how it treats its weakest members, and among the most vulnerable are surely the unborn and the dying. I do not believe that someone should be able to end the life because that child is unlikely to live long or at all after being born. For myself, abortion is not merely a medical procedure, it is also the termination of a new human life. I will leave it to others to build on the record, but as I see this amendment, it is friendly, it is germane, and both the original LB 574 and LB 626 deal with allowing children to grow up and mature. I can't think of anything much more important than protecting the lives of the next generations. I yield back the remainder of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Decade. Senator Reapy, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am going to limit my comments to AM 1658, which was a 12-week limit to what I have believed is the best for Nebraska. I believe most Nebraskans feel 12 weeks with reasonable exceptions is a reasonable compromise that protects the unborn, respects women's reproductive rights, and is legally defensible. Senator Hansen, will you yield to a question?
Senator Hansen, would you yield to a question?
Yes. Thank you, Senator Hansen. On April 25th, Attorney General Hilgers published an opinion that physicians that violate an act such as what is being proposed would not be subject to criminal provisions outlined under Nebraska Revised Statute 28-336. In the amendment I proposed on select file of LB 626, I included an explicit repeal of the criminal provisions that currently exist in statute. That explicit repealer is not, I repeat, not included in your amendment. Will you commit to me today that you will work with me next session to repeal the criminal provisions currently in statute to give physicians more clarity that they will not be held criminally liable should they violate this act or in this amendment as enacted by law?
Of course. Yes.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Senator Reapy. Senator McKinney, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the motion to overrule the chair. Just honestly speaking, the potential passage of this bill and the amendment is going to have some long-lasting negative impacts on the state if you're not aware of that, but many people probably don't care. Will Senator Mosier yield to a question?
Senator Mosier, would you yield to a question?
Yes, I would.
I listened to you speak previously, and I had a follow-up question. Is there any precedence on this motion?
I'm not the one that represented that there was a precedent, but the ruling of the chair is that there was a precedent, and that's my basis of my opinion on that.
Were you provided with any further information about the precedence of the motion?
I didn't see the journal, no.
All right, thank you. Would Senator Wayne yield to a question?
Senator Wayne, will you yield to a question?
Yes. Senator Wayne, what is this motion and what is the purpose of the motion?
First, there is no precedent on this motion. Speaker Arch, Senator Mosier, both heard the clerk say there is no precedent on this motion. I understand this topic is very emotional for a lot of people. But we're not talking about the topic here. We're talking about the procedure of whether any member at any given time on a recommit motion can file an amendment. Both sides have continued to talk about the issue and the underlying issue. That's not what's before us. In fact, that's why this time is not even being counted towards this bill. What is before us, Senator McKinney, is a simple motion to override the chair on an issue of whether I, a member of this body, can amend a motion to recommit. Our rule is silent. Yes, Senator Erdman, it says may, but our precedent has always been to follow Mason Manual. He is correct. 25 members can change that rule at any given time. You just pick up your hand and you overrule the chair. But let's deal with the real facts. Can a member of this body amend the recommit motion? That's the motion before us, Senator McKinney. That's all we're talking about. And that's all we should be talking about. Everybody else who is in the queue, which I think we should clear the queue, but that's never here, got right back to their same talking points on the underlining bill. That is not the issue, body. The issue is, can this be amended? It's clear in Mason Manual. And if you want to throw out the Mason Manual and say, hey, we're not even going to follow that precedent, then fine. Then vote that way. Then every vote comes down to override the chair. And if it doesn't count towards the time, that means we are not going to even get on bills for the last 10 days. If we're just throwing out precedent. The only precedent in this matter, Senator McKinney, is there is none. This motion has never been filed. Never. Senator Larson filed a similar one, but it was a motion to recommit to a different committee. That is not the same motion before this board. On the board is to overrule the chair of whether I get to file this. Not just me, whether 4 years from now, you get to file this. Whether next week, Senator Erdman gets to file this. And to mix it up with the underlining bill is wrong.
1 minute.
We aren't talking about the underlining bill, Senator McKinney. What we are talking about is this motion. Does a member of this body have the ability and the right, per our rules and per our Mason Manual, which we use as precedent? And the answer is unequivocally yes. Don't hop the rules and hop the procedures to have the means justify the end, Senator Breezy. You may not like the motion. You may vote against recommitting it to the judiciary. But do I get the opportunity? Does Senator Linehan get the opportunity? Based on our rules, it's yes. But we're in this tug of war and this fight of we can't even give an inch to the other side. I'm not on either side. Hell, most of you know I struggle with the position where I'm at on one parts of the bill. The question is procedure. And let's have that honest conversation. And who on the other side is going to stand up and actually acknowledge that honest conversation?
Your time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator McKinney.
Thank you, Senator McKinney and Wayne. Senator Blood, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow senators, friends all, I stand in support of the recommit to committee and overruling the chair. And I agree with Senator Wayne. Forgot your name for a minute. Senator Wayne. Never in 7 years have I seen such a clown show. Let's go ahead and stand at ease while we have a private conversation behind a closed door because we're not sure what to do next. Never saw that before. I thought for sure when we went to this motion to overrule the chair that you would clear the board because the people that were in the queue were to discuss the underlying bill in the motion. Now we're talking about overruling the chair and it's still the same queue. And I don't get that. All I can say, if I was a freshman senator and starting my first year this way, you are not prepared for how this body is supposed to work. We do have the right to make this motion. Senator Wayne is correct. But here's the thing. You are so embedded in this bill and taking sides that nothing else seems to be important today. I got lots more to say on how crappily that bill is written and how the text needs to be changed, and I've said that since the very beginning. If you were to take that topic out of the bill, it'd still be a poorly written bill. And that was the whole point of almost every time I've gotten on the mic during this bill. But we are not here to talk about the underlying bill. We're here to talk about whether we can overrule the chair. And we can. And I want to tell you, friends, that partisan politics are causing a constitutional decline, not just in our body, but bodies across the country. And you guys are all enabling people to participate in government overreach. And you need to be working harder to remove yourselves from that misguided course. Because what's happening, because you're asleep at the wheel, or that bad legislation is going to move forward. And we're not going to be able to come to the middle on things that are important. Because frankly, what's going on in the United States right now is a purposeful process meant to divide us, for you to take sides. And if you look at the history of democracy, you'll see that democracy cannot function, cannot happen when you become so polarized. And that's the whole point. This process has been skewed from the very beginning. I don't know if it's because of lack of understanding the rules or because of partisan politics, or maybe a combination of both. But what I do know is that there have been a lot of unfair processes happen. There are clearly some feelings that have been hurt. And there are some people who say they want to reach across the aisles and they want to work together. But when it comes to the rules and regulations and us expressing to them that, hey, that's not how it's done, they dig in their heels and they vote the way their text message tells them to vote. And I know this for a fact because just the other day I was talking to some of my peers and I see that the speaker had sent out a text telling everybody to hurry up and punch in. The speaker who is supposed to represent a nonpartisan body known as the Nebraska Unicameral. Friends, we all have something to say about the underlying bill, but right now we need to talk about the rules. We have the right to do what Senator Wayne says that we have the right to do. If you want to know how the rules are supposed to work, we have books up there that show precedents. There is a history of the Nebraska Legislature up there. Nobody cares if you go and grab a book and learn more. I certainly don't care. But meanwhile, quit being lemmings, be brave, learn the rules, learn what's right, what's wrong, and it's okay to point out when people screw up. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Blood. Senator Slama, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise opposed to the motion to overrule the chair. I think that Senator Wayne has raised a very fair point, but I don't think now is the time to be discussing the committee assignments for two bills that were originally assigned to HHS. We had that debate earlier in session. So while I'm grateful to have this discussion, I do have to stand opposed to the motion to overrule the chair and stand with the speaker and the presiding officer. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Slama. Senator Holcroft, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of LB 574 and in opposition to the recommit and the overrule of the chair. And I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Senator Holcroft. Senator Kauth, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of LB 574 and the amendment AM 1658 and in opposition to the overrule the chair and the recommit to committee. And I do understand Senator Wayne about not talking about issues that are not actually on the board, but it seems like we've been doing that this entire session. I find it ironic when senators will stand up and say how much the sanctity of this house means to them and how we should protect it. but yet their concern about the sanctity of this legislature was nowhere to be found when some of our senators stood up and said, we're going to burn this session to the ground. Nothing is going to happen. I will oppose everything. Where were all the senators who were worried about divisiveness and sanctity when some senators were launching personal attacks and said that they would just ruin the session when a sine die was passed or attempted on day 9? There's a lot of talk about protecting the legislature and the sanctity of it, but all this year, as a freshman, what I have heard is this has never happened before. So us freshmen are getting a really good lesson in what can go really, really wrong when that sanctity is not preserved. I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator Cowles. Senator Von Gillern, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just have a handful of thoughts that I want to share. First, children should not make adult decisions. Second, all life is precious and should be protected. Third, there are no criminal penalties in the bill or the amendment. Fourth, Rule 2, Section 1B, as Senator Erdman stated, is clear regarding the rules. Fifth, Senator Wayne, I'm not the one to rule on whether you have the right to make this motion, but I do know the purpose why you made it. Sixth, discussing the underlying bill instead of the motion. I don't appreciate being lectured to about staying on topic when I've listened to 4 months of cheesy potato recipes, favorite coffee cups, stories about pets, and general gnashing of teeth over 574 and 626, and personal attacks on the people in the room that don't see things the same way. Let's move on and do the jobs we were sent here to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hardin, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of LB 574, and I'm not in favor of overruling the chair. I will yield back my time.
Thank you, Senator Hardin. Senator Sanders, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you and good afternoon, Mr. President, colleagues. I oppose the overruling of the chair and the recommitment. I stand in support of LB 574 and AM 1658. I yield the remaining of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sanders. Senator Hansen has already spoken on this motion, so Senator Dover.
I rise in support of LB 574 and oppose motion 85 to recommit to committee and overrule the chair. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Senator Dover. Senator Jacobson, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief as well. I'm opposed to overruling the chair. I do support the bill 574. Again, I think everything's been said that needs to be said. I think we all know what we're doing here. I think Senator Von Gillern really said it as succinctly as anyone could. We know how we got to this point. We know why everything's been stalled up to this point. It's time to get to a vote. It's time to get the amendment on, and it's time to get to a vote. And let's go make that happen. We've got a lot of people here, but all this is theater right now, and so I think it's time to move on. I'll yield the remainder of my time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Jacobson. Senator Dorn, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll echo Senator Jacobson's comments there. It's time to move on. Let's go ahead and get this to a vote. Thank you very much, and I'll yield my time.
Thank you, Senator Dorn. Senator Brewer, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I kind of agree with Senator Jacobson. I think we've got to the point now where everybody understands where everyone is, and we're essentially chasing our tails, eating up time, and that's not going toward the overall bill. So I will just continue to support LB 574 and oppose overriding the chair. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Brewer. Senator Ibaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I stand in support of 574, as many of my colleagues are, and am not supportive of to overrule the chair or recommit to the committee. I might just share something, since I have the mic and may not have it again today, that my daughter texted me a little bit earlier today. And she starts off by saying, "Have you acquired a comfy chair for your office yet? Looks like you might need somewhere to take a nap when this is over." She says, "Mom, never let perfect be the enemy of good." Garen taught me that. And that's what you have in front of you, something good. Not perfect, but good. Hopefully in time, more amendments can get it closer to perfect. I think kids are smart. I think my kids are smart, and I always appreciate their when they share their thoughts with me. Colleagues, this legislation is good, and it's not perfect, but I urge you to join me in supporting it, and I yield my time back. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Ibach. Senator Armendariz, you're recognized to speak. Senator Albright, you're recognized to speak. She waves. Senator Breed. Senator Hughes, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, President. I rise with my other colleagues also in supporting LB 574 and not in support of the motion to recommit to committee and overrule the chair. And I agree it's time to get on and get this amendment on and get to a vote. I waive the rest of my time.
Senator Dungan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do rise in support of the motion to overrule the chair, and I just want to echo some of the sentiments we've already heard. This is not about whether or not you believe it did go to the right committee, and this is not about whether or not there are criminal penalties. This is a procedural motion, and Senator Wayne has, I think, talked at great length about how this is the only option that somebody would have if they want to reconsider which committee this would go to. And the fact that there has been a continued discussion and conversation regarding the underlying bill, I think lends further credence to the fact that the clock should be running right now. But my understanding is the clock is currently stopped. And so for those who are watching at home and think this is going to go 2 hours, and I think cloture was originally around 4:30 something, my understanding is the clock has stopped. And the argument for that is this is procedural, and we're not debating the bill. But the opponents to this motion have continued to discuss the bill as well. So the idea that this is not an ongoing conversation about the bill and therefore we shouldn't be having time running simply doesn't hold water with me. I understand tensions are high. People are frustrated on both sides. I get that. But at the end of the day, what we're debating here is whether or not you can amend this motion. And Senator Wayne talked at great length about Mason's rules and specifically handed out to all of us where it says you can. And I think one of the scariest things I've heard in this body thus far in my tenure here is if you have 25 votes, you can do whatever you want. I understand that there is generally precedent and procedure, but if we're just going to allow individuals to do whatever they want if they have the votes and if might makes right, I think that's very scary for this body. So, colleagues, if you want to vote against the motion to change which committee this goes to, if you believe that it was properly referenced to HHS instead of Judiciary, that's fine. You can vote for that. But the question before the body right now is whether or not the chair made the correct decision in determining that this was not a motion that you can amend. Mason's rules goes into great length about what you can amend. Mason's rules goes into great length and details which motions are not amendable, and this is not among them. And so while I understand that Mason's is not the rule of the land, our rule book specifically references Mason's when it's silent on an issue. And in this particular case, it is silent on this issue. And it has always been our precedent to go to Mason's. And so, colleagues, I would just urge you to vote green on the motion to overrule the chair. We can continue to have a conversation about the bill, but Senator Wayne was correct that this motion was improperly ruled out of order by the chair. So I would urge you to overrule the chair in this circumstance. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Dungan. Senator Erdman has a guest under the south balcony, his wife, Kathy Erdman. Please stand and be recognized by your Nebraska Legislature. Senator Hunt, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the motion to overrule the chair, and I'd like to ask Senator Conrad a question.
Senator Conrad, would you yield to a question?
Yes, of course. Thank you, Senator Conrad. As a senior member of this body, as one of the senior members of this body, can you speak to any of the points that have been uplifted during the debate on this motion?
Yes, thank you so much, Senator Hunt. Just a few points, actually, in response to some of the commentary from my good friends and colleagues in this body. This isn't theater. This is about people's lives. And these bills aren't good. They are almost universally opposed by medicine, by science, by the business community, and our families who are crying out week after week after week. The din that we hear from the rotunda today, yet again, is not typical for our practice and policies in Nebraska. The hundreds, if not thousands, of Nebraskans that have descended upon our Capitol for these public hearings, for subsequent rounds of debate, this is not typical for legislative efforts in Nebraska. And I'd also like to address another specific point. I've said before, and I believe in my heart, term limits, voter suppression, and gerrymandering are not an accident. They're meant to destabilize institutions of democracy, and that's what's happening this session. I saw what was happening on the political horizon in our sister states, on the federal government, and I saw it coming to our beloved Nebraska, and that's why I re-entered public life. And I had never before utilized a sine die motion in 8 years of service. But when these measures that had never before been introduced in Nebraska were brought forward as part of a national playbook to tear institutions and families apart, I knew they wouldn't be successful, but it was a protective move to make sure that we can protect the institution, that we get more people paying attention, to engage in the process. And I was here working. I was here monitoring these measures. I wasn't running off to a lobbyist lunch when they came in. I was here working. And I love this institution and my fellow Nebraskans so much that we had to send out an alarm bell. And that motion wasn't successful, but it was right. And unfortunately, Senator Hunt, my prediction was right. And these measures have torn apart our body. And rather than listening to science, to business leaders, to doctors, to families, we're doubling down into tribal, broken, partisan politics. And we're putting these measures as wedges in our personal relationships, in the people's business, and in this proud institution. And it has to stop somewhere. If we're tired of this toxic politic, it has to stop somewhere. And I contend it should stop in Nebraska, and I contend it should be now. And I contend we should move away from our camps and doubling down on bad feelings and bad policy and reset. We should not allow this institution that has always stood apart to be drawn into the political abyss of dysfunction, because it hurts our democracy, and most importantly, it hurts our neighbors. It hurts every citizen in our democracy, because good people say, I'm not going to run. Good people say, I'm not going to vote. And those are the broader, dramatic, negative implications that come specifically with measures like this that aren't to address problems before us, but are specifically part and parcel of a national playbook to divide. Thank you, Senator Hunt.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. 23 seconds.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. I'll yield my time back.
Thank you. Senator Ballard, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of 574 and oppose to the recommit and overrule the chair, and urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Ballard. Senator Albright, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of LB 574 and opposed to the underlying amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Albright. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. I support, even though it's my motion to recommit, I support Senator Wayne's motion because, or his attempt to recommit to judiciary, because it does have criminal penalties. And the bill that this is expanding, the 20-week ban, that was in judiciary when that was enacted. And this is expanding that from 20 weeks to 12, and actually not 12 to 10. It's cutting it in half. So it should have had a judiciary hearing because it is criminal penalties. And that's great that Senator Hansen committed to Senator Reapy that he'd work with him on the criminal penalties. It's not his committee, it's judiciary. And what does it mean to work with you on criminal penalties? Because once they get this, why would they give us anything else, Senator Reapy? I don't think that they will. But I guess the upside is that once they get this, once they have criminal penalties against doctors, that will take effect immediately because this has an E clause, and our medical community is in upheaval and they leave the state. That flock of God-fearing, baby-loving, as opposed to the rest of us, doctors will come into the state. That's the rationale. But unfortunately, Senator Albright's ship will have sailed on her 6-week ban because nobody's going to give her a 6-week ban when we just passed a 10-week ban. So I guess this has something for everyone to hate. Congratulations. But bygones on that. I do think that this should be recommitted to the Judiciary Committee. I appreciate Senator Wayne's fidelity to our rules. I think that it has kept us in greater stead than we would have otherwise been in this rocky ship that we all are in. So thank you for that, Senator Wayne. And I don't know, I guess we're going to keep on loving on this motion to recommit to committee overruling the chairs, but I wouldn't take people at their word if they're not willing to do things the right way in the first place, which is to have a public hearing on a totally new amendment that's a totally new bill. And the fact that we're not willing to do the bare minimum of transparency and governance for this bill and this pending amendment makes me extraordinarily distrustful of anyone who's attached to that saying, trust me, we'll fix it in post, right? If I was going to trust you, you'd do things the right way to begin with. So, but I look forward to continuing the conversation on the underlying bill. I think Senator Dungan mentioned that this has not been going against the clock. So we have been on this for like 120 minutes, which would have been the full and fair debate of LB 574. And I think it could be argued that this body has been debating LB 574 and the pending amendments for the past 2 hours. But inexplicably to me and others, we are inconsistent in when we count time against the clock and when we don't. But at least we're not yelling the words at ease and pretending like that's a real thing. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Armendariz, you're recognized to speak.
I believe I already took my one time on this motion. I waive.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Wayne, you're recognized to close on the overrule the chair motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, so I know people might be a little upset with me, and it happens from day to day. I get that. But the one thing I've been very, very, very consistent on is trying to have where we at on rules. That's it. I just want to know what they're played by so I can operate within the rules. And in this particular case, there's a lot of talk about everything else. Here's the simple answer. If we would have just granted me this motion, we would be on my amendment to the committee I'm pretty sure Senator Erdman would have got up and called the question at least an hour ago, and we would have been already on the recommit, because you probably would have voted down going to judiciary, and then you would vote down the recommit. But the rule is clear. That's why I had to file this. It may have never been filed before. And again, the reason, colleagues, this has never been filed before is because we had the ability to withdraw the motion and put up a motion with the committee. And that one has precedent because Senator Larson tried it. This is different. And I want to separate this motion from the underlying issue. You vote whether, right now, whether we as a body can do this. And if the answer is yes, based off of all the rules and everything in front of you, then you can still vote down the recommit. You can still vote down whether it can go to judiciary. You can still vote down whether it goes to HHS. The question before us today is not how you feel about 574. That ain't the question right now. It'll be later today you get to answer that question. The question today, right now in this moment, is does a member of this body have the ability to file an amendment to the recommit motion? So I want people to just step back and think about this, because we're going to set a precedent right now, because it's never been done before. There is no precedent on this issue of whether we can do this. So what you're saying is, whether it's a recommit motion, you have the one time per day, and if somebody makes a mistake, they say recommit of committee, or they put two with two O's because they're hurrying up writing it down. There is no way to amend that. That does not make sense for this body. So I would submit to you, overrule the chair. Don't understand, I don't take overruling the chair lightly at all. I've only made like 3 of those motions in my 7 years down here. But it's when the rule is crystal clear. Not when you see me get on the mic and overrule the chair this year and I got at the end and said I withdraw because I was wrong. I found others mixed precedent. But when it's crystal clear like this, we should vote to overrule the chair. My amendment goes up. I promise you, now that we know what my amendment does, I won't even do an opening. I'll waive opening. You can have a conversation about whether my amendment is right to go to judiciary. And to be quite honest, Senator Clemens sitting next to me is probably right at this moment, it shouldn't go there because the attached amendment hasn't happened. That's not the question right now. The question is, can I file this amendment? Can anybody actually file this amendment? And the answer is unequivocally yes. It is crystal clear. So let's overrule the chair, vote on this procedure, and then Senator Clemens gets up and makes the argument that, hey, it shouldn't go to judiciary. You vote down that, then you vote down HHS, and then we move on. It's not complicated. The simple question is, do we have the right in this moment to file an amendment on recommit to the committee? Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. Green vote, roll call order, regular order.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. There's been a request for a roll call vote, regular order. Mr. Clerk. Members, could you please return to your seats for the vote? The vote is on the motion to overrule the chair. It'll take 24 votes to overrule the chair. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar, voting no. Senator Albright, voting no. Senator Arch, not voting. Senator Armendariz, voting no. Senator Ballard, voting no. Senator Blood, voting yes. Senator Boston, voting no. Senator Bostar, voting yes. Senator Bostelman, voting no. Senator Brandt, voting no. Senator Brewer, voting no. Senator Breezy, voting no. Senator John Kavanaugh, voting yes. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, voting yes. Senator Clements, voting no. Senator Conrad, voting yes. Senator Day, voting yes. Senator DeBoer, voting yes. Senator DeKay, voting no. Senator Dorn, Voting no, Senator Dover. Voting no, Senator Dungan. Voting yes, Senator Erdman. Voting no, Senator Frederickson. Voting yes, Senator Holleran. Voting no, Senator Hansen. Voting no, Senator Hardin. Voting no, Senator Holcroft. Voting no, Senator Hughes. Voting no, Senator Hunt. Voting yes, Senator Ibach. Voting no, Senator Jacobson. Voting no, Senator Kauth. Voting no, Senator Linehan. Voting no, Senator Lippincott. Voting no, Senator Lowe. Not voting, Senator McDonald. Voting no, Senator McKinney. Voting yes, Senator Mosier. Voting no, Senator Merman. Voting no, Senator Raybold. Voting yes, Senator Reapy. Not voting, Senator Sanders. Voting no, Senator Slama. Senator Slama, I'm sorry. Voting no, Senator Vargas. Voting yes, Senator Von Gillern. Voting no, Senator Walls. Voting yes, Senator Wayne. Voting yes, Senator Wishart. Vote is 15 ayes, 30 nays, Mr. President, on the motion to overrule the chair.
The motion fails. Returning to debate on the recommit motion. Senator, please state your point of order.
We did not get an official point of order and ruling on Senator Hunt's question about whether or not you can yield time or yield to a question during the motion to overrule the chair. So I would like an official ruling on the point of order because Senator Hunt's point of order was ruled out of order. So for the record, I would like a ruling from the chair.
Senator Kavanaugh and Speaker Arch, you want to approach? Members, as further clarification, during a motion to overrule the chair, Each member may speak one time. No member may yield time to another, and any member may ask another member to yield to a question. That's my clarification. Returning to the queue, Senator Albright, you're recognized to speak.
Question?
The question's been called. Do I see 5 hands? I do. Members, the question is, shall debate cease? There's been a request for a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk. Senators, please return your chair for that vote. Thank you. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar, voting yes. Senator Albright, voting yes. Senator Arch, not voting. Senator Armendariz, Senator Armendariz, voting yes. Senator Ballard, voting yes. Senator Blood, voting no. Senator Boston, voting yes. Senator Bostar, not voting. Senator Bostelman, voting yes. Senator Brandt, voting yes. Senator Brewer, voting yes. Senator Breezy, voting yes. Senator John Kavanaugh, not voting. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, not voting. Senator Clements, voting yes. Senator Conrad, not voting. Senator Day, not voting. Senator DeBoer, voting no. Senator DeKay, voting yes. Senator Dorn, voting yes. Senator Dover, voting yes. Senator Dungan, not voting. Senator Erdman, voting yes. Senator Frederickson, voting no. Senator Holleran, voting yes. Senator Hansen, not voting. Senator Hardin, voting yes. Senator Holcroft, voting yes. Senator Hughes, voting yes. Senator Hunt, not voting. Senator Ibach, voting yes. Senator Jacobson, voting yes. Senator Kauth, voting yes. Senator Linehan, voting yes. Senator Lippincott, voting yes. Senator Lowe, voting yes. Senator McDonald, voting yes. Senator McKinney, not voting. Senator Mosier, voting yes. Senator Merman, voting yes. Senator Raybold, not voting. Senator Reapy, not voting. Senator Sanders, voting yes. Senator Slama, voting yes. Senator Vargas, voting no. Senator Von Gillern, voting yes. Senator Walls, voting no. Senator Wayne, voting no. Senator Wishart, Senator Frederickson, I'm sorry, not voting. Vote is 30 yeas, 5 nays to cease debate, Mr. President.
Debate does cease. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're recognized to close on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I'm sure people that are not in the chamber are wondering what is going on. So we had a motion to recommit, and I think like maybe one other person spoke on it. And then Senator Wayne made a point of order and asked for a recommit to a different committee, and the chair ruled. And then Senator Wayne made a motion to overrule the chair, and we debated for 2 hours that. And then one person got up after that was dispelled with and called the question, because there'd been full and fair debate when I think 3 people in this body actually spoke on the actual motion. So that's how things are going to go. We're going to continue to be disrespectful to the institution. We're going to continue to be disrespectful to the people of Nebraska. We're going to use every dirty trick we've got to try and ramrod through really bad policy that has not had its day in the sun. That is what is happening here. And that is so disappointing, but not unexpected. It is not unexpected that this body would choose to do things in the darkness, that this body would choose to do things in the least transparent way possible so that they can get the end that they want. This is not how good public policy is made, and this is beneath the Nebraska Legislature. Everything about this has been beneath the Nebraska Legislature. At every step in this process, it has been beneath us. It has been beneath us. From the rushing to have the committee hearing, to the rushing to exec on it, to the rushing it through on the floor, to the standing at ease, to the disingenuous, bad faith negotiations, to the colluding with the Board of Health, who they themselves recognize that this is a scope of practice, that this should have gone through the 407 credentialing review process because it is a scope of practice change, which is part of our process for making changes to medical standard of care. Everything about this has been messy and in the shadows. And it is so disappointing. I've thought and thought and thought about what I should be saying today because I genuinely want us to be a deliberative body, because we genuinely used to be a deliberative body. And everything I come up with, every single argument that I come up with, I remind myself that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the arguments are. It doesn't matter that hundreds of companies have signed on to letters saying that this is bad for business. It doesn't matter that hundreds of medical professionals have signed on telling us this is bad for business. It doesn't matter how many parents come out there and tell you as their constituents that they want you to trust them to parent their own child. It doesn't matter, because this body is beneath the people of Nebraska and is beneath this institution. And this body refuses to stand by the integrity of these hallowed halls, the integrity of what our work is supposed to be. This body refuses to stand by the oath that we all took. It doesn't matter what I say. And I am not foolish enough to think that it does. It still breaks my heart, though, because I love this place. I love this state. I love this place. And I came here to do good things. And I came here to work for the people in my district and the people of this state. And I wish that we were the deliberative body that we were when I first started. But I know that we are not. I know that this is just a game to so many people in this chamber. And I am sorry to the people of Nebraska who sent us here that that is the case, because it should matter. It very, very much should matter, but I know that it doesn't. And
that's your time,
Thank
Senator.
you. Roll call vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. The question is the motion to recommit, motion 85. There's been a request for a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar. Voting no, Senator Albright. Voting no, Senator Arch. Voting no, Senator Armendariz. Voting no, Senator Ballard. Voting no, Senator Blood. Voting yes, Senator Boston. Voting no, Senator Bostar. Voting no, Senator Bostelman. Voting no, Senator Brandt. Voting no, Senator Brewer. Voting no, Senator Breezy. Voting no, Senator John Kavanaugh. Not voting, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Not voting, Senator Clements. Voting no, Senator Conrad. Not voting, Senator Day. Not voting, Senator DeBoer. Voting yes, Senator DeKay. Voting no, Senator Dorn. Voting no, Senator Dover. Voting no, Senator Dungan. Not voting, Senator Erdman. Voting no, Senator Frederickson. Not voting, Senator Holleran. Voting no, Senator Hansen. Not voting, Senator Hardin. Voting no, Senator Holcroft. Voting no, Senator Hughes. Voting no, Senator Hunt. Not voting, Senator Ibaugh. Voting no, Senator Jacobson. Voting no, Senator Kauth. Voting no, Senator Linehan. Voting no, Senator Lippincott. Voting no, Senator Lowe. Voting no, Senator McDonald. Voting no, Senator McKinney. Not voting, Senator Mosier. Voting no, Senator Merman. Voting no, Senator Raybold. Not voting, Senator Reapy. Not voting, Senator Sanders. Voting no, Senator Slama. Voting no, Senator Vargas. Not voting, Senator Von Gillern. Voting no, Senator Walls. Not voting, Senator Wayne. Not voting, Senator Wishart. Vote is 2 ayes, 32 nays, Mr. President, on the motion to recommit.
The motion fails. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator Hansen would move to reconsider the vote just taken on MO 85.
Senator Hansen, you're recognized to open on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just want to touch a little bit on, since I got a little bit of time here and I may not have any other time to speak, about what the specific Amendment 1658 does. As a result of extended debate and multiple conversations with those in favor and against both LB 574, the Let Them Grow Act, and LB 626, the Heartbeat Bill, while some of this body may not consider this to be a compromise amendment, I believe it is. I remember, and I'm sure many of my legislative classmates do as well, that during our orientation 4 years ago, we had a guest speaker come to our class and discuss the art of negotiation and compromise. And I distinctly remember the speaker explaining that while one side, typically the majority group, might need or agree to give up some of what they want for the needs or wants of the minority group in order to achieve an agreeable compromise. That is what we were talking about with AM 1658. So let's go through some of the changes made in AM 1658. When it comes to LB 626, we kept many of the provisions of the bill, but changed the date of when an abortion would be legal from heartbeat to 12 weeks. If you remember, this was a typical talking point from the opposition during the debate around LB 626. When it comes to changes made in LB 574, there would still be a ban on gender-affirming surgery for minors, a topic that was rarely brought up during our listening sessions from both those in support or opposed. Most of the changes pertain to how the state will implement the use of gender-affirming hormones and puberty blockers. Instead of a total ban on these, in the bill, the chief medical officer and DHHS will promulgate rules and regulations for the use in minors. And we do lay out specifically in the bill what we would like to see pertain to some of those changes and how they would like to promulgate those rules and regulations. There are some more changes that were made previously that we discussed, and a lot of this came from the listening sessions that we had. And again, I understand that even though we are incorporating from my understanding, some of the major points that we heard during listening sessions from the opposition, it may not be enough for some. And I think just in general, we may not reach a compromise no matter how much we try to talk about this bill. So if any of the senators get a chance to speak, they can always elaborate a little bit more on the bill itself or some of their points of argument from the opposition if they would like to as well. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Returning to the queue, Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, this is my first time to actually talk on the bill itself. So, good work calling the question before anybody got to talk about the bill. So I was participated in the quote unquote listening sessions, but when I was invited, I was specifically invited to a conversation about amendments, how to amend the bill. And so I found out in the newspaper that it was a listening exercise. But I approached it with all sincerity. So I came and I did have a conversation about what my concerns were about the bill, and I heard the concerns of folks who were in favor of the bill as it was at the time. And actually, Senator Frederickson just circulated this side-by-side comparison of the amendments. And you can see my amendment is also on file on this bill, and it has some pretty robust criteria in it that address the concerns that were raised, and we presented those to this group and discussed them, and then integrated those into an amendment that would again, admittedly, as Senator Hansen said, would not make me happy or folks that were of a similar mind, but wouldn't make the advocates for this bill happy either. And so I would submit to you that my proposed amendment is a more true compromise than what has been proposed by Senator Hansen. And of course, my amendment sticks to the topic of the underlying bill and does not bring in an entirely new bill that didn't have a hearing, actually has a different name than the abortion bill that was presented before, and is substantially different. So that is, I guess, some broad strokes about the conversation. When I was originally going to get a chance to talk, I thought I'd get a chance to talk earlier. When I was in the queue, I was like 6 people down when we started, and I didn't get to talk on the bill. I was going to talk specifically about the legal concerns I have with the whole scheme of LB 574, which is this idea that the state should be involved in determining what type of care is appropriate for certain individuals in the state, and to intercede between patients, their parents, and doctors. And as Senator Duncan talked about a while back, when he got to talk as one of few people who got to talk before calling the question, he talked about the Arkansas case. So in the state of Arkansas, there was a bill that was almost exactly identical to LB 574. And the district court in the Eastern District, Federal District Court in Arkansas, enjoined that bill from going into effect. Basically said, this bill can't go into effect. And then the 8th Circuit Court of Appeals, which is the circuit that the state of Nebraska is in, upheld that decision by the district court in Arkansas, and again said that this bill cannot go into effect. And the reasoning, they said, was that the plaintiff, being the patients and their parents and their doctors, were likely to prevail on the merits, meaning that they were going to win this case. And they were going to win because there was no evidence of a state interest, and that this bill, just like LB 574, inappropriately discriminated against these patients based off of their gender. So it was gender-based discrimination. And they had that the care that was being, thank you, Mr. President, being limited would be available to some patients, but not others, based on their gender, and it was based on the outcome that the state wanted to prevent. And so I would like to talk more on this bill. I don't know if I'll get the opportunity, but what I would say to you is that this bill, and even the suggested amendment by Senator Hansen, does not meet constitutional scrutiny, is discriminatory, and should be struck down by a court. But if you're a person here sitting here thinking about voting for this bill and thinking the courts are going to save you, don't count on it. Of course not. Do what is right now, and let's put this bill to rest and not have this conversation again in the future. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Feels like good old times where it's just I get to talk a bunch. Right? Yeah. So previously I had distributed a document. It's LB 574 timeline. Takes you through all the newspaper articles. Not all of them. There were too many to include. I didn't think people would want to read all of them. But we have just LB 574 infringes on parental rights. Senators Merman, Albright, Brewer, Clements, Erdman, Halloran, Hansen, Holdcroft, Lippincott, Mosier, Decay, Lowe, Jacobson co-sponsored an entire bill about parental rights. LB 374 states, quote, every parent of a child in this state shall have a fundamental right to direct the upbringing, education, care, and mental health of the parent's child. This is from Nebraska Examiner on March 27th. Senator Christy Armendariz. I believe there are good parents trying to do the best for their kids, and I don't want to encroach on their rights. LB 574 takes away parental rights. It doesn't encroach on them. It takes them away. It takes away a parent's ability to make medical decisions that are best for their child. Period. You can dress it up however you want. You can amend it however you want. But at the end of the day, LB 574 takes away parental rights. And once we open that Pandora's box, we cannot close it again. There will be future legislators that will come here and they will try to take away parental rights. And guess what? You're not always going to agree with what they're trying to do. But you will have set a precedent that that is acceptable policymaking. You will have set a precedent that it is okay when it is for the greater good in your mind. And that future legislature may just decide there's another looming pandemic. We cannot entrust parents to ensure the health and safety of their own children. We will require that they vaccinate them. And we can do that because we can look back at LB 574 in 2023, and we have evidence that this legislature has done this before. Everything you do today impacts tomorrow. Whether you want to accept that or not is irrelevant. The fact is, what you set as precedent today will be precedent for future legislators. So if you don't believe it is the government's right or authority to take away parental rights in medical decision-making, then you should fundamentally disagree with LB 574. It should not matter what the medical decisions are that are being made. It should not matter how you feel about those decisions. What should matter is that you are taking away parental rights in medical decision-making. I, for one, am a supporter of vaccinations. I believe in them. I believe they save lives. I most certainly made sure that my children were vaccinated against COVID-19 as soon as they were eligible for their various age brackets. 100%. I never in a million years would presume to tell another parent that they should do the same for their child. I believe that my friends and my neighbors are able to make their own choices for their children's medical health. I believe the same when it comes to circumcision. I believe that it is a parent's right to decide whether or not to circumcise a newborn baby boy. A choice that my husband and I were presented with when we had a son. Do we or don't we? And we made that choice together. And it was ours to make. It wasn't our medical providers. They gave us guidance. They gave us their opinion. It wasn't anyone else's. I didn't ask anyone here. I didn't email my legislator and say, hey, Senator, how do you feel about circumcision for newborns? Should I or shouldn't I? No, because that would be ridiculous.
Time, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Frederickson, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. I rise today, I think I can confidently say I rise saying something that we all agree on with LB 574, which is that we are so ready for this to be done. I've been dreading today and today's debate and discussion and having to speak on this again. And as I was driving in this morning from Omaha, I was thinking a lot about the way that this session has transpired. And I don't think there's a lot of this session that might make sense to a lot of folks. And I don't think it has to make sense per se. But one thing that was sort of a bit of an aha moment for me was that I realized that I think so much of what we've been managing in this space, this session, is grief. This is grief. I think it's grief for what's happened here. I think it's grief about Nebraska. I think there's some grief about relationships with each other and with our colleagues. And for some, I think it's grief because it's really deeply personal. And I know we speak a lot about not taking things personally, but the reality is this bill is very personal for so many. For so many of us who have family or friends, folks we have cared for and love, who are negatively impacted. And I know that many believe that this is the right thing to do, but I think it's really important that we understand what this is and that we're clear-eyed about that. I passed out an article to everyone from the New York Times. The article is called "How a Campaign Against Transgender Rights Mobilized." And I hope that folks take the time to read this, but there are a few parts of this article that I think are particularly important. It says, when the Supreme Court declared a constitutional right to same-sex marriage nearly 8 years ago, social conservatives were set adrift. The ruling stripped them of an issue they had long used to galvanize rank-and-file supporters and big donors, and it left them searching for a cause that, like opposing gay marriage, would rally the base and raise the movement's profile on the national stage. Quote, "We knew we needed to find an issue that the candidates were comfortable talking about," said Terry Schilling, the president of the American Principles Project, a social conservative advocacy group, "and we threw everything at the wall." The article goes on to talk about how the initial efforts by the movement to deploy transgender issues did not go well. In 2016, North Carolina legislators voted to bar transgender people from using the bathroom of their preference, and it created a backlash so harsh from corporations, sports teams, and even Bruce Springsteen that lawmakers eventually rescinded the bill. As a result, they were looking for a new approach to the issue. They conducted polling and determined what curbing of transgender rights resonated most with voters. And they found out what worked the best was targeting medical treatment for children. This is a recycled playbook that was once used against same-sex marriage. It is now being used in the transgender community. Colleagues, if we are opposed to hyper-partisan divisiveness, as Senator Conrad said, the only way to stop it is to stop it. We have a proud history of reasonable and thoughtful lawmaking in this unicameral. We've protected ourselves from some of these movements. I mean, you could probably hear, I don't know if folks can hear that it's a madhouse.
That's your time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senators, we're directing the staff to close the back doors for purposes of the preservation of the transcript. Senator Von Gilleren. Senator Conrad, could you please approach? Senators, please return to your seats. We're on final reading, and we'll ask everyone from this point forward to speak a little louder than perhaps normal and a little slower and more clearly so that the clerk's office can keep a proper transcript. We'll return to the queue, and that's Senator Dungan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Talking loudly has never been a problem for me. I am happy to continue talking loudly about this issue. Colleagues, I do rise continued opposition to LB 574, and I wanted to pick up briefly where my roommate, Senator John Kavanaugh, left off, which is talking about what the purpose behind this legislation is. And without getting too into the weeds, as I am wont to do from time to time, going back and connecting that to what I was talking about the first time is if you are going to violate somebody's fundamental rights, if you are going to, for example, step in and take away someone's right to privacy, or if you are going to step in and take away someone's right to dictate who they can contract with, or in fact, if you are even going to step in and get in between somebody's right to who they can marry, the courts have decided that there has to be what's called a compelling governmental interest, and the law has to be narrowly tailored for that compelling governmental interest. And what I mean by that is there has to be, essentially, to put it simply, a very, very, very good reason in order for you to do this, and the law has to be incredibly narrow and tailored towards that specific reason. So as we know, there was this Arkansas case, and the reason we keep referencing the Arkansas case is not to belabor it, but because that law is almost identical to what we're dealing with in LB 574, which is coincidental that the language would be so similar, although I don't think it's actually coincidental, but the language is very, very close to LB 574, if not identical in most portions. And the courts determined that there is no compelling governmental interest behind Act 626, which is that Arkansas law. Specifically, what they said is the court finds that Act 626 is not substantially related to protecting children in Arkansas from experimental treatment or regulating the ethics of Arkansas doctors and defendants' purported health concerns regarding the risks of gender transition procedures are pretextual. The state's reliance on the UK High Court's ruling is not credible. If the state's health concerns were genuine, the state would prohibit these procedures for all patients under 18, regardless of gender identity. The state's goal in passing Act 626 was not to ban treatment. It was to ban an outcome that the state deems undesirable. In other words, defendants' rationale that the act protects children from experimental treatment and the long-term irreversible effects of the treatment is counterintuitive to the fact that it allows the same treatment for cisgender minors as long as the desired results conform with the stereotype of their biological sex. So, colleagues, what that means is that when we talk about protecting kids and when we talk about experimental treatment and when we talk about whether or not these procedures are approved or safe, it simply doesn't hold water, nor does it hold a constitutional test if you only ban them for some kids. When we've talked about 574 in the past, we've talked about how a number of these procedures are in fact used on cisgender children for various things like precocious puberty, right? We've heard that phrase thrown around in here quite a bit. Precocious puberty is when puberty starts too early, and it's a medical condition for which puberty blockers have been and continue to be used. And they do not have these negative side effects that people keep talking about. They do not have these irreversible harms. They do not have the scary, scary outcomes that we keep hearing about from proponents of LB 574. And even if they did, if that is the real reason that you believe people should not be receiving this care, then ban it for everyone. Thank you, Mr. President. Then ban it for everybody. But the second that you start to single out certain people under the pretext of protecting kids and under the pretext of keeping kids safe and under the pretext of making sure that children make the right decision, it simply doesn't make sense when it doesn't line up with what the reality of the law actually does. So colleagues, I talked earlier about thinking critically about this. And I encourage you to think critically about what the courts have already done. We should not be in the business here in Nebraska of passing legislation that has already been found essentially to be unconstitutional by one district court, federal district court, and that ruling was upheld, or the enjoining was upheld by the circuit court already, a circuit that we are a part of, I believe. We should not be in the business of passing legislation simply because we don't like the outcome of what some people choose to do. If you're real concerned with safety, this would not be your argument.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Dungan. Senator Hunt, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. You know what they're chanting out there? I just got it. They're chanting one more vote to save our lives. They're chanting one more vote to save our lives. Whether you're talking about, we all know what's going on with this bill and what you guys have put onto it. Whether we're talking about mothers with devastating fetal diagnoses who you think should be forced to carry a baby to term that has a brain outside of its head. What is wrong with you? Or you're talking about trans children who are 4, 5, 6, who are 16, 17, 18, who can be all ages, but the way government is coming down in this body between a parent and a family and their child and a healthcare professional is unprecedented. It's unreal. And from Senator Kathleen Kauth, who spoke against Dr. Lindsay Hughes in Douglas County for saying during COVID-19 that we should be wearing masks in public places, saying that Dr. Hughes was unelected and unqualified. Now she wants to have the chief medical officer of Nebraska saying what should happen with trans kids. You know why they like this amendment? I know why all of you like this amendment. It's because it makes the bill worse. Thank you. Thank you. It makes the bill worse. Some veterinarian, some ear, nose, throat doctor, whoever who is the chief medical officer at the moment for the state of Nebraska gets to determine what the regulations around gender affirming care is going to be for kids. And you think that's going to be something well-informed that makes sense? Just look at what happened in Florida. In Florida, they did that, and they passed some of the most stringent laws that we have. It's literally more restrictive than the original LB 574. So for those of you sleeping at night, patting yourselves on the back, saying, this amendment is really a great compromise, it's really harming kids more. It's really unconscionable. And to hear them out there saying one more vote to save our lives, it is not hyperbole to say that that's right. Just by introducing this bill, spikes to the suicide hotline in Nebraska, or calls to the suicide hotline in Nebraska spiked. After the first round of general file debate, when we didn't stop the clock, by the way, calls to the suicide hotline spiked. They spike every time we talk about this, and we are going to lose somebody. We have already lost people in our community. Over the last year, we have lost very, very important people in Omaha and Lincoln and throughout Nebraska from the trans and LGBTQ community because they know that this is not a place where they are welcomed. Senator Reapy, you should understand that if this passes, you will never get the votes next year to repeal criminal penalties. You are on an island by yourself with that moral view among members of your party. All of this debate is for you. All of this debate on both sides is speaking to one or two men in this chamber.
1 minute.
And that is a shame. Hundreds of people are in the rotunda chanting one more vote to save our lives, and it's coming down to one or two men who are scared. You can have at least as much courage as the trans kids and their families out in the rotunda who have to live every day, who have to go to school, and who, by the grace of God, get the courage to come here to their state legislature and say it to you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senator McDonald, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. I rise to thank Senator Hansen and the work that he did on Amendment 1658 and others that possibly tried to help with that amendment and were successful and possibly were not successful in their view. But I appreciate their effort. Also, I appreciate Senator Koth and bringing LB 574. And I have a question for Senator Koth. Would you please yield
Senator Koth, will you yield to a question?
I will.
Why'd you bring LB 574?
So last summer, when I was doing door knocking, going door to door, people were asking what it was that I was interested in serving for. And my answer was protecting against federal overreach. And at that time, the Biden administration had put out a statement saying that all schools would be forced to have a statement of gender inclusivity. That would mean boys would play on girls' teams and boys and girls could share each other's locker rooms and bathrooms. And if not, they would have their free and reduced lunch money pulled. That is not the job of the federal government. That is the state's job. So I started looking into it and started talking to people more and more. And that's how 575 Sports and Spaces came up. And going through Sports and Spaces and learning more about that, I came to understand how much this movement is really affecting children, how these drugs and these surgeries and the idea that they can change their biological sex is negatively impacting our children. Our kids deserve the right to grow up and to understand their bodies and to not make those decisions before they are adults. We are all very, very cognizant of the fact that children do not make good decisions, that children's brains don't stop developing until they're almost 25. Here in the state of Nebraska, our age of majority is 19. So that's why we put the limit at 19. Kids deserve the right to grow up and not have to deal with this until they are adults and can make informed decisions. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Senator Koth. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senators. Senator Bozen, you're recognized to speak.
Question.
The question's been called. Do I see 5 hands? I do. The question is, shall debate. Senator Kavanaugh, please state your point of order.
There's inconsistency as to whether you make a ruling on calling the question and whether you put it to a vote of the body. And there's also 4 rows of people in the queue.
Senator, your point of order is out of order. Senators, the question is, shall debate cease? All those in favor, vote aye. And there's been a request for a roll call vote. All those in favor, vote aye. All those opposed, vote nay. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar, voting yes. Senator Albright, voting yes. Senator Arch, not voting. Senator Armendariz, voting yes. Senator Ballard, voting yes. Senator Blood, voting no. Senator Boston, voting yes. Senator Bostar, not voting. Senator Bostelman, voting yes. Senator Brandt, voting yes. Senator Brewer, voting yes. Senator Breezy, voting yes. Senator John Kavanaugh, not voting. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, not voting. Senator Clements, voting yes. Senator Conrad, voting no. Senator Day, not voting. Senator DeBoer, voting no. Senator DeKay, voting yes. Senator Dorn, voting yes. Senator Dover, voting yes. Senator Dungan, not voting. Senator Erdman, voting yes. Senator Frederickson, not voting. Senator Holleran, voting yes. Senator Hansen, not voting. Senator Hardin, voting yes. Senator Holcroft, voting yes. Senator Hughes, voting yes. Senator Hunt, not voting. Senator Ibach, voting yes. Senator Jacobson, voting yes. Senator Kauth, voting yes. Senator Linehan, voting yes. Senator Lippincott, voting yes. Senator Lowe, Voting yes, Senator McDonald. Voting yes, Senator McKinney. Not voting, Senator Mosier. Voting yes, Senator Merman. Voting yes, Senator Raybold. Voting no, Senator Reapy. Not voting, Senator Sanders. Voting yes, Senator Slama. Voting yes, Senator Vargas. Voting no, Senator Von Gillern. Voting yes, Senator Walls. Not voting, Senator Wayne. Senator Wishart. Vote is 30 yeas, 5 nays to cease debate, Mr. President.
Debate does cease. Senator Conrad, for what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, I'd request that I could change my vote to present not voting, please.
It will be changed.
Senator Conrad voting present, not voting. Vote is 30 yeas, 4 nays, Mr. President, on this to cease debate.
Debate does cease. Senator Hansen, you're recognized to close on your motion and waive. Members, the question is the motion to reconsider. There's been a request for a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar. Voting no, Senator Albright. Voting no, Senator Arch. Voting no, Senator Armendariz. Voting no, Senator Ballard. Voting no, Senator Blood. Not voting, Senator Boston. Voting no, Senator Bostar. Voting no, Senator Bostelman. Voting no, Senator Brandt. Voting no, Senator Brewer. Voting no, Senator Breezy. Voting no, Senator John Kavanaugh. Not voting, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Not voting, Senator Clements. Voting no, Senator Conrad. Not voting, Senator Day. Not voting, Senator DeBoer. Voting no, Senator Decay. Voting no, Senator Dorn. Voting no, Senator Dover. Voting no, Senator Dungan. Not voting, Senator Erdman. Voting no, Senator Frederickson. Not voting, Senator Holleran. Voting no, Senator Hansen. Senator Hansen. Not voting, Senator Hardin. Voting no, Senator Holcroft. Voting no, Senator Hughes. Voting no, Senator Hunt. Not voting, Senator Ibaugh. Voting no, Senator Jacobson. Voting no, Senator Kauth. Voting no, Senator Linehan. Voting no, Senator Lippincott. Voting no, Senator Lowe. Voting no, Senator McDonald. Voting no, Senator McKinney. Not voting, Senator Mosier. Voting no, Senator Merman. Voting no, Senator Raybold. Not voting, Senator Reapy. Not voting, Senator Sanders. Voting no, Senator Slama. Voting no, Senator Vargas. Not voting, Senator Von Gillern. Voting no, Senator Walls. Not voting, Senator Wayne. Not voting, Senator Wishart. Vote is 0 ayes, 33 nays, Mr. President, on the motion to reconsider.
The motion fails. Senator John Kavanaugh, for what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, I'd like another motion to reconsider.
Speaker Arch and Senator Kavanaugh, could you come up? Members, Senator John Kavanaugh just made a second motion to recommit, or to reconsider, I should say, the original vote on the recommit. Pursuant to Rule 7, Section 7, the very last sentence, this would require a unanimous consent to raise the motion. Senator Slama, you're recognized. Or for what purpose do you rise?
To object to the unanimous consent approval of the second reconsideration motion.
Next item, Mr. President. Senator John Kavanaugh, I would rule your motion dilatory at this point for the purpose for backdating to Senator Slama's one objection. All it would take is one, and it could not be unanimous. State your point of order.
Thank you, Mr. President. I object to the germaneness of the next item that we're going to take up on the agenda.
It's not before us, so I'm ruling that. I'm not ruling. I believe that's just out of order.
I move to overrule the chair on that.
I haven't made a ruling. I've simply said it's out of order, and I'm going to ask the clerk to proceed to the next item on the agenda. And there's nothing before us now. So, Mr. Clerk. Yeah, why don't you come up, Senator Kavanaugh? Mr. Clerk, next agenda item.
Senator Kauth, I have AM 901, 976, and 873, all with notes you wish to withdraw.
Senators, there's nothing to object to. It's the privilege of a member to withdraw their own amendment. Mr. Clerk. Senator Day, please state your point.
Kavanaugh. Senator Kavanaugh.
Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, please state your point.
Thank you. I take it as a great compliment to be mistaken for Senator Day. We have not had a clear understanding of what counts towards the clock and what does not count towards the clock. It has been inconsistent today and previous times on the debate on this. We should have been done with this bill hours ago. I would like a ruling as to where we are at on debate on LB 574.
It's our understanding the cloture would be in order around 6:23, Senator Kavanaugh.
What is the precedent? What is the time? Why is it 6:23? We've been going for several hours. What counted and did not count towards this time?
Per directions from the speaker, procedural motions have not counted against the time. For instance, the motion to overrule the chair. Others have run on the clock.
So points of order have run on the clock.
That is correct, Senator.
Then we should be done with this bill.
Senator cloture is at 6:23. Mr. Clerk, for the next item.
Mr. President, next item, AM 1658 from Senator Ben Hansen. He would move to return to select file for that specific amendment.
Senator John Kavanaugh, you have a point of order. Please state your point of order.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pursuant to Rule 7, Section 3D, no motion, proposition, or subject different from that under consideration shall be admitted under color of amendment. Any amendment that is not germane is out of order. AM 1658, it has an entirely new subject and section, basically a new law that is not germane to the underlying bill of LB 574.
Senator John Kavanaugh and Senator Hansen, could you approach, please? Senator John Kavanaugh, please restate your reasons regarding germaneness.
Thank you, Mr. President. How much time do I get for that?
5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I guess I'm addressing this to you, Mr. President, but for colleagues, for your edification, the rule of germaneness requires that any amendment be in the natural and logical sequence of the matter of the original bill. LB 574 is a bill that restricts access to gender affirming care for individuals under the age of 19 in the state of Nebraska. AM 1658 restricts or puts a prohibition on access to abortion in the state of Nebraska. AM 1658 has a named title of something along the lines of the Unborn Child Act or something like those lines, which is completely outside of the scope of LB 574. LB 574 has nothing to do with abortion, has nothing to do with prenatal care. It has nothing to do with access to abortion health care. And so AM 1658 is attempting to insert abortion into LB 574 when it has never been a part of this bill. The one-line description for the bill of LB 574 is a bill for an act relating to health and welfare, and LB 626, which is where most of the parts of LB or AM 1658 were taken from, is a bill for an act relating to abortion. The bills were heard separately, separate dates. They're amending different sections of the statute. LB 574 impacts mental health therapy, pharmacists, pediatrics. AM 1658 impacts maternal medicine, OBGYNs, law enforcement notifications for sexual assault exceptions, and there are arguably criminal penalties, which we've had an extensive conversation about. It is not in the natural sequence. There's not a natural sequence between them, and they are separate bills to begin with that we're just sticking together. So there is no logical connection between those provisions of AM 1658. For example, a ban on abortion except for rape victims and a ban on gender-altering surgeries are separate concepts, and neither is interrelated with each other. LB 574 does not need AM 1658 to pass into law, although apparently for political reasons it may. But that is not a reason to override germaneness. LB 574 and AM 1658 are substantially different and do not follow in the logical course of one another. These bills are only joined together because the governor and a majority of the senators want them to be joined together for political ends. So, Mr. President, I ask you to rule this amendment is not germane to LB 574. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Hansen, will you explain your reasons that you believe the amendment is germane?
Thank you, Mr. President. I feel my amendment, AM 1658 to LB 574, is germane for a number of reasons, and many that are not new to legislature. Both pieces of this amendment revise the same chapter of law, Chapter 38, which directs the practice of medicine. Additionally, both concern the oversight of the Department of Health and Human Services for licensure. Both deal with the safety and welfare of human life, particularly children. And finally, both LB 574 and 626 went to the HHS committee and were voted out of that committee. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Senators, it's the ruling of the chair that the amendment is germane. AM 1658 is germane to LB 574. Senator John Kavanaugh, you have a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to overrule the chair.
Senator Kavanaugh, you're recognized to open on your motion to overrule the chair. Again, each senator will speak. This isn't against your time. Each senator will speak one time. You are allowed to ask others to yield. You are not allowed to yield your time to others. Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. President. So colleagues, I told you before that you probably would be deciding this, and I was right. So I will just, for your purposes, now that you're listening, remind you that the germaneness rule is Rule 7, Section 3, Subdivision D, and it provides that an amendment is not germane and is out of order, that if, or is only germane if it relates to the details of the specific subject of the bill and must be in the natural, logical sequence to the matter of the original proposal. A non-germane amendment includes one that is related to substantially different subject. It doesn't say that it can come out of the same, if it comes out of the same committee, it's related to the substantially same subject. It doesn't say if they were heard in the same committee. Those aren't the standards, that if the committee voted them out. The standard is whether the amendment and the original bill are related to each other. And there's no logical, which is both a word to describe this, but also in the section of the rules. But there is no logical reason that these two amendments, or this statute, this proposed bill and this proposed amendment go together. They stand alone. They modify separate sections of the statute. They address different conduct entirely. One addresses medical care for transgender young people. Just gonna wait till the door closes to talk again. And the other one puts a 10-week ban on access to reproductive health care in this state. One bans certain types of therapy and medical care for young people, and the other one bans access to abortion, but for exceptions of rape and incest. And so they're two completely separate things. And to shoehorn one into the other for political purposes is wrong. We're having a very long conversation here on a 2-hour bill. How much time do I have, Mr. President?
7 minutes,
Okay.
15 seconds.
Thank you. I didn't know if I got 10 or 5. So I actually appreciate the chance to talk on this because I didn't get a chance to talk earlier because the question was called so quickly. And we've been here for a long time on a 2-hour bill. This bill started at sometime around 2 o'clock, could have stopped at 4 o'clock, and there have been a constant change in the goalposts about where, what rules apply and when. And we've had a lot of conversation about those changes as we've had this debate today. This debate should have been over almost 2 hours ago, based off of how the clock has been measured so far. And this bill should have died on select file, but we suspended the rules in the heat of the moment to, I don't know, talk some sense to some people. And as a result of that, I was invited to a conversation to discuss an amendment. And I told you earlier that as a result of that conversation that I took seriously, I proposed an amendment that is actually another amendment after this that won't get heard today, but it only addresses the subject of LB 574. And in those conversations, listening sessions, amendment conversations that you've heard about, never was any type of abortion care brought up because it wasn't relevant to the conversation. It didn't flow logically and in sequence from the subject we're talking about. Abortion has never come up in this debate on the first 2 rounds, and it wouldn't be talked about today, but for the fact that this amendment is attempting to insert it into this bill. And so there's been a lot made in this session, a lot of frustration about moving the goalposts, changing the rules to get desired outcomes. And that's exactly what's happening here. If the chair has ruled that this is germane, and that's because, no offense, Mr. President, but he wants a particular outcome. The governor wants a particular outcome as well, and many of the senators here want this particular outcome. That is not the rule of law. That is not how this place should work. And I've said it many times before, that if you bend the rules to get the outcome you want, sometime they will be bent against you to get a different outcome that you don't want. And so many of you, I know, I've had many personal conversations with you, do not like how this bill has moved through this body. Do not like the result that is being sought through this bill. But it's become entirely about politics. In those conversations we had, in the listening sessions, in the amendment conversations, we didn't talk about abortion, but you know what we did talk about is the necessity to get a bill that got 33 votes. It wasn't about what's right for kids, not about what's right for parents, not what's right for doctors, not what's right for Nebraskans. It was about crafting a bill that could get 33 votes. That's why this amendment is here. That's what AM 1658 is about. It's about getting to 33. It's not about the right policy for Nebraskans. When AM 1658 was proposed, many people were confused about what it contained. Some people thought it contained fetal anomaly, an exemption for fetal anomaly. It doesn't. Some people think that AM 1658 will allow for individuals to continue having access to gender-affirming care. It won't. It creates a political process by a political appointee who has already expressed their opinion about this. That political appointee was one of the signees to a letter written in the cover of darkness and submitted to us on plain paper, not letterhead, and was subjected to a Freedom of Information Act request that revealed the political nature of that decision. And now this amendment seeks to put this power in that person's hands. So I told you earlier, if you think the courts are going to save you from yourselves, don't count on it. And if you think the political process is going to save you from yourselves, don't count on that either. But the question here is not, what is this bill going to do? Right now, the question before you is whether or not this amendment fits within the standard of our rules to be germane, meaning does this abortion ban follow logically and consistently from a ban on gender-affirming care for transgender youth in the state of Nebraska? It clearly does not. It violates the germaneness rule, and I guess if you vote not to overrule the chair, it would just be one more brick in the wall. But as I've said many times, I'm an optimist. I think people always have the opportunity to do the right thing in the moment, and this is a moment where you can do the right thing. You can vote to overrule the chair, strike this amendment, and we can move on to my amendment, which is truly a compromise amendment as a result of a conversation. And we can talk about that, and I can explain to you the substance of that amendment. But if you vote no to overruling the chair, you're stuck with this amendment. Ill-conceived, political, motivated amendment. So I ask for your green vote in overruling the chair. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Mr. Clerk, for a motion.
Mr. President, priority motion. Senator Dungan would move to recess the body until 10 o'clock p.m.
Pursuant to the rules, Speaker Arch, you're recognized to speak on this matter.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, we've been on LB 574 on final reading since 2:40 this afternoon. I would ask that you vote no on the recess motion. We need to finish the bill. When we resume debate, we'll have approximately 15 minutes remaining on debate. And I believe we need to finish the bill. So with that, I would ask for a no vote on the motion to recess.
Members, the question is the motion to recess. All those in favor, vote aye. Please state your point of order, Senator Raybold.
The speaker just clarified that we have been debating LB 574 since 2:30. Could you clarify that? If that is the case, then we were done a long time ago.
Senator, the clock doesn't run on procedural motions such as overruling the chair.
But that is what the speaker said.
Senator, if you want to approach that. Members, the question before the body is the motion to recess. All those in favor, vote aye. It's been their request for a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar. Voting no. Senator Albright. Voting no. Senator Arch. Voting no. Senator Armendariz. Voting no. Senator Ballard. Voting no. Senator Blood. Not voting. Senator Boston. Voting no. Senator Bostar. Not voting. Senator Bostelman. Voting no. Senator Brandt. Voting no. Senator Brewer. Voting no. Senator Breezy. Voting no. Senator John Kavanaugh. Not voting. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Not voting. Senator Clements. Voting no. Senator Conrad. Not voting. Senator Day. Not voting. Senator DeBoer. Voting no. Senator DeKay. Voting no. Senator Dorn. Voting no. Senator Dover. Voting no. Senator Dungan. Not voting. Senator Erdman. Voting no. Senator Frederickson. Voting no. Senator Holleran. Voting no. Senator Hansen. Voting no. Senator Hardin. Voting no. Senator Holcroft. Voting no. Senator Hughes. Voting no. Senator Hunt. Not voting. Senator Ibaugh. Voting no. Senator Jacobson. Voting no. Senator Kauth. Voting no. Senator Linehan. Voting no. Senator Lippincott. Voting no. Senator Lowe. Voting no. Senator McDonald. Voting no. Senator McKinney. Not voting. Senator Mosier. Voting no. Senator Merman. Voting no. Senator Raybold. Not voting. Senator Reapy. Voting no. Senator Sanders. Voting no. Senator Slama. Voting no. Senator Vargas. Not voting. Senator Von Gillern. Voting no. Senator Walls. Not voting. Senator Wayne. Not voting. Senator Wishart. Voted 0 ayes, 35 nays, Mr. President, on the motion to recess.
Motion to recess fails. Resuming to the queue on the motion to overrule the chair. Senator Hansen, you're recognized to speak. And waves. Senator Slama, or excuse me, Senator Jacobson, you're recognized to speak. And waves. Senator Slama, waves. Senator Erdman, waves. Senator Day, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to clarify what myself and Senator Raybold went up to the front to talk to the clerk and the chair, Lieutenant Governor Kelly, about. So on final reading, cloture is supposed to come at the 2-hour mark. And we are now at the 4-hour mark on this bill. There has been some discussion and disagreement about whether or not certain procedural discussions or motions count against the clock and count towards the 2 hours on final reading. It has been our discovery that on previous rounds of debate on other bills and on this bill in particular, that the motion to overrule the chair has counted towards the total time to get to cloture. For instance, on general file on LB 574, the motion to overrule the chair essentially took the entire morning. There were then 2 subsequent mornings that were counted towards the time for general debate. So we know that when we were doing only half-day debate, we went from 9 a.m. to noon with about 15 minutes in the morning for roll call, So that puts us at 3, 6, 9 hours minus 45 minutes for roll call. That puts us at 8 hours and 15 minutes. Considering the first entire day was taken up by the motion to overrule the chair, there is absolutely no way that the procedural motions and the motion to overrule the chair did not count towards the entire time that counted towards cloture on general file on this bill in particular. Now we're here today, after 4 hours of debate, hearing a different story, that the motion to overrule the chair pauses the clock. The problem with that is what it does is it, number one, allows the proponents of this bill and this amendment to have more time to get their amendment up on the board. So if we're filibustering and they want to get to their amendment, all they have to do is pause the clock and say, well, none of that time that anybody was on the mic, none of that counts. Oh, let's restart the clock again. Now it's going to count. And you know what happened the last time the clock started again? The very first person in the queue called the question. So we essentially had, I don't know, an hour of debate on the motion to overrule the chair the first time, and a discussion about the rules, and an occasional senator would talk about the substance of the bill. And then we had no time to debate the bill and the motion up on the board before the question was called and debate was ceased on that motion. Another way that we are changing and adapting the rules day by day, bill by bill, to get what we want. I understand that the speaker also has his political interests involved in this bill. The chair, who is the lieutenant governor, has his political interests in this bill. But you start to see where the people who are making the ultimate decision about points of order, about the clock running or not running, starts to conflict with the interests of the people. Thank you, Mr. President. Starts to conflict with the interests of the people making the ultimate decision. Because realistically, if we were following what we've done, what we did on general file on this bill, we would have been done with this bill 2 hours ago. We wouldn't have gotten to the amendment, and proponents would have been forced to vote on the original bill. But here we are, 4 hours later, with the amendment up on the board, after plenty of procedural shenanigans and lots of favorable rulings from the chair, with the amendment on the board and the rules being bent once again. I understand that there's been other bills where the motion to overrule the chair has not counted towards the clock in between that round and this round.
That's your time.
But thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Day. Senator Kauth, you're recognized to speak. And waived. Senator Conrad, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, colleagues. I rise in support of the motion to overrule the chair and believe that the amendment is absolutely non-germane to the underlying measure. And I want to just reaffirm some of the points that my friend Senator Day made. This is, I think, really a tale of two sessions. And it's not just a matter of individual opinions, because of course this is all on the record and easily ascertainable. And issues as to process, issues as to substance, will have a clear record, and that will be subject to potential future action. And I do not think it will speak of the Nebraska Legislature in terms of how we have conducted ourselves in regards to this measure very well in the present term, nor in history. It's important to note that there has been, I think, a lot of different rulings for different purposes to achieve a desired result. We've heard from members and friends of mine today who say, well, don't speak on the underlying bill if there's procedural motions up. But then when we try to speak to the substantive nature of the underlying bills and amendments, the question is immediately called. So I think it's very clear how the majority is weaponizing the rules to ensure that there is record in somewhat in disarray and to prevent substantive debate on the measure. A couple other key points that I want to note, in addition to reaffirming the excellent work that my friend Senator John Kavanagh did in laying out why this measure is non-germane and should not be in order for voting on and consideration this evening. So I want to direct the body's attention to some pieces that are outside of the legislative record thus far. And if you look to the Nebraska Examiner on April 28th, 2023, this was right after we saw LB 626 fail on select file by one vote on cloture. And this is just one example of many examples in the public record where the speaker was crystal clear in noting LB 626 is dead. It will not be scheduled. It follows what the speaker had laid out in a February memo to his colleagues, and that bills that fail to get cloture will not be rescheduled. I won't be rescheduling 626, he said. But just moments ago, colleagues, we heard from Senator Ben Hansen about how this is a modified version of 626. So we can't have it both ways. And they know that, and they're in between a rock and a hard place here. If they admit that this is 626, they know it's not germane. And they're in violation of the speaker's rules and memos, and it is bad faith in terms of projecting that to the many stakeholders that have an interest in this issue. So then just a few days ago, we hear about this amended version coming together, and people have said, well, this isn't 626, this is a new bill. Well, if that's the case, colleagues, then this wasn't introduced in the 10 days of bill introduction. It wasn't subject to public hearing, and therefore it is non-germane and out of order. So you can't have it both ways, even though the majority is attempting to do so. I also want to note, in addition to being non-germane, and this is the whole point when you look at the meat of the germaneness rule, you can't violate the title and the single subject components under color of amendment, which is exactly what is being attempted by the majority at this point in time. And what they're trying to do is clear. They're log rolling. Thank you, Mr. President. If you look at the May 15th, 2023 article from the Nebraska Examiner, and we don't even have to guess about what's happening here, our colleagues were clear. They could not get consensus for the majority of 33 votes on either 574 or 626, and so they've created this false compromise. They've mushed them together. That's a classic log rule. That's a classic violation of both the title and the single subject component, and it is deeply connected to application and interpretation of the germaneness rule, which should be overruled. And I would ask colleagues to carefully look at their rule book, to look carefully at these statements that have been made clearly in the press by our colleagues. And it goes to further the point that this measure is non-germane, it violates single subject, and it violates title. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Senator Blood, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow senators, friends all, I am thrilled that I get to actually speak on this motion to overrule the chair, which I do support, and I agree that this is not a germane amendment. I was one of the people that was left in the queue when you called it to question and everyone had not spoken and it was ruled in order. So imagine my surprise. The reason that I do support overruling the chair, the reason that I do agree that this is not germane has literally already been said by multiple senators for those of you that are actually listening. So why don't I support the amendment? Because the amendment, you have told me, is a compromise. It is not a compromise. This amendment was developed at the last minute in bad faith, without input from the working group, and is nothing more than a vague gender-affirming care ban combined with a 9 to 10 week, not 12 weeks, because it starts with Menzies, do-over abortion that has no exception for fetal anomalies, but are incompatible with life. The life that so many people that are sitting here today claim is important to them. This amendment will not be the end of this issue either, because folks are going to keep pushing through these harmful policies, and they're going to keep coming back for more and more, regardless of what the majority of the second house here in Nebraska is asking us for. This amendment creates more risk and uncertainty. I can't say the word today. for families and doctors and advocates our decision-making as elected leaders to unelected political appointees who are bureaucrats and who have already worked to ban health care for trans care and for women. There were some people chuckling when they heard that the purpose of this bill was to prevent government overreach. Again, they chuckled. I have never seen a bill outside of a few bills a couple years ago that screamed government overreach more so to me than this bill. We don't belong in a doctor's office. We are not doctors. We should not be wasting time on bills like this that are so poorly written. That's the thing that I tell everybody, and I know there's people in the balcony that I've emailed this response to because I recognize some of you. If you feel so strongly about these issues, why do you keep letting senators bring forward bills that are so poorly written? So poorly written that they cause collateral damage. So poorly written that they're going to end up in the courts. And for my friends that support the military, by the way, you have heard what's happening to Space Command, right? The state that won Space Command may be losing Space Command because they push forward such extreme abortion bills. If indeed we push forward that bill, there's one state left that could get Space Command that was interested in it, and that's Colorado. Why don't we just give everything to Colorado? Because they protect women's rights, they listen to their constituents, and they make sure there is no collateral damage. We've opened a door that we cannot close if we pass this bill, especially with the amendment. You crafted a bill and created false narrative that hundreds of children in Nebraska are lined up for these types of surgeries. And again, the average age for these types of surgery is 29.5 years of age.
1 minute.
But guess what? If we told you that, you wouldn't be rushing to support this bill. If we make it about the babies, if we make it about the children, even if we're talking about 3 children, 4 children, they're going to make you think it's 400, 4,000. Nebraskans are so much smarter than that. You can support your causes, but quit supporting bad legislation. If it's so important to you, don't dig in your heels and go, regardless of how poorly this is written and regardless of who this hurts, I'm going to support it. Use your intelligence, use your know-how, use your knowledge. For those people, tell them to do better. Tell them that you expect better. Because I will never support a bill, regardless of the topic, written this poorly. Even if it was something I felt really strongly about that I wanted to support.
That's your time,
never.
Senator. Thank you, Senator Blood. Senator Walls, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to take my time talking about the bill itself and the amendment that Senator Hansen brought. First of all, I think for the most part, you all know how important my faith is to me. And I know you probably even get sick of hearing me say that. I made a commitment to myself as I traveled down Highway 77 on my very first day at work as a senator, that I would not change who I am, and I will not change what I stand for. In fact, I've had some pretty extensive conversations with friends on the floor about how important my faith is, as well as listening to that inner voice and not being afraid to share my feelings with others. That being said, colleagues, it is my belief that we are all created by God, and that we are all created with dignity, and we are all created with worth. Regardless of the color of your skin, ethnicity, social status, success, or any mistakes that you've ever made. So I have a difficult time with policy that puts us in a position where we determine somebody's existence or we determine how someone should exist. And as we know, because it has been very apparent on this legislative floor and across our nation that emotions run high. And it seems to me that we lose sight of that truth that I just talked about. Secondly, I want to remind all of you that being transgender is not a crime. Just like it's not a crime to be a Republican or a Democrat, it's not a crime to be wealthy or homeless. It's not a crime to be divorced. It's not a crime to be transgender. And it's not a crime to be a parent of a transgender child. With that said, we do want to protect the people that we represent with sound and thoughtful policy, not political agendas, but sound and thoughtful policy. As we worked on this bill in our committee, we spent a considerable amount of time listening to the people who were on that committee. At one point, I asked Senator Kauth, and she might remember this, what the goal of the bill was. And Senator Kauth said the goal is to protect children. And throughout our conversations, I expressed my concern, always trying to keep that goal in mind, about how we could create policy that would truly assist kids and parents in making life-changing decisions. How do we create policy that includes input from all and that is considerate?
1 minute.
Senator Kavanaugh, Frederickson, and myself spent a good deal of time discussing what other committee members had said. We took it pretty seriously, to be honest with you. Senator Kavanaugh created a process, or drafted a process, an amendment that detailed a checklist that children and their parents would utilize, a system of checking a number of boxes prior to making any decisions to continue on with gender-affirming care. I talked to Senator Hansen and let him know that I do oppose his amendment because it lacks timelines, it lacks parental consent, and I don't believe that we have done our best with this piece of legislation. There are some important pieces missing. I would much rather see policy.
That's your time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Von Gilleren, you're recognized. And waived. Thank you. Senator Vargas, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you very much. I am in support of the overrule of the chair for germaneness. I'm going to speak to that, and then I'll probably speak on the bill because we're going to call the question anyway. The struggle that I have with this is about the fairness of how we go about working with each other. And there's two things that when I was hearing Senator Conrad talk about what has happened in the past or what's been communicated, it has been communicated that this has been dead, that this is not going to come back, and it is coming back. Let's make the assumption that it is the same bill. If it's the same bill, but what's been communicated to us that it's not coming back, then there's unfairness, which is part of the reason why we hear people chanting outside. Inherent unfairness, if something is coming back, if it's the exact same or very similar bill. And that is so hard to stomach when we are trying to operate within some level of fairness in this body. Now, let's assume that there's different content, which is why I support the germaneness. I think there's a lot of different content in this that warrants a hearing, That is personally hard to stomach for me too. Put aside the disagreements where I'm against the amendment. I introduced a bill to try to protect meatpacking plant workers years ago. And when I introduced an amendment to another bill, it prompted a separate hearing because it was substantially new information. And we had a hearing in committee because it was so brand new. Components of this that have to do with the new powers or the new responsibilities put within the Board of Health is a substantially new set of circumstances that warrants having a hearing. I worked within the rules to make sure that we had a hearing and then it came to debate and then it died on the floor. I didn't resurrect it and put it into something else. It died. My bill died and it had its time in the hearing. Here, we are going around it and telling it this is way more important. And that's this part of the unfairness that is just incredibly difficult for me to stomach. And it's why people are upset. There are people upset because of the policy, but also people are upset because it's communicated that it's dead. And now it's come back in a different form. I don't know how we come back from that. Because it means we're picking and choosing senators' bills or amendments and saying, this is a main priority. We're going to do everything we can to pass it, no matter if it supersedes tradition or rules or standards that we have set ourselves. And as somebody that's trying to work within the rules as much as humanly possible, that is very difficult. And for the public, I'm sorry, because we are setting different standards for different sets of bills and for different senators. I want to believe that it's going to be different this next time around next year. And I really hope it is. But it's hard for me to stomach that my bills were treated differently years ago and that we are treating this differently, which is why I support the germaneness. I think it is different information that needs to be taken up in a bill. And only a couple of things I'll say about the bill. I think I've been clear in the past. It's my first time on the mic talking about it. I think it's government overreach. I don't think we talk about respecting parents all the time. And I think we've made it very clear, and I'm making it very clear, that this is about people's privacy and independent decisions.
1 minute.
On both issues. I want to respect those people's rights. And I'm struggling with the fact that we talk about respecting people's individual rights and freedoms so much, but on this issue, we say, no, I want to be able to make the decision, or I want somebody else that's appointed in a position to make that decision for you. When parents know what's best for their kids. I have 2 young kids. I want to make sure I have the say on what is happening with my kids. And for the issues of privacy for women, this is about whether or not politicians should be involved at all. And I made it very clear, I don't think they should. I was joking with a senator that these issues within medical scopes of practices, we leave it up to the medical professionals. And we're not doing it in this case. Colleagues, I support the overrule the chair because I don't think we are applying equally or being consistent in our standards.
That's your time,
Thank
Senator. Thank you, Senator Vargas. Senator Breezy, you're recognized and waived. Senator Linehan, you're recognized to speak and waived. Senator Takei, you're recognized to speak, waived. Senator Holcroft, you're recognized and waived. Senator Aguilar, waives. Senator Hughes is recognized and waives. Senator DeBoer, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's interesting because there's a lot of people here today paying attention to this bill. And the really telling thing for me is that the vast majority of people who support this bill, this 574, the trans bill, they're not affected by the bill. And the vast majority of those who are against the bill, or at least a large contingent of those who are against the bill, are affected by it. The people who support the bill aren't affected by it. The people who oppose the bill are affected by it. Perhaps that should be enough right there. The people who support 574 say they want to protect other people's children. And the people who oppose it want to protect their own children. What I want to know is why does any one of us in this room think we know better than the parents? People keep saying to me, the parents are biased, but aren't you? Who is in a better spot to make decisions about the kids, about whether their parents are making the right decision for their kids? Is it us? Or is it their parents? Who's in a better spot to determine that? The parent who knows the kid or us? If you support this bill, you don't trust the parents because the parents have to consent. So if you support this bill, you don't trust parents. And you can say that we trust parents in some situations. We trust parents, just not in this situation. Then you don't trust parents. If you get to pick the situations in which you trust parents, you don't trust parents. Then you trust yourself, and you're letting parents have an illusion of trust in the situations which you want to give them an illusion of trust in. I just keep asking myself, why does 574 mean so much to you? You want to protect children, you say, but why in this one perceived harm? Why not protect them from poverty? That's hard on a kid. Protect them from nitrates. We have one of the highest rates of pediatric cancer in the country, but I don't see folks lining up to try to prevent that. If you really want to protect kids, where's the support on that issue? You don't trust parents. You want to put your decision in front of theirs. And you want to pick this one area to protect kids in. And this amendment that takes the decision out of our hands and puts it into one person's hands who is appointed. Do you know that my priority bill 2 years ago was filibustered on this principle, that we cannot delegate our legislative authority to anyone outside of the body? In that case, I was creating an advisory committee to advise us. And it was filibustered because that was giving away too much of our own discretion. Here, we're going to put the ability to decide in one person's hands because some of you know this bill is wrong. You don't want to vote for it. It makes you feel guilty because you know it's wrong, and so you want to put it in someone else's hands. That reminds me of someone else who did that in history. His name was Pontius Pilate. Do not move this out of your hands to make yourself feel better. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator DeBoer. Senator Armendariz, you're recognized to speak and wave. Senator Lowe, you're recognized to speak and wave. Senator Berman, you're recognized to speak and wave. Senator Dover, you recognized and wave. Senator Raybould, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to take some time in support of overruling the chair and talking about the lack of germaneness of these two bills mashed together. You know, I look on this chamber as a first-year senator, and I know history will not judge this session well because it's been a change the rules, Let's change the processes. Let's continue to do things that are against the institution and the traditions and precedents, all in the name of passing horrific, horrendous legislation, bills that are not good for Nebraskans, bills that are not good for our families, bills that are not good for our state. But yet it seems like that's your game plan and you're going to fall through it no matter what. You know, if it were a normal legislative session, gender affirming care would have a scope of practice that would bring in physicians that are familiar with gender affirming care, that would bring in other physicians that have a better understanding, psychiatrists on how important this is. And then they would make a very important medical decision that hopefully we would listen to. But here we are, we're taking that component of the bill, leaving it up to a chief medical officer who was only too happy to provide a determination without consulting medical professionals. Now that part is really, really scary, and that should concern everyone here, that we don't follow processes and procedure that lead to good policies for all Nebraskans. When Senator Calf also said that they had a compromise, I don't know. I've been doing negotiations a good chunk of my life. A compromise is not telling people this is what we're going to do and they have to take it, but not following procedures is what is leading us down this really sad rabbit hole. And for all those people, Nebraskans out there listening and people who have been emailing me and texting me, you know it's a sham. You know that this is not what it's supposed to be in our Nebraska legislature. These are not how we get things done. And you're not fooling anybody, and you're not going to fool history about how this goes down. And guess what? You are not going to fool the courts either, because they understand what germaneness means. I'm sorry, my colleagues have chosen to ignore it in their efforts to pass bad legislation. But I think it's time we hear from some of the parents, because I feel like we are forgetting them and what they're going through. I've talked about physicians, how concerned they are. This is one family that happens to be in Senator Dorn's district. They say, we know that many minds are already made up on this issue, but we wanted to make a last-minute effort to try and appeal to those who are still open to listening and empathizing with us. Below is an email we sent to all the representatives yesterday to talk about their daughter. And then I'm going to skip, but I hope you spend the time to read it. But then they go on and talk about the agonizing decisions and thoughts that go through their head about their precious daughter living in our state of Nebraska. Here are some of the concerns that they articulate.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. They say, oh my, what are the right words to say and questions to ask her that will help us understand while also not diminishing her feelings? Oh, blank, can we stay living in our hometown of Nebraska anymore? Will there be any help, guidance, resources, or options left for her at all if this goes the direction we think it could? What can we immediately do at this moment and this weekend to show her that we accept, love, and support her regardless of gender titles? What do we do now? There's that bill we already opposed because we were an ally before, but now it actually might affect us personally. What do we do? What do we do? Stop thinking about this bill and focus on our child. We don't want her to think that what she's feeling is wrong or that anyone else thinks that either. We don't want her to feel alone. Well, we aren't really as surprised by this as we could be. I mean, we always knew her interests were pretty gender fluid. And she asked about wearing a tutu for a recital
That's your
last
time,
year.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Clemens, you're recognized to speak. Wave. Senator Halloran, you're recognized to speak and wave. Senator Albright, you're recognized to speak and wave. Senator Lippincott, you're recognized and wave. Senator Sanders, you're recognized to speak and wave. Senator McKinney, you're recognized to speak
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to support the motion overrule the chair. I am opposed to LB 574 and AM 1658. This day and this session is going to be remembered for years to come. And it's going to be remembered because it's going to be remembered mainly because, and I think I said this earlier in the session, just as a coach, that although you can win, or if and I won't even say win, I would say if you get your way or whatever, there's a way you do it. We preach to kids all the time throughout my lifetime that you win with class, you do things with dignity and respect, and you do all those type of things. But honestly speaking, the process throughout this session and today is not the best look for us as a body. We're doing things just to get our way, and not my way, but your way. And it's gonna be reflected on this body for years to come. And obviously people are okay with that because technically you're in the majority control of the state and the body, and politically speaking, we don't know when that's going to change, but one day it probably will change. And then the same individuals who are procedurally and whatever else working to run over people, you're going to be on the other end of that stick. And it's going to be karma. And that's what it's going to be. And maybe, just maybe, the minority now might give you mercy or might not, just because of how this has been going. Like 1 week, I said it last week, 1 week the rules are different, the next week they are. And it's true. And it's been that way this whole session. And we could say, no, it's not. And we've been doing things right and respecting fair debates and all these type of things. But honestly speaking, let's be honest, we haven't. We have discussions about brain drain, losing talent, retaining talent. How are we going to grow our state, innovate our state, and all these other things? I will tell you, and you probably don't care, but the passage of this bill is going to work against any type of talent retention, talent recruiting, any of those things. This works against it. And that's just being honest. So maybe you're right to be in the business of building prisons and everything else for economic development, because the passage of this is not going to assist with that at all. And that doesn't matter if you're in Omaha or in Western Nebraska. So maybe your votes to build a new prison are right in line with this policy, because if this policy passes, I don't see how you actually retain talent or recruit talent to come to the state. I don't see how you get good football players to come play for the Huskers and just maybe one day we win the national championship. That's probably definitely out the door if the passage of this. And I'll be disappointed because I am a Husker fan, but I'll be mostly disappointed in the passage of this bill because
1 minute.
I'm for humanity and I'm for the rights of people and not infringing on their rights. And I'm for not making people feel less than, because as a Black man, that's been my life. So I can't vote or support anything that makes somebody feel less than, somebody feel not accepted and appreciated and those type of things, and not feel welcome in a state that they were born in. That's my problem. This is a humanity issue. It's bigger than politics. It's bigger than your vote on this or that. It's about humanity and respecting humans to be themselves, however they decide to be. That's up to them. It shouldn't be on us to tell people what to do with their bodies and how to live their lives. And that is my fundamental problem with this whole thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McKinney. Senator Frederickson, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the overruling of the chair and in the challenge to the germaneness of this. I remember when I first actually heard about AM 1658, I was in a meeting and was told that this was going to be happening. And I don't remember if I was more shocked by the two sort of most controversial bills that were introduced this session being merged into one, or if it was more shocking that this was being framed as a compromise. You know, I spoke a little bit earlier about our state's history of moderate governance. And I think what's really allowed for that and enabled that in our state is that historically in this chamber, in this legislative body, we have been thoughtful about our policy. We haven't clung on to the sort of trend of the week or the day that's sort of fueling hyper-partisanship or the vitriol that's happening nationally. And I also spoke earlier about how the architects of bills like LB 574 have gone on the record saying these are essentially lab-created policies. They have poll tested to see what gets people worked up. And look no further than this entire year than to see that their polling is actually pretty spot on. These groups did the same thing with the campaign against same-sex marriage. And when they lost that war, they started testing over and over again what policy was going to get them the same riled up base. They started that in 2016 with the bathroom bills. Those quickly went away. Did people ever wonder where those went? It was because they weren't popular and they didn't stick. So they poll tested more and more and they found that this is sticking. That is why we are seeing this as a plague nationwide out of nowhere. No one talked about any of this a year ago. I've been working in the field of mental health for 15 years or so. Queer people have always existed, trans people have always existed in that time period. None of this was ever a concern or an issue. Colleagues, when did we as a legislative body become so susceptible to this bait? I've said before that we can all agree we need to protect kids from receiving this care who are not appropriate for this care. That's true. I don't think anyone disagrees with that. But we also need to protect kids who are appropriate for this care. They too need to be protected to receive this care. The only way to stop this nonsense
1 minute.
is to stop this nonsense. It is naive to think that this stops here. We've seen this in other states, and it is naive to think that this is a one and done thing. We can also say, no, this is one and done, not here. And I think Senator DeBoer, who, by the way, I want to say happy birthday to her because it is her birthday. The majority of supporters of this bill want to protect other people's children. The majority of opponents of this bill want to protect their own children. That says it all. Know what's best for your own family, and if it doesn't have to deal with you, stay in your lane.
That's your time, Senator Frederickson.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Dungan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I do rise in favor of the motion to overrule the chair. I absolutely disagree that these amendments are germane. I'm sure we'll continue to have more of a conversation about that as time proceeds, and the courts are, I'm sure, going to have a conversation about that. But I've said it before, and I'll say it again. The only two things I think these bills have in common is the government getting between a doctor and a patient, which to me does not absolutely rise to the level of being germane in such a way that these bills should be attached. But I want to join in the, I think, chorus of people that have spoken here today about the frustration that we feel with regard to the moving goalposts. I mean, that's exactly what's been happening here, and that's exactly what's been happening throughout this entire session. And I think some of the other senators addressed it pretty well when they talked about things like when time is running versus when it's not. We know for a fact that back on general file of 574, the time, the clock, counting towards whether this was the 8 hours, 4 hours, or 2 hours, the clock was running during motions to overrule the chair. And the fact that that happened then and did not happen now feels arbitrary and capricious in such a way that I can't even imagine why it would change. And it's incredibly problematic to have the rug pulled out from under you like that. It's incredibly problematic to have the goalposts moved when we're in the middle of a conversation, especially one of the most serious conversations that we've been having the entire time we've been in this body. You hear the people that are still chanting out in the rotunda, and they've been going for hours nonstop. That's not hyperbolic. They've literally been chanting nonstop for hours. And it's not because they're trying to annoy you. It's because this is important. It's because it matters. And the things they're saying are things we need to listen to. People's lives will be affected irreparably if 574 passes. And the amendment is not a compromise. I wasn't a part of those conversations. I wasn't a part of these negotiations, which later got deemed listening sessions, but I was on the outside looking in. And I can tell you that when this moved from select file to final reading, Senator Kauth said on the microphone that she would work in good faith to come up with a compromise amendment. And I have talked to multiple people in that room who do not believe that there was any negotiation in good faith. And I can tell you from looking at the amendment that is before us today, it is not a compromise. I agree with my colleagues who think that the amendment AM 1658 is actually worse in a number of ways. It's really, really disappointing that this is what we end up dealing with, and it's really disappointing and I think disheartening that this is where we are. But I maintain hope. I think we have to have hope moving forward, or else what's the point, colleagues? I have a quote here on my desk that's taped to my lamp up here, and it says, "Let us not seek the Republican answer or the Democratic answer, but the right answer. Let us not seek to fix the blame for the past. Let us accept our own responsibility for the future." That's what we're debating today, colleagues, is our responsibility to the future and our responsibility to the children of our state. I have an email here from somebody who talked to me. This is somebody I actually knew back in high school, and they sent me this email. And they're talking about leaving Nebraska. And in part, it says, "This is not a decision I come to lightly. I'm a fifth-generation descendant of Nebraska homesteaders. I live nearly a block south of the department that my grandfather founded on East Campus at the university. I served in the Air Force honorably across the country and chose to return to Lincoln. I have multiple advanced degrees and expertise as an educator and historian. My husband is a PhD student at UNL and also has a long family history here. We do not want to take our talents elsewhere. We want to continue to build and serve Lincoln and Nebraska as a whole. But colleagues, this kind of legislation is making them leave. So don't get up here and talk about wanting to retain talent. Don't get up here and talk about wanting to attract talent and then pass legislation that we are being told drives people away. Think about the responsibility we have for the future. And I would encourage each and every one of you to think long and hard before your vote today on cloture about that responsibility. And I would encourage you to try to find courage. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Dungan. Senator Hunt, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Never in my life have I been afraid of another Nebraskan. Never, never, never in my elected life have I been afraid of a constituent or anyone out in the rotunda. So shame on those of you in this body who are devising escape routes from this chamber through the back, through tunnels, through service elevators, having your staff pull your cars around. I've heard it from many, many sources. I've overheard you talking about it on the floor. If you can't go out there and face the people who you are hurting, harming today, then you are not worthy of this job. And don't clap or they'll empty the balcony. Don't get on that, please. Senator Kauth hasn't even spoken about this bill. We haven't even had a conversation about the merits of this bill as we should be having on this round of debate. What we're doing is giving this amendment a day in the sun. The amendment is not germane, and it's not a compromise. It's a capitulation. This amendment is a convoluted restructuring of a gender-affirming care ban combined with a 10-week do-over abortion ban that never had a hearing, that has no committee statement, that never went through the committee process. And this amendment makes a mockery of the recommendations suggested in the good faith discussions arranged by the Speaker between members of this body and Senator Kauth, who never once in that process was actually negotiating in good faith. We know that because on select file, we stopped the clock, we had a timeout to save the bill from being killed. And then we killed the abortion ban, and now we've done a timeout, and we're doing a do-over to save that too. The legacy of this legislature in this session will be of rule breaking, will be of disrespect to the institution and the process. And that is the legacy that you are creating for yourselves. And I would be mortified personally if that was me. It could never be me. I would be so embarrassed. Given that we're not talking about the bill, some things need to be put on the record in terms of problems with this amendment. The language in AM 1658 treats an embryo outside of the body as different from one inside of the body and attaches limitations to one inside the body of a woman but not one outside the body. So it's not conception to birth, but in the case of in vitro fertilization, it's insertion to birth. And there's no rational reasons to grant protections to an inserted fetus that are different from one yet to be inserted. Does the 12-week clock, according to this amendment, run from insertion of the fetus or from the date of the last missed menstrual cycle? Page 2, line 26 of this amendment prohibits any physician from performing an abortion outside of the 12 weeks. But this prohibition is not limited to within the state's borders. So what happens if we have a physician that performs abortion beyond 12 weeks in another state and is licensed in Nebraska? Are they then subject to having their license in Nebraska revoked? Once again, colleagues, if I'm going to take your amendment seriously, it should not have these kinds of problems in it. And Senator Reapy, you should not trust these people to fix it next year. They're not going to fix it next year. They're going to say, good man, and pat you on the back. You're going to continue to get punished for your vote for the rest of your term, and you probably won't be reelected because of this unpopular vote that you helped to take. I have never been afraid of another Nebraskan, especially given all the work that you all have done to make sure that they're all armed all the time. There's people in the rotunda with guns, folks. There's at least 3 that people have sent me pictures of people just carrying guns around. Thanks to you. Thank you. So safe. But you don't even feel safe. You don't feel safe enough to go out and face those good guys with the guns because you are too ashamed of what you are doing to the people of this state and to the integrity and dignity of this institution. Shame on you. Your legacy is filth. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. The other names in the queue have presently waived down to Senator Michaela Cavanaugh. You are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask if Senator Wayne would yield to a question.
Senator Wayne, would you yield to a question?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. What typically constitutes germaneness?
Typically, it's the same subject matter, or they open up similar, actually the same section of statute. So OPS was split on a learning community vote because it opened up the same section of statute.
Okay, thank you. And would you say if it is substantively different, that it should have another hearing?
Substantially different is either a different subject matter, or if you're opening up completely different statutes, it should have its own hearing. You'll recall we pulled back a couple of bills by Senator Hughes, not this Senator Hughes, but the previous Senator Hughes, to natural resources because it opened up a different subject, and we had to have a special hearing on that because it was a different place in statute.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Wayne. I've gone through LB 574, LB 626, and AM 1658. And I was mistaken previously. I thought that it didn't open up any of the same statute. It does. One part. The only part of statute in all of this that it opens up is the reporting of rape. It references the same statute that 626 references on reporting of rape. Otherwise, 100% new matter. 100%. I know this doesn't matter. I know this doesn't change your minds. I know none of you care whatsoever. I'm just laying the groundwork. I'm just laying the groundwork. This is not germane. This is new subject matter. But you all do not care. You don't care about propriety. You don't care about process. You don't care about the institution. You don't care about the people of Nebraska. You don't care. All you care about is each other and the governor. You don't care about Senator Hunt's parental rights. You don't care about the parental rights of the people out there. You don't care about the parental rights of the people up there. You don't care about medical professionals, business professionals. You are willing to drive this state into the ground. Into the ground. And you look like fools. You look ridiculous. Senator Ben Hansen is the chair of HHS, and he should know better, and he does know better, and he looks ridiculous. The lieutenant governor knows better, and he looks ridiculous. This is not germane. This is improper. This is ridiculous. This is a complete charade, and it will not be looked favorably upon. History will not look fondly upon anyone who votes for this facade. And I will not look favorably upon you. What you are attempting to do today is the lowest of the absolute lows. You literally have to cheat at every moment of this debate. In every possible way, you are cheating. And it looks bad. It looks really, really bad. And Senator Hansen is not going to repeal the criminal penalties, because if he were, he would have tried to get an amendment on here. He would have tried to supplement this amendment with what you were asking for between the time he filed it and today. He's lying to you, and he's lying to us. And if you vote for it, you know that. You know he's lying to you. Don't assuage your guilt.
1 minute.
Women will die. Children are dying. It is your fault. It is your fault. And you are allowing it to happen. You do literally have blood on your hands. And if you vote for this, you will have buckets and buckets of blood on your hands. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. All other senators in the queue have either spoken or waived. John Kavanaugh, Senator, you are recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Always a tough act to follow, the other Senator Kavanaugh. So we're having a conversation about germaneness, and you've all heard, obviously, we're on hour 5 of a 2-hour debate. So there's been a lot of procedural questions, moving of the goalposts. And I was, of course, thinking, in here, we're usually on the clock. It's like a football game. There are tactics and procedures, moves, but the clock continues to tick, right? We're not just changing the rules to that football game. We just literally changed the game itself. We're now playing baseball. There is no clock. There's no time limit. It's just about whatever moves you can make to get to the end. So I say that as an example of how dramatically we have pulled the rug out from under people in this debate. But again, you have the opportunity for a course correction on this vote, germaneness. So the test for germaneness is whether a amendment is in the natural and logical sequence to the subject matter of the original bill. So I printed out the amendment here, and you can look at it yourself. Page 1, section 1, section 1 through 6, this act shall be known as cited as the Preborn Child Protection Act. Page 11, section 14 to 20 of this act shall be known and cited as the Let Them Grow Act. LB 574 states that it shall be known as the Let Them Grow Act. So this amendment is shoving a whole other named act into a bill that already has that named act. There is no more obvious divergence from the single subject and the natural and logical consequence measure of the germaneness rule. It is not the natural and logical consequence of the Let Them Grow Act that the, Preborn Child Protection Act. And as Senator Hunt correctly pointed out, it's all about gestation and things like that. It's a 10-week abortion ban. That's what the Preborn Child Protection Act is. Completely separate, stands on its own, has no nexus, no overlap with what is required of the so-called Let Them Grow Act. And we all may have our reasons for why we will vote for or against this bill or why you might want it. But there is a way to do things, and that is the problem here, is that we've so drastically diverged from a deliberative process, a substantive conversation about what the issue is. And there is no rational or logical argument to this amendment being germane to the underlying bill. And I would point out, none has been made. As the chair pointed out, every person who was in the queue either spoke or waved. No one spoke in favor of the chair's ruling. I mean, has anybody heard an argument in favor of the chair's ruling?
1 minute.
I'll take a show of hands. Right, no hands. For the record, Mr. President, no hands. And Senator Erdman, that's what the record is. I'm giving into the record what was not visible, apparent from my speech. There has been no argument made to sustain the ruling of the chair because there is no argument. This 10-week abortion ban is not logically consistent and naturally flow from this ban on care for transgender youth. So I would ask for your green vote on the motion to overrule the chair, and we can get back to having a conversation about what this bill is. And you can make your vote about whether you like this bill on its own and not because of the political motivations of an amendment that extends beyond the original subject of this bill. So I guess we're out of vote here. I would ask for a roll call vote, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator John Kavanaugh. Senators, please return to your seats. The question before the House is the motion to overrule the chair on the germaneness ruling. There's been a request for a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar. Voting no. Senator Albright. Voting no. Senator Arch. Voting no. Senator Armendariz. Voting no. Senator Ballard. Voting no. Senator Blood. Voting yes. Senator Boston. Voting no. Senator Bostar. Voting no, Senator Bostelman. Voting no, Senator Brandt. Voting no, Senator Brewer. Voting no, Senator Breezy. Voting no, Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting yes, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Voting yes, Senator Clements. Voting no, Senator Conrad. Voting yes, Senator Day. Voting yes, Senator DeBoer. Voting yes, Senator DeKay. Voting no, Senator Dorn. Voting no, Senator Dover. Voting no, Senator Dungan. Voting yes, Senator Erdman. Voting no, Senator Frederickson. Voting yes, Senator Holleran. Voting no, Senator Hansen. Voting no, Senator Hardin. Voting no, Senator Holcroft. Voting no, Senator Hughes. Voting no, Senator Hunt. Voting yes, Senator Ibaugh. Voting no, Senator Jacobson. Voting no, Senator Kauth. Voting no, Senator Linehan. Voting no, Senator Lippincott. Voting no, Senator Lowe. Voting no, Senator McDonald. Voting no, Senator McKinney. Senator. Voting yes, Senator Mosier. Voting no, Senator Merman. Voting no, Senator Raybold. Voting yes, Senator Reapy. Voting no, Senator Sanders. Voting no, Senator Slama. Voting no, Senator Vargas. Voting yes, Senator Von Gillern. Voting no, Senator Walls. Voting yes, Senator Wayne. Voting yes, Senator Wishart. Vote is 14 ayes, 34 nays on the motion to overrule the chair.
The motion fails. Senator Hansen, you're recognized to open on your amendment on the motion to return to select file.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I've already discussed about what the amendment entails, how it changes and makes it less restrictive on both aspects when it comes to abortion and when it comes to transgender rights for youth. I'm not going to fault one bit the people who are out there in the rotunda cheering and fighting for what they believe in. I do the same thing if I was in their shoes, and I believe in something just as passionately on the opposite side. And so there's not much I can say about it, except I appreciate being in the listening sessions with the people, even though they may not view it as a compromise. We did our best to keep it within reason where all of us could agree and move the bill forward. So there's not too much more I have to say when it comes to the amendment. So with that, I will yield the rest of my time back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Senator Clemens, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Slama yield to a question?
Senator Slama, would you yield to a question?
Yes, I will.
Senator Slama, the single subject issue has been brought up. Would you discuss why you think this amendment is appropriate?
Yes, and I appreciate you asking that question. I think we're good to go on two different fronts. First off, if you look at the title of the bill, which has been the turning point for a lot of the court rulings when it comes to legislation, not constitutional amendments, please keep in mind those are held to a different standard than just legislation coming out of our legislature. The title of the bill is Let Them Grow. If you look at the language of Senator Hansen's amendment and Senator Kauth's amendment, they both fall in line with the concept of letting them grow, whether they're children, born or preborn. Secondly, the courts in Nebraska have been very broad in their approach to the single subject rule when it comes to legislation passed by the legislature. We all know of recent court rulings that haven't upheld broad language being sought through a constitutional amendment or a petition drive. But when it comes to legislation, the courts take a very broad view of this. So there's not a ton of case law when it comes to legislation coming out of the legislature being challenged on the single subject rule. But Martin v. Ryan is one case that I've looked at from 1912. It's very old, I know, but we're dealing with a very limited number of cases here, that the legislature has full control over the passage of bills and may amend the same and title to the same at any time permitted by its rules during their progress through the legislature. In the second case that I think is really helpful here is Anderson v. Tiemann, which is a 1967 case, which says if an act has but one general object, which here we've already talked about that title, no matter how broad that object may be, and contains no matter not germane thereto, and the title fairly expresses the subject of the bill, it does not violate Article 3, Section 14 of the Constitution.
Thank you, Senator Slama. I yield the rest of my time to Senator Kauth.
Senator Kauth, you have 2 minutes, 37 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're obviously all very passionate about this topic. Most of us are on one side or the other. Everyone's perspective is a little bit different. As we hear the people outside chanting one vote to save our lives, I would agree with that statement. We have one vote to save the lives of children from a lifetime of pain and regret. These are surgeries and medications that are experimental, they're irreversible. We owe it to kids to let them grow up so they can make these decisions as adults. When I hear people talking about how we haven't taken into consideration doctors or medical professionals, psychiatrists, the number of doctors and psychiatrists and counselors and teachers and parents who are dealing with this issue, who have reached out to me over the past few months, is really surprising. Every week I get 2 or 3 more saying, hey, keep at it, and telling me their perspective about it. Just because the medical experts that I've spoken with and that other people have spoken with don't agree doesn't mean that they are also wrong. There's very little consensus about this issue. As you look around the world, we are holding on to an ideal that the rest of the world has kind of given up on. And they said, these are not things that you should be doing to children. They are not ready to make these decisions. They are most likely to change their minds about their gender identity multiple times because they're kids. We know that the brains do not fully develop.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. We know that decisions that they might make today, they might regret tomorrow. And we also know that we put in restrictions to protect kids from themselves, restrictions that even parents can't override. We've talked about that a little bit earlier today. We've talked about tattoos. Did you know that even if your parent says you can get a tattoo on your face, the state has said you can't? We've talked about things like car seats. We've talked about voting. We've talked about enlisting in the military. There's a lot that we say, you know what? Kids should not do this. It is the role of the state to step in and put guidelines in place. This is one of those issues that is it's a social contagion that is going around that we need to protect our kids from until they are able to fully assess what it is they are doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kauth. Senator Aguilar, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of LB 574, and I yield the balance of my time to Senator Kauth if she chooses.
Senator Kauth, that's 4 minutes, 50 seconds.
Thank you, Senator Aguilar, and I'm so glad that your knee is doing better. So Senator Hansen talked about the amendment that we put together. That was a listening exercise. We sat down with people who we disagreed with very much about this issue, listened to what they had to say, and I think coming up with the rules and regulations for DHHS to put together is a great example of that compromise, because what we heard from Senator Frederickson was we don't want to have people who shouldn't have this get these treatments. So how do we make sure that we stretch it out to put roadblocks in their place so that only those who truly, truly need this are the ones getting it? And that's what we are attempting to do. That's why we've asked DHHS to put together those rules and regulations so that they have medical professionals that they're using that can help organize it and strategize how that is going to work best. We have a grandfather clause that we put in, and that's for people who have already started on these medications. That was a big concern. In the state of Iowa, they were given 6 months to back off and wean themselves from the medications, and Iowa passed both of their bills. So rather than having our wean off date still in the bill, we put a grandfather clause in so that if someone had already started, they were grandfathered in. Those are all things that are illustrative of the compromises that we made with this bill, because we want to make this as good as possible for as many people as possible. And I think we worked very well together, talking and listening through those conversations. Let's see. The American Journal of Psychiatry has issued a major correction to a recent study. And this goes along with what I've been saying about this science is not settled. Here in the US, we are doing things that they were doing 20 years ago in other countries, and they've stopped doing. There's been a major correction to this study. They retracted their primary conclusion, and they now state neither gender-affirming hormone treatments nor gender-affirming surgery reduce the need for mental health services. So if you're getting treated for a mental health issue by having surgeries or having the gender-affirming hormones, that's not necessarily going to take care of the mental health issue, and kids are still needing to get treatment. So when you have something that has this high of a risk and very, very little reward, we have to step in and say that is not something that we should allow children to be doing in this state. Again, let them grow. Let them get to the stage of being an adult where they can evaluate things with a little bit better mindset. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kauth. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I guess I wasn't very persuasive on the argument. I did give people the opportunity to make the right decision there. So we haven't had too much time to talk about this amendment, and I appreciate Senator Hansen's introduction that I would describe as maybe not a real specific introduction as to the arguments for the specifics of the amendment, the reasoning for changing the abortion language from 626 to one that was a fertilization rather than or gestation rather than fertilization, which makes it a 10-week ban instead of a 12-week ban. And it is, that I think is a crystallization of the specific problem with the characterization of compromise and the listening/amendment sessions. There's been a lot of, I guess, bait and switch on this bill. And Senator Riepe, I'm not going to pile on you, but you're not going to get your concessions next year. But what happened is we had a real cluster on select, and I, among others, was asked to participate in a negotiation for an amendment. And then later in the press, I found out it was a listening session. And then what we were given after we had a back and forth was an amendment that said grandfather clause, and basically everything else was the same. And it needed to be that way because that's where the 33 votes were. And we, of course, said, well, we listened to you. We addressed your concerns. We brought this amendment, which is my amendment that is up after this. And it specifically addressed the issues that were brought up in those conversations. So we took it to heart and actually made a proposal with specificity about how this would work and to address those concerns about individuals who don't indicate for this care getting care. But what we saw, what this amendment is not anything that was ever presented in those conversations. There was never an abortion ban discussed there. It was added because it was needed to get 33 votes. There was no discussion about going to, the DHHS or anybody like that to set these standards. What you see here is they changed the definition so they could call it a 12-week ban, but actually get a 10-week ban so they can get people on board who are further to the right on that issue. So it's a hoodwink, right? That's a shift. That's a bait and switch. The same can be said of the concessions on the Let Them Grow section. The decision, rather than, as we suggested, a true compromise would be to integrate our suggestions, which were thought out, responsive to their concerns, and replacing them with a person who we all know how they're going to decide. The chief medical officer is on the record saying he favors a total ban. We have the emails, we have the texts. There was a Freedom of Information Act request that got the emails and the texts of the Board of Health as they had an emergency meeting to consider their resolution so that it could be brought up before the first round of this debate. Another hoodwink, another attempt to convince us that this is legitimate, that this pseudoscience.
Minute.
1 minute? Thank you, Mr. President. That this misunderstanding, misrepresentation of science, obfuscation, is the name of this game here. And that's what this amendment is. That's what's been happening all the way along on this bill. So if you didn't like the original bill, don't vote for this amendment, because it is no better than the original bill. If you want a 12-week abortion ban, don't vote for this. That's not what this is. This is a 10-week abortion ban. If you think that we should have exceptions for fetal anomaly, don't vote for this. It's not in there. You're not going to get it. If you think we shouldn't have criminal penalties, don't vote for this. It's not in there. You're not going to get it. This bill is what it is, and it's going to be what it's going to be going forward. There's not going to be any more compromises. There's not going to be any more changes. We were told they needed 33 votes. This is how they get 33 votes, and that's the end of the story. So if you want something different, don't vote for this. You need to be
That's
a
your
no.
time,
Thank you,
Senator.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator John Kavanaugh. Mr. Clerk, you have a motion on your desk.
I do, Mr. President. Senator Kauth would move to invoke cloture on LB 574 pursuant to Rule 7, Section 10.
Senator Kauth, for what purpose do you rise?
To invoke cloture. Motion?
Check in, roll call vote.
Check in, roll call vote, regular order.
Thank you. Members, the first vote is on the motion to invoke cloture. Right. For the vote for cloture, Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar, voting yes. Senator Albright, voting yes. Senator Arch, voting yes. Senator Armendariz, voting yes. Senator Ballard, voting yes. Senator Blood, not voting. Senator Bosson, voting yes. Senator Bostar, voting no. Senator Bostelman, voting yes. Senator Brandt, voting yes. Senator Brewer, voting yes. Senator Breezy, voting yes. Senator John Kavanaugh, voting no. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, voting no. Senator Clements, voting yes. Senator Conrad, voting no. Senator Day, voting no. Senator DeBoer, voting no. Senator DeKay, voting yes. Senator Dorn, voting yes. Senator Dover, voting yes. Senator Dungan, voting no. Senator Erdman, voting yes. Senator Frederickson, voting no. Senator Holleran, voting yes. Senator Hansen, voting yes. Senator Hardin, voting yes. Senator Holcroft, voting yes. Senator Hughes, voting yes. Senator Hunt, voting no. Senator Ibaugh, voting yes. Senator Jacobson, voting yes. Senator Kauth, voting yes. Senator Linehan, voting yes. Senator Lippincott, voting yes. Senator Lowe, voting yes. Senator McDonald, voting yes. Senator McKinney, voting no. Senator Mosier, voting yes. Senator Merman, voting yes. Senator Raybold, voting no. Senator Reapy, voting yes. Senator Sanders, voting yes. Senator Slama, voting yes. Senator Vargas, voting no. Senator Von Gillern, voting yes. Senator Walls, voting no. Senator Wayne, voting no. Senator Wishart. Vote is 33 ayes, 14 nays to invoke cloture, Mr. President.
Cloture is invoked. Members, the next vote is on the motion to return AM 1658 to select file. I'll ask security to clear the balcony, please. Mr. Speaker, for an announcement.
We're going to stand at ease for a few minutes, time being. Thank you.
We will stand at ease for a few minutes. Senators, please find your seat. We'll continue. Senators, the next vote is on the motion to return LB 574 to select for an amendment, specifically AM 1658. All those in favor, vote aye. There's a request for a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk. Senator Conrad, that's out of order. We're going to proceed to the vote. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar, voting yes. Senator Albright, voting yes. Senator Arch, voting yes. Senator Armendariz, voting yes. Senator Ballard, voting yes. Senator Blood, voting no. Senator Bosson, voting yes. Senator Bostar, voting no. Senator Bostelman, voting yes. Senator Brandt, voting yes. Senator Brewer, voting yes. Senator Breezy, voting yes. Senator John Kavanaugh, voting no. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, voting no. Senator Clements, voting yes. Senator Conrad, voting no. Senator Day, voting no. Senator DeBoer, voting no. Senator DeKay, voting yes. Senator Dorn, voting yes. Senator Dover, voting yes. Senator Dungan, voting no. Senator Erdman, voting yes. Senator Frederickson, voting no. Senator Holleran, voting yes. Senator Hansen, voting yes. Senator Hardin, voting yes. Senator Holcroft, voting yes. Senator Hughes, voting yes. Senator Hunt, voting no. Senator Ibaugh, voting yes. Senator Jacobson, voting yes. Senator Kauth, voting yes. Senator Linehan, voting yes. Senator Lippincott, voting yes. Senator Lowe, voting yes. Senator McDonald, voting yes. Senator McKinney, voting no. Senator Mosier, voting yes. Senator Merman, voting yes. Senator Raybold, voting no. Senator Reapy, voting yes. Senator Sanders, voting yes. Senator Slama, voting yes. Senator Vargas, voting no. Senator Von Gillern, voting yes. Senator Walls, voting no. Senator Wayne, voting no. Vote is Senator Wishart. Vote is 33 ayes, 15 nays to return to select file.
Motion is returned as adopted. The next vote is on the adoption of AM 1658. Senator Conrad.
Senator Conrad, we're under cloture. We've never recognized points.
Senator Conrad, we're under cloture. It's my understanding that points of order have never been recognized during cloture. So to that end, I will rule your point of order out of order. Again, Senator Conrad would say that's out of order. Senators, the question is the adoption of AM 1658. All those in favor? There was no ruling by the chair. The motion was not overruled. The point of order was not overruled. It was not recognized.
Senator, no, you don't have to recognize a point of order.
I don't believe I have to recognize a point of order that is out of order. Senators, the question is the adoption of AM 1658. All those in favor, vote aye. All those opposed, vote nay. There's been a request for a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Wishart, Senator Wayne, voting no. Senator Walls, voting no. Senator Von Gillern, voting yes. Senator Vargas, voting no. Senator Slama, voting yes. Senator Sanders, voting yes. Senator Reapy, voting yes. Senator Raybold, voting no. Senator Merman, voting yes. Senator Mosier, voting yes. Senator McKinney, voting no. Senator McDonald, voting yes. Senator Lowe, voting yes. Senator Lippincott, voting yes. Senator Linehan, voting yes. Senator Kauth, voting yes. Senator Jacobson, voting yes. Senator Ibaugh, voting yes. Senator Hunt, voting no. Senator Hughes, voting yes. Senator Holcroft, voting yes. Senator Hardin, voting yes. Senator Hansen, voting yes. Senator Holleran, voting yes. Senator Frederickson, voting no. Senator Erdman, voting yes. Senator Dungan, voting no. Senator Dover, voting yes. Senator Dorn, voting yes. Senator DeKay, voting yes. Senator DeBoer, voting no. Senator Day, voting no. Senator Conrad, voting no. Senator Clements, voting yes. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, voting no. Senator John Kavanaugh, voting no. Senator Breezy, voting yes. Senator Brewer, voting yes. Senator Brandt, voting yes. Senator Bostelman, voting yes. Senator Bostar, voting no. Senator Bosson, voting yes. Senator Blood, voting no. Senator Ballard, voting yes. Senator Armendariz, voting yes. Senator Arch, voting yes. Senator Albright, voting yes. Senator Aguilar, voting yes. Vote is 33 ayes, 15 nays, Mr. President, on adoption of the amendment.
The amendment is adopted. Senator Ballard, you have a motion. Senators, I previously stated that in the past, points of order have not been recognized on final. Isn't a ruling. Senator Ballard for a motion.
President, I move that LB 574 be advanced to ENR for re-engrossing.
Senators, you have heard. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Mr. President. Advance.
Senator, there shouldn't have been a recognition of your point of order on cloture. We'll now proceed to you've heard the motion to advance 574 to. Senators, you have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, nay. There's a request for a record vote. Mr. Clerk. All those in favor say aye. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
Voting aye, Senators Aguilar, Albright, Arch, Armandares, Ballard, Boston, Bostelman, Brandt, Brewer, Breezy, Clements, Decay, Dorn, Dover, Erdman, Holleran, Hanson, Hardin, Holdcroft, Hughes, Ibot, Jacobson, Calth, Linehan, Lippincott, Lowe, McDonald, Mosier, Merman, Reapy, Sanders, Slama, Von Gillern. Voting no, Senators Blood, Bostar, John Kavanaugh, Michaela Kavanaugh, Conrad, Day, DeBoer, Dungan, Frederickson, Hunt, McKinney, Raybold, Vargas, Wayne. Not voting, Senators Walls and Wishart. Vote is 33 ayes, 14 nays, 1 present not voting, 1 excused not voting, Mr. President.
LB 574 advances for E&R re-engrossing. Mr. Clerk, for items.
Mr. President, bills to final reading, LB 562, 583, 705, and 754 reported to final reading and correctly engrossed. Motions and amendments reprinted to LB 754 for Senator Frederickson, Michaela Kavanaugh, Hanson, Hunt, Dungan, Wayne, Day, Conrad. Mr. President, priority motion, Senator Breezy would move to adjourn the body until Wednesday, May 17th at 9:00 a.m.
Senators, you've heard the motion to adjourn. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. We are adjourned.